The Awakening, from the Fempiror Chronicles. Written by George Willson. Narrated by George Willson. Foreword. When something is beyond our natural understanding, it becomes very easy to write it off as a fantasy, hallucination, or a figment of our imaginations. When we experience something that fits this description, we still attempt to chalk it up to a dream or some other deviation from reality. Friends and family typically support this idea and insist that nothing like that could have ever happened because it isn't rational. The insistence of rationality grows so overpowering that writing off the irrational as a delusion is far easier than admitting the impossible exists. Such was my reaction to the stories that my Fempiror contact told me when I got to know him. As I listened to this man, who claimed to be far older than he appeared, talk about the life he had lived, and how he came to live it, it was far too fantastic to believe. When he described how he had influenced a race that I had never heard of, I was hoping my cell phone would ring to escape the ranting. And when he offered to show me, I very nearly refused, since I did not want to end up in pieces on the evening news from this clearly deranged person. However, another part of me was incredibly curious. I'll admit it. He spoke of inventions that stretched back before they seemed possible, and of the secrecy under which he lived, and the part of me that loves spy stories wanted to eat it up. So I followed him to his rather unstylish car to see what he was talking about. He said it wouldn't be possible to follow in mine, which again made me want to bolt before I got into trouble, but I also knew that I would always wonder whether this lunatic was for real or not. You see, the most compelling part of his story was the passion with which he told it, and the absolute narrative consistency it possessed. The whole time I listened, I kept expecting one detail to derail his whole fantasy, but it never did. There were no inconsistencies, no missteps, nothing to give me an aha to fully disbelieve him, other than the obvious lack of probability, so I got in his car. That was several weeks ago. Now, after talking to enough others to not only confirm, but also strengthen those stories, I have more than just a narrative of one life, but of many. I have the history of a people who live beneath the surface of a society. You could look into their faces and never know you saw one. They understand that humanity has issues accepting anyone who is different, and so they prefer to blend in, as opposed to looking for any kind of equality. Anyone found out by the people of any era has come to a bad end, so they survive in secrecy. You may be wondering, how do I know if I've seen one? How do I tell them apart? Well, as a wise mentor once told his pupil, why would you need to? June 1775. Chapter 1. The Stranger. Rufus had been in Hauginstown several times over the past few weeks, and when it came to people at night, there were very, very few. Most of the population went inside after dark, and those that did venture out usually either traveled in a group or spent their evenings at the Wits' End Tavern, carousing the overnight hours away. It made his mission of finding the new recruits his superiors were looking for that much more difficult, as this trend was similar throughout all the towns he had visited. In addition, his habit of returning to the Ricard friend for supplies with no recruits to justify their support was wearing on his superior's nerves. He looked around the little town and shook his head. It had been a long time since he had lived anywhere regularly enough to call home, and he marveled at the simplicity these people enjoyed, completely oblivious to the world changing around them. Even quaint was too complex a word for this town who had, to Rufus' amusement, a statue in their town square dedicated to someone named Gerald Hoggins, who he understood to be the great-grandfather of the present mayor, though better referred to as the patriarch of this little burg. As Rufus looked at this rather ostentatious and pointless tribute to someone that no one outside of Hauginstown ever had heard of, or ever will hear of, voices floated over the air from the tavern. A man in his 40s, whose face was weather-beaten from years of fieldwork and drinking, stumbled out of the tavern and hit the ground in a drunken heap. Rufus snickered. The man's waistcoat hung limply open, every button unfastened. His woolen stockings rested around his ankles, and he didn't even have his hat. Another man, who Rufus immediately recognized as the tavern's keeper, stepped out of the tavern and looked at the drunken man on the ground. He was dressed properly, but with a worn old face and an apron over his clothes. "Hey, Ben, you gonna be all right?" he asked. Ben climbed to his feet and turned to the keeper. "I'm fine, Wit," he said. He took a step before losing his balance again and tumbling back to the ground. The tavern keeper, Mr. Wit, stepped over to him and helped him back up. "Maybe I should walk you home, Ben," Wit said. "You're drunker than a toad." Rufus sighed at the thought of selecting this older man, but also considered his desperation at this point. Ben might not appear to be the best addition to the order, but he seemed strong enough that once he got off the bottle he might be useful. But if Wit was going to walk him home... Rufus shook his head. He considered the possibility of taking them both, but dealing with two of them tomorrow would be out of the question. He looked back at the pair to see Ben shake Wit's grip. "I said I'm fine," Ben insisted. "I been worse, you know. You just go on and leave me alone. So what if I sleep outside? It don't matter none." "You'd best get inside," Wit warned. "Some people tell of a stranger around here lately, roaming the town at night." "Leave me alone," Ben said again. It might have been an attempt to yell, but through the drunken slur it barely came out at all, much less sound anything like anger. Rufus smiled broadly as Wit shook his head and walked back inside. Ben walked unsteadily away from the tavern across the little road that led into town from the south and wound around the town square. He eventually reached the statue and leaned on it, supporting his tired weight. Rufus knew this was his chance. The next time he returned to the Rakad Friend, he could bring a new recruit with him. Then they will know that they did not waste their time and resources on him. Ben took another step and hit the ground again. Rufus moved silently towards him. As he walked, he rolled up one of his sleeves and then opened an 11-inch long cylindrical leather satchel attached to his belt. He reached into it and removed a tool that his order used to bring in new recruits, a Nilrof. The first time he had seen the Nilrof, the combination of its eye-striking beauty and deadly appearance had surprised him. It was about 10 inches long and made of bright polished silver with two sharp points that resembled fangs at one end. These fanged ends connected to a cylindrical chamber with a glass side, so one could observe the level of liquid it contained. A small piston pump that fit tightly into the chamber controlled the flow both in and out of it. The Nilrof had a long history, but in these times it served only one purpose. Rufus stabbed the fangs into his own arm and drew out a cylinder full of blood. The deep red stood in stark contrast to the clean, polished surface of the device. He placed the Nilrof back into its satchel, made to carry a fully loaded Nilrof without pressing the pump or spilling any blood. Ben pulled himself up again. "Walk me home," he muttered. "What does he think I am? Drunk?" He continued in an uneven line across the square. Rufus broke into a short run and stopped directly behind Ben. Ben continued his walk. He had heard nothing. Rufus frowned. He looked down, picked up a twig from debris on the ground, and snapped it between his fingers behind Ben's head. Ben stopped. He turned slowly to face Rufus. Rufus watched Ben's face screw up as Ben squinted his eyes. Finally, Ben asked, "Are you the strangers?" Rufus grimaced. He wondered if this was really a good idea. This old man was an idiot, probably the village idiot for all he knew. He would bring this imbecile back to his superiors, and they would hang him for his lack of judgment. At the same time, though, no other opportunities had presented themselves. Perhaps this first one would make others easier to acquire. He removed the Nilrof from its satchel and held it ready in his hand. Ben looked down at the device and sobered quickly. He broke into a run away from Rufus. Rufus rolled his eyes and quickly placed the Nilrof safely back in its satchel. He easily caught up with Ben and tackled him to the ground. Ben quickly rolled over out of Rufus' grip and ran back towards the tavern. Ben was still recovering from the alcohol, and Rufus knew he could move literally 100 times faster than Ben could hope to in his present state. Then Ben opened his mouth again. "Help!" he yelled, this time louder than when he had attempted to yell at Wit. Rufus needed to end this as soon as possible. He had no fear of these people, but he also did not need a curious mob coming after him. He ran at top speed towards Ben, and before Ben had a chance to say anything else, Rufus grabbed him. Despite the old man's weight, Rufus held him easily for a moment over his head, and then tossed him to the base of the statue. Ben hit the marble base hard, knocking the wind out of him. Helpless, he gazed up to Rufus, slowly walking towards him. Rufus saw the fear in the old man's eyes as he knelt beside him. Rufus spared a quick glance back to the tavern to see Wit staring directly at him through the tavern window. As their eyes met, Wit quickly looked away. Rufus smiled. The keeper would do nothing, and if the town as a whole lived in the same state of fear, no one would dare interfere with him, no matter how loud Ben screamed. And he would scream. Rufus pulled the Nilroth from its satchel again, and held it in front of Ben's face for Ben to get a good look at it. Ben breathed heavily, both winded from the fall, and in fear of the stranger that had easily bested him. Rufus leaned close to him. "Welcome to the family," he said, remembering the words that had been spoken to him on a similar occasion years before. He stabbed the fanged ends of the Nilroth into Ben's neck and pressed the pump, emptying the full contents of the glass chamber. As Rufus removed the Nilroth from Ben's neck, Ben grabbed the place where it had entered, breathing even more heavily. Rufus stood and watched as the serum quickly moved through Ben's veins and changed him from the inside out. Soon, the serum would reach his heart. Ben convulsed violently. He arched his back, drew in 2 lungs full of air, and let out a scream that pierced the quiet of the night. Zechariah sat atop the large mound that served as the roof of his home. He gazed to the west across the vast plains to the mountains beyond, almost invisible in the darkness of the night. Zechariah appeared to be in his 60s, but was much older and extremely fit for his age. His gray hair and beard were long and unkempt from his years of living in isolation. He wore a black tunic tucked into black pants that disappeared into the tops of his dark boots. The quietness of the vicinity of Hauginstown, just visible to the east, had been a disappointment to him in the end. The mission that brought him here cost him everything, and he became an outcast from his people. He knew, though, that whatever they wished to believe about him, there was truth in the reason he had come so long ago. Or at least, he thought there was truth in it back then. The fact that he had not carried his sword or donned his gauntlets or riding coat for several years made him consider that, maybe, they really were in a time of peace, and that the threat he had made such a fuss over did not actually exist. Perhaps everything he had found was little more than isolated incidents that he had blown out of proportion. He lay back on the grassy turf beneath him and stared at the sky above. The lights twinkled above him and moved ever so slightly as he stared. There was nothing else for him to do. He occasionally went into Hauginstown to get food or conversation from the people at the Wit's End Tavern, which was the only establishment he could visit, considering that he was unable to go into town during the day. It didn't help that summer nights persuaded Barleyman Wit to close his doors early on occasion, leaving him with only a locked door to greet him when he arrived wanting something to eat, other than his own homegrown stores of vegetables. He was careful, however, not to go into town too often. Wit knew his face well enough, but few others ever spoke to him. Hauginstown was not known for its open arms towards strangers, given how isolated they were from the rest of the world. It took many years for them to accept a newcomer, and as they would never understand him, he was not interested in allowing them to get too close to him. Therefore, he only went every few months to see if any news of the world had filtered into Hauginstown. Very little ever came in, but what little did seemed significant enough to take note of. On his more recent ventures into town, however, there was nothing notable. As he continued to gaze at the stars, he considered going in tomorrow evening, since he had more than enough food for himself, and Wit was always happy to receive some of what he had grown. Wit had never asked where Zechariah lived or came from, but took the vegetables in trade for a meal, which was fine by him. A distant scream broke the silence of the night. Zechariah sat bolt upright atop his mound. Concern etched across his face as he searched his memory for where he had heard such a scream before. Then it hit him. Transmutation. He leaped from the mound and broke into a full run across the distance between his home and Hauginstown. Despite the miles between his mound and the town, he was able to cross the distance in a matter of minutes. It had been some time since he had run so fast, but he was only a little winded when he walked into the darkened town and looked around. The town square was empty and quiet. Only Witt's Tavern had any candles burning. Zechariah stood against the row of shops on the eastern side of town where the tavern was, and looked at the windows of the buildings and houses that opened into the central square. In more than a few he observed pale faces buried in the darkness, peering out. He was certain that this was the source of the scream, and he hoped that Witt had seen something. He quickly walked along the road to the tavern and went in. Something had assuredly happened. As soon as he entered, the half-dozen men jumped from their seats away from him. Although they relaxed upon seeing Zechariah's aged face, their initial fright did nothing to assuage his own fears. He held up his hands and smiled. "Forgive me, my friends," he said calmly. "I was in the area and thought I heard someone scream." "That you did, my friend," Barleyman Witt said from behind his bar. Zechariah looked over to him, standing near the window behind the bar that looked out to the square. Zechariah walked across the room to him. Zechariah had known Barleyman since before he had built his home in the mound west of town. He had come into the Witt's Tavern when Barleyman's father, Frediger, was still alive, and even then young Barleyman was unable to spin a tale past what he had seen, though his father was a masterful storyteller. That fact failed to stop Barleyman from trying, however, when the opportunity arose. "What happened?" Zechariah asked. It sounded serious. "I've never seen anything like it, and I was sure to tell everyone here to stay in while it was going on," Barleyman said quickly. "Old Ben Thurman was leaving out of here about as drunk as a man can get, and sure as he had walked past old Haugens out there, something set upon him." "Something like what?" Zechariah asked quickly. Barleyman gazed away from him off to a corner of the ceiling, as Zechariah had often seen him do while he was thinking. Zechariah was afraid a poor attempt at embellishment was coming, but if the cause were what he feared, he would know it. "Well," Barleyman began dramatically, turning his head back to Zechariah, "it looked to me like some kind of monster out there in the form of a man. He picked up Ben like a sack of grain and tossed him against Haugens' feet. Then he bent over him and was doing something before Ben let out the awfulest scream you ever heard. Now, I'm not one to believe in such things, but to me, it was some kind of demon doing something downright unspeakable to him for him to scream like that. I never heard a man in all my days make that kind of sound." Zechariah nodded, completely serious. "What did this thing look like?" he asked. "He looked like a man," Barleyman replied, and he looked at the other men in the tavern for confirmation. Zechariah glanced at them, but they only shrugged. The windows of the tavern had their curtains drawn, so they would not have seen the square. "But," Barleyman continued, "sure as I stand before you, I swear he had glowing red eyes. He looked right at me, he did, and I know those eyes were shining back at me. Then he left so fast, I could almost say he had wings on him. Nobody moves that fast." Zechariah nodded thoughtfully. He knew what he was looking for, although it would not possess glowing eyes or wings. He cursed himself for not paying attention to the fields around him as he was running into Hauginstown. The rogue would not have gotten that far after the scream had Zechariah been watching for him. Now it was too late. The rogue could be anywhere in the time he had wasted in the tavern, but at the same time he would not have known for sure before he had talked to Barleyman. "Can I get you an ale while you're here, friend?" Barleyman asked him as casually as if nothing had happened. "Forgive me, Mr. Witt," Zechariah said with an uncomfortable smile. "I didn't bring anything to barter with." Barleyman scoffed and waved him off. "Never mind that," he said with a laugh. "I know you're good for it. Just bring a little extra when you come in next time." Zechariah gratefully accepted Barleyman's offer, since he was undoubtedly in for a long night, and he was uncertain whether he would find what he was looking for. Chapter 2. The Victim. Zechariah left the tavern only a few minutes after he had finished his drink. No one else had left yet, and they had expressed considerable concern at him doing so. He walked to the statue in the square and found evidence of a scuffle, fresh, heavy footprints and torn grass, but no sign of the attacker or his victim. He walked around the outside of town, checking in every opening he could find to see if the attacker had stowed himself and his victim into some crevasse long overlooked by the townspeople, but those areas were few, and those that were neglected were also empty. He had been over this area many times over the years. There were no new hiding places, and the old places remained empty. He knew the sun would be coming up soon, but its light was not yet showing over the horizon, so he still had time left. He searched his memory for anywhere within a short distance where a rogue could have quickly disappeared. Then he remembered the miller's windmill. They lived east of town, and ever since the owner had died, the place was abandoned. He had run across it while the millers were still there, and had conducted a thorough search of the grounds around it to see if there was anything hiding near them. A short distance to the east of their house, the land sloped steeply down a smooth hill that leveled out into open plains that stretched out for miles from there. There was nowhere for anyone to hide unless the rogue had taken his victim to the nearest town of Frenton, which was several miles away. Zechariah broke into a run across the distance to the mill. As he approached the door, it occurred to him that he still did not have his sword with him. He had no time to go back for it tonight, but he also had to find out if the rogue was hiding here, armed or not. He opened the door to the mill and walked in. A layer of dust that had not been disturbed in quite some time covered the inner workings of the mill. He carefully looked over the darkened floor for any evidence of recent activity, but nothing had disturbed this house for weeks at least. There was no one within its walls, so Zechariah could only assume that the rogue had gone to Frenton with his victim, since he would have been able to reach that town before sunrise, if he had left when Zechariah had first heard the scream. Zechariah walked out of the Miller house and strolled to the steep slope to the east. He stopped well before it sloped down, and gazed toward the far-off horizon across the bare, grassy plain, but no sign of tent or habitation had sprung up since the last time he had seen it. The barest hint of light was showing from the oncoming day, so he knew that his search this evening had ended. He turned back to his mound, which he knew he would just be able to reach before the sun actually came up over the horizon to threaten him. He ran full speed, passing to the south of Hauginstown, and enjoyed the rush of the wind across his face. He reached the short passageway in the side of his mound, which led to the door to his home just as the sun flashed over the ground behind him, lighting the world for another day that he could have no part of. His search was not complete, however. He would conduct another search first thing the next evening, and then head to Frenton to see what he could learn there. He would stay the day there if he had to, but he was determined to find this rogue and bring him to justice, hopefully before he could hurt too many of the human populace. When Zechariah emerged the following evening, he wore a dark ankle-length riding coat that covered his tunic and pants. He had a curved scabbard strapped to his back, and wore metal gauntlets on his wrists and ankles. This evening he was prepared to finish what he started last night. He would not be interacting with any of the people of Hauginstown, who were familiar with his unarmed appearance. He walked toward the town on its western side to begin his perimeter search again, just in case he had missed anything the previous night. Since it was early in the evening, he scanned the fields as he walked to check for movement. As he neared the houses on the west side of town, he heard voices. It was still early, so the townspeople would not be in bed, and there was likely no danger to them at this hour. He listened closely to the conversation, and it sounded like someone was being chastised for being out at night. It appeared that the local mayor had declared a ban on nightly activity. That was good. It would keep them safe until he was able to sort this out. In this instance, the breaking of the ban was not the only thing the older man was upset over. A young man had taken the man's daughter out alone at night. He sounded fairly angry about it, and Zechariah was sure he would feel the same way had he any children. When he heard the young man blurt out a request for the daughter's hand in marriage, Zechariah stopped listening. It was a private conversation that he had no business eavesdropping upon. He walked slowly around the western side of the town, checking the same areas he had gone over the previous evening to no avail. He had not expected to find anything, but he had to be thorough before he would consider leaving the town to fend for itself. Then, in an instant, he learned that he should have kept listening to that conversation. A scream broke the silence of the evening. He was too late. He ran around the northwest corner of town and passed quickly through a small grove of trees that grew there. He gazed across the short distance to where someone was leaning over the body of that young man, not much more than a boy, in the center of the grassy square. Whatever the father's answer to his proposal was, it no longer mattered. Zechariah narrowed his eyes, and he spotted the Neorof in the leaning person's hand. The existence of such a device could only mean one thing: Tepish. He sprang from hiding, charged across the square, and swiftly kicked the Tepish off his victim, throwing him into the side of the statue. The Tepish hit the ground, dropping the used Neorof in the grass, but quickly sprang back to his feet and shook off the attack. The Tepish looked at him, angry. Zechariah had an anger of his own, and spoke with a voice of firm authority and confidence, as if nothing anyone said had any business countering him. "I don't know who you are," he said, "but transmutating humans into Fempiror is a blatant violation of the Rastem code." It had been many years since he had instructed anyone of this, but the words were second nature to him. This was his lost life. The Tepish laughed. "The code is dead, old man, and your Rastem order will soon be dead too." "Leave this town, Maklek," he said, using an insult from his native Feledarusk tongue. "Or what?" the Tepish challenged. "Or you don't leave at all," Zechariah responded. The Tepish smiled. "Fine," he said, and moved towards his victim. Zechariah was not going to allow him to take the boy. As a Rastem, he had a responsibility to the recently transmutated, so he blocked the Tepish's path. "He stays," Zechariah said. "You have no claim on him," the Tepish replied. "Nor do you," Zechariah said. The Tepish drew a two-handed longsword from the scabbard at his side. Zechariah looked over the young Tepish briefly to assess the threat. His sword was simple in design, and looked like the Tepish order had issued it to him, so its user may or may not be familiar enough with its balance. He assumed that since the Tepish had drawn the sword, the order had at least trained him to use it. However, given his young appearance, it was unlikely that he would be a match for Zechariah. He might be older than he looks, but Zechariah was younger than this youth when he first picked up a sword, so his experience would be more than a match for this Tepish child. Zechariah reached into his scabbard and drew his own sword, fashioned by his own hand many, many years ago. Its thin design was reminiscent of the Japanese katana, complete with a longer-than-average hilt, which was very ornate in its appearance of crisscrossing tightly wound black and brown fabric. The blade was very thin with a slight curve to it. He had etched its surface with the letters of the Feledarusk language that spell out Rastem. Zechariah held his sword in a defensive stance. The Tepish attacked at once. Blow after blow flew forth at a blinding speed. Zechariah's style was deliberate and quick in every move, while the Tepish swung his sword wildly and seemed almost cocky in his delivery. Zechariah perceived that the order had trained their fighter passably, but this Tepish would be easy to defeat. He needed information first. Zechariah allowed a swing to come close to him as he easily ducked to avoid it. In return, he swung at the Tepish's feet, and the Tepish jumped up on the side of the statue and then flipped over Zechariah to land behind him. He took a swing, but Zechariah anticipated it and blocked it. Zechariah returned to defending the Tepish's simple onslaught and circled around him. With a series of quick blows, Zechariah backed the Tepish up against the statue and held him there, their swords crossed between them. The young Tepish struggled against Zechariah's strength, but to no avail. "Who are you?" Zechariah asked him again. The Tepish smiled. "A Redel Kutz of the Order of Tepish," he answered. Zechariah smirked. A lone Redel Kutz was not a part of the Tepish hierarchical structure. Perhaps this was little more than a lone warrior. "Tell me, Redel Kutz," Zechariah challenged, "where are your Felskreuz?" "If you are so wise to know the Felskreuz, old man," the Tepish replied, "then you should also know of the Redel Kurtz who find their own Felskreuz." Zechariah did not like this answer. He knew of these Redel Kurtz, the acquisition rank that had no subordinates but served the order to transmutate new recruits. It confirmed a suspicion he held for years. But he needed more. "Who is the Elrod Malnak?" he demanded. The Tepish laughed. "You'll never find out," he said, and with a move that surprised Zechariah, the Tepish ducked to one side, escaping Zechariah's grip. The Tepish continued to swing for Zechariah, but Zechariah remained faster than he did, and the Tepish was using all his energy too quickly. Zechariah was getting concerned that all of this might bring too much attention, and that he would be unable to get the Tepish's victim out of here before people finally did get curious enough about the noise they were making to gather some numbers together and investigate. The risk was too great. Zechariah finally attacked. With one swift move, he twirled the Tepish's weapon with his sword and threw it clean out of his hands off to one side before he ran his sword into the Tepish. The Tepish had a look of complete surprise on his face. He probably expected to fare better against Zechariah, but he was an amateur. Zechariah leaned in closely. "Again, who is the Elrod Malnak?" Zechariah asked. The Tepish laughed weakly. He spat blood into Zechariah's face. Zechariah was desperate for anything. "Who is your Kepenursk?" The Tepish only laughed again. He leaned in close to Zechariah. "The Tepish will live forever," he said weakly, before dying. Zechariah pulled his sword out of the Tepish, allowing him to drop dead to the ground. Zechariah removed a cloth from his pocket and wiped the blood from his sword before returning the sword to its scabbard on his back. He looked at the Tepish lying dead before him and shook his head. "What a waste," he thought, "to be so filled with hate that you are willing to throw your life away in such a fashion." He reached down, removed the Tepish's scabbard, and then walked to where the sword had landed on the ground nearby. He sheathed the sword and tied it to his waist. He walked to where the Tepish had dropped the Neoroth and found that during their fight they had crushed the device into the hard ground, shattering the glass and flattening the soft metal. It would never harm anyone again, and he doubted it would convince anyone of a Tepish attack. He decided to take it anyway, as it would be better to have it than not. He picked up the Neoroth remains, walked to the rogue, and knelt beside him. He searched the Tepish's body for any other indication of the Order's involvement, but other than the Neoroth satchel, this rogue could easily be a resident of the town. He removed the satchel along with its belt, wrapped it around his own waist next to the sword, and deposited the crushed Neoroth within it. He looked around briefly and saw candles lit behind some of the nearby house windows. He could just see the face of Barleyman Witt behind his window. He needed to leave. He also needed to dispose of the rogue's body, but he had to get the victim out of town as well. He had spent too much time here already. As he looked between the rogue and his victim, an idea occurred to him. The two were dressed similarly, and they were very nearly the same size. The victim would never be able to return, and if he left them a body, it would allow them to mourn their loss, as opposed to hoping that he might return someday. Zechariah thought quickly. He could not guarantee that the sun would rise and burn the body before someone found it. He also could not just burn the body in the square, as that would attract undue attention, and possibly set fire to the town if the wind blew the flames across the road. He also felt that allowing the people to find the remains in the square would lend an unfortunate air to the quiet area. He needed to leave the rogue just out of town to expose him to the sun in the morning before anyone would find him, but close enough for the residents to find him easily. He walked back to the Tepish's victim, knelt next to the boy, and removed his hat to see his face. So young, Zechariah thought. Another waste. He had a duty to perform now, and it had been a long time since he had done it. Along with his hat, Zechariah carefully picked up the boy who only moments before had asked for a young woman's hand in marriage, and laid him over his shoulder. He walked to the Tepish, gripped his body around the waist, and held him easily at his side. With a gentle but quick run, he took the road out of town and turned to the east. Within eyeshot of the rear of the businesses, he laid the tapish on the ground, his feet to the east, and opened his shirt, so that when the sun arose it would set his body on fire as it did so many before him. When the people of the town found him, they would easily mistake him for their lost son. It was not elegant, but they would be safe and have a body to grieve over. He turned to the west and broke into a run again to disappear with his unfortunate passenger into the darkened fields west of Hauginstown. Chapter 3. Hauginstown. David Taylor was a handsome, well-built young man with sharp blue eyes and short brown hair, and on this day he churned a shirt in a barrel of blue dye. It was boring, tedious work, and his father had only assigned him this duty because at the age of 17 he was the youngest of the 3 Taylor brothers. He hated it, but also understood the necessity of it. After all, it was his family's work to be purveyors of garments, and it was his duty to learn it. This is not to say that he was a master of the trade by any means. No, the privilege of learning the finest ins and outs of the tailoring business had gone to his oldest brother, James, who not only displayed mastery, but also shared ownership of the family business with his father, Jonathan. David and his other brother, Mark, could choose to continue working in Hauginstown or to take the family trade to another town to make their own lives. While David at least understood the business, Mark was, in David's opinion, completely incompetent at it and did not intend to leave Hauginstown to go anywhere. It was also David's opinion that Mark should be out here in the alley churning the dyeing shirt to allow David more experience in the shop. But, knowing Jonathan, this was not to be. The youngest always performed the menial tasks around the shop. That's just the way it was, and until James married and had children old enough to do this, it would be David's lot for as long as he remained. And David did not want to remain. His father had denied him the heart of the business for so long that there were times he no longer wanted to be a tailor. Unfortunately, clothing was all he knew anything about, but he still longed to see what lay outside of his little world of Hauginstown. As he slowly churned the shirt in its barrel, his mind wandered to the unknown places he had never been, the places he longed to see. Stories he had heard of the rest of the world came solely from the more learned and traveled men of the town when they returned from these other places, with tales of music they compared to the singing of angels, of buildings that looked like monuments to the gods, and of books they had been privileged to read in great libraries. David had never been anywhere, not even to the mountains west of town, and he could only read a tape measure and drawings of patterns. In his position, nothing else was required. He sighed as he snapped from his faraway thoughts and gazed around him. The alley was about the most ordinary place in the world. The walls of the stores were unfinished wooden brown, the ground was dirt and also brown. The barrel was brown, the stick was brown, the doors were brown, and the fence with the gate leading out of the alley to the town square was brown. Could one be in a browner world, he wondered. The only points of color were the water, which maintained its brilliant blue, the clothesline that possessed a rainbow of colors from the dyes that had seeped into it, and the washing kettle at the back of the alley, which was a deep black and not really a color. Even David provided no source of color as he wore brown breeches, off-white wool stockings, and an almost white shirt that was tinged with, of course, brown. His waistcoat and hat rested on a hook on the outside wall of the shop, placed there by David for days such as this, not wanting to risk ruining those items with the dye. He was sent to the alley after Mr. Franklin had decided the new shirt his father had finished for him only last week needed to be blue, after he had returned from one of his travels with a supply of Prussian blue dye for Jonathan Taylor. His father had tried to talk him into a new shirt, since dyeing a finished shirt would not yield the same high-quality results as dyeing new fabric, but Mr. Franklin insisted, so they would do their part. David had been sewing, another job for a tailor's table monkey, when his father had told him to head out and fire up the large kettle that they washed the fabric in prior to dyeing it. While the shirt was in the hot water, he had carefully mixed the Prussian blue dye in the barrel they always used for dyeing in preparation for the shirt to receive its deep blue color. After the shirt was in the barrel, he continually and carefully stirred it around with the stick that had been whittled down to a very soft end, so it would not damage the fabric, to ensure that the dye would soak through the fabric evenly. He glanced at the shadows in the alley and guessed that it had been nearly enough time for the dye to soak in. Soon he would remove it from the barrel and dry it on the rainbow-colored line before washing it in the kettle again, but this time in cold water. He closed his eyes again and tried to listen to the voices of the faces he was unable to see outside the alley where the world was a little greener. He wondered why they had a fence anyway. No one steals anything in Hauginstown. If he could see out, at least he would have a green view of the town square. "Good afternoon, Mr. Taylor," a familiar voice sounded over the fence. He heard his father respond from inside the shop, and a moment later Abraham Barber opened the gate and entered the alley. Abraham was only a few months younger than David, and being cousins, David's mother was Abraham's father's sister. The two were inseparable friends. Abraham had a hard, chiseled face, far removed from David's softer appearance, with dark blue eyes and reddish hair that often hung over his ears, an irony given that his father was the town's barber. His clothes were the same style as almost everyone else in Hauginstown, since the Taylor family made the majority of the town's clothing. He wore brown breeches, light stockings, a simple white wool shirt, a brown waistcoat, and a wide-brimmed hat. Simple elegance, his father called it. As they knew each other so well, David knew exactly what Abraham had come to talk about. The town had no secrets, and the tavern keeper's tale of the attack on Ben Thurman from the previous night was nearing legendary status already. What could throw a man around the town square, force an otherworldly scream from him, and then carry him off before anyone could respond? Still, David would have to play along for a while to appease his friend, and to see if anything new had come out. "Good afternoon, Abraham," David said, unable to help the boredom coming through his voice. "Did you hear about last night?" Abraham asked right away. He is not wasting any time, David thought to himself. "Which version?" he asked. "What have you heard?" David had been in the alley for a couple of hours. It was all anyone talked about, and he had heard wafting stories of all kinds, everything from an unknown wanderer attacking Ben to God himself striking Ben down for his drunken ways. David was certain that if anyone would know what really happened by now, it would be Abraham. He also knew that Abraham would have sorted through the stories, so David would get about as close to the truth as he could. "I know he didn't come home," David answered. "Did they find him yet?" "They're not going to," Abraham replied. "I heard he was attacked." "Says who?" David asked. "Says the keeper at the Wits End Tavern," said Abraham. "He says that old Ben had had too much to drink last night, and was stumbling home when—" "I hear that happens every night," David interrupted. He knew the interruption would rile Abraham into telling even more, and Abraham really disliked David's interjections of blunt fact into his stories. "You know," David continued, "one time we found him all the way out by the old miller's place east of town, half dead of thirst after 2 days. David was actually one of the people to find Ben on that occasion, though only Abraham would know why he had been there at the time. The miller's place was an old, long-abandoned windmill that passers-by used primarily as a landmark near town, as well as a temporary shelter in the wide-open European landscape. "Let me finish, David. This is different," Abraham said. "Mr. Witt said he was attacked by a creature with glowing red eyes and wings and—" "A what?" David laughed. He found this to be beyond ridiculous, but Abraham continued with the tale, ignoring David's interjection. "It chased him around the town square, picked him up and threw him like a rag doll before this thing leaned over him at the end. Mr. Witt thinks it was drinking his blood." "You can't be serious," David said, chuckling. "The mayor's declared no one should be out after dark, just in case," Abraham finished. David shook his head in total dismay at the foolishness of the whole situation. "I think all of you are drunk off the tavern keeper's wares to believe in that nonsense," he said. "But after last night?" Abraham asked. David laughed. "Last night, Ben probably upset someone, and they took out their rage on him," he said. "What about this thing throwing him around the square?" Abraham challenged, unconvinced. "Who knows?" David said with a shrug. "Only Witt saw it, and Lord knows what he'd been drinking." "Mr. Witt is not known for making up stories, you know," Abraham reminded him. David nodded. Abraham was right. Barleyman Witt was not a man who was even capable of spinning a yarn, much less make up something this far-fetched. He was known to exaggerate, and there was no doubt that Ben was missing. David was convinced that Witt had seen something last night, but a flying devil with wings and glowing eyes was out of the question. He looked back at Abraham and started to say something else, but he noticed Abraham was staring at the barrel. "What are you doing?" Abraham asked. David raised the churning stick out of the dark water to show Abraham his very wet lump of fabric. Despite their lifelong friendship, Abraham never seemed to grasp what David did. David never had any problem with this, as he never grasped what Abraham and his family did either. "What is that?" Abraham asked him, looking at the dripping mass at the end of David's stick. "It's Mr. Franklin's," David explained. "All the menial work still falls to me, so I am out here dyeing the shirt. Washed it in the kettle before that. I'll be drying it here in a moment." David lowered the shirt back into the barrel and continued to churn it. Abraham watched it for a moment before the door on the side of the shop opened. Jonathan Taylor, a large, middle-aged man with a kind, nurturing face and trimmed mustache and beard, stepped into the alley and walked over to David carrying a white wool shirt. "How's that shirt coming along?" Jonathan asked. David dutifully raised the shirt again without a word. Although he disliked the work, he took pride in it. Careful not to touch it, Jonathan inspected the dyed shirt. He nodded. "Excellent," he said. "Give it some time to dry, and then wash the excess dye out. In the meantime, you can start on this one." David's shoulders sank. "Another one?" he asked incredulously. "Also Mr. Franklin's," Jonathan explained, handing David the shirt. David took it dutifully. "How long am I going to be out here today? I wanted to help inside," David said. "David," Jonathan began. David knew that tone of voice. Jonathan had used it many, many times, usually when David was complaining about something. The life of a tailor is not always easy. Sometimes the simplest jobs are the longest and the most important. "But how long?" David insisted. "Dry this one, and while it's drying you can start washing the new one," his father replied. "Hopefully you'll get them both done today." David opened his mouth to say something more, but his father's no-nonsense look kept him quiet. Mr. Franklin wanted them today. David nodded and looked back at the barrel in defeat. "Yes, sir," was all David could manage. Jonathan turned back to the door but paused and looked at David. "Go ahead and take a break while that one dries and the water heats," he said. 5 minutes should be plenty." David nodded. "Thank you, sir," he said. David raised the shirt up over the line, carefully avoiding the drips. He had become rather good at transferring wet fabric from the barrel to the line, though he normally removed his shirt for this. Jonathan looked at it for a moment, and then back to David. "Don't forget to turn it when you get back to dry the other side," he said. "And get that fire going again so the water's warmed as well." David nodded again. "Yes, sir," he said, and walked to the tinder box sitting next to the kettle to work on restarting the fire he had put out just after he had placed the shirt in the dye barrel. Jonathan's middle son, Mark, who was 21 and looked like a gangly version of Jonathan but with his clothes in perpetual disarray, stuck his head out the door into the alley. "Father, Mr. Diddle gained weight since we measured him, and now his pants don't fit," Mark whined. David looked up from his tinder and rolled his eyes. He knew exactly how to correct this particular problem, but somehow Mark never seemed to grasp it, so their father always helped him through it. David was sure that when their father could no longer work in the shop, James would continue to help Mark through his shortcomings. "That's what family does," his father would have said. "I'll be right there," Jonathan told Mark. He turned back to David. 5 minutes after you get that fire going," he said, and then walked into the shop, closing the door behind him. David stared after him without a smile. He looked back to Abraham, who smirked and apparently enjoyed the entire exchange. David had told him many times about his frustrations, and Abraham's rather cruel enjoyment of it never sat well with David. David rekindled the fire under the now cooling water in the kettle. He stood, pulled the churning stick from the barrel, and held it before him like a sword. "You know," David said, "there are days when I'd just like to, With that, he swung the stick like a sword in a narrow figure-8 pattern in front of and behind him, twisting himself around the alley and narrowly missing the clothesline, the hanging shirt, the walls of the shops, and the barrel. Abraham took a step back, his mouth opening in disbelief. David released his mock sword, and it plopped harmlessly into the barrel. Abraham stared at him. "You do that much?" he asked. "I spend a lot of time in this alley," David replied, retrieving his waistcoat and hat from the hook. "Let's go." Chapter 4. Friends. Abraham walked with David on the well-maintained dirt road that circled around the square plot of grass in the center of town that contained the statue of Gerald Haugens. The town was alive with people walking between the shops and their homes. Abraham loved it and could not see his life or his future any differently. He knew where he was and where he was going, unlike David, who seemed to be abysmally disappointed. In fact, Abraham noticed, David was still staring at the ground, lost in his own little world of never-ending disappointment. Abraham shook his head, wondering how someone with so much going for him could be so down on it all. He could take no more of it. "If you don't stop brooding, cousin," he said, "I'll put you out of your misery." "You know I hate this," David sighed. "Is this still the tailor thing?" Abraham asked, knowing the answer already. "What do you think?" David asked. "Do you even know what you want anymore?" Abraham asked in return. "One day you want nothing to do with it, and the next you're wishing that your father would focus some energy on you instead of Mark and James." David began, but he stopped and shrugged. "I don't know," he said finally. "Do you ever feel like you're just not made for something, no matter how hard you try?" Abraham shook his head resolutely. He knew what he was made for, and the life his father had laid out for him was everything that he wanted. "My profession," Abraham said, and he definitely meant his profession, "is a combination of old alchemy and modern hairstyling. Cut their hair and keep them alive, my father says. Hardly boring." And he meant that, although he much preferred the mixing of the chemical ingredients to make the various medicines that his father's shop provided to the ailing over their more common task of cutting people's hair. But one must take the good with the bad, the boring with the interesting. And it was the lot of a barber to handle those types of needs. "So you're satisfied?" David asked. "I would say so," Abraham said, nodding. "It's not as if we're going to see the world or anything." He looked at David, who shrugged. "We might," David said. Abraham shook his head. Did David really think they would go somewhere else? Create some other life? The people who had founded Hauginstown were trying to get away from the wars and conflicts that continued unceasingly in the world. They had never experienced any of it because they were so far away from everything else. No one in modern Hauginstown even knew what country would claim them, since boundaries continue to change so often, or so his father had told him of the world. They could acknowledge that they were in Europe, but as to a country they did not care. The affairs of the world were of no concern to them, and they preferred to keep their distance from everyone else. The nearest town Abraham had heard of was Frenton, but he had never been there. Others had moved there to start their own businesses away from their older siblings who had taken over the local family business. He feared this would be David's destiny, and it scared him. The very thought of leaving this peaceful town to see a warlike world was a thought that Abraham could not even begin to fathom. "Sure," Abraham said, acknowledging David's supposed hopefulness. "If you're not a tailor here, you'll be a tailor somewhere else. You'll settle down with your little wife and stay in the same little town your whole little life. Just like I will. Just like our families have. Just like everyone else in this town," David said quickly. "I know. I need to swallow my pride or something." It sounded as if David was reciting the words, and sure, it was something they had talked about before. Far too often for Abraham's taste. He needed to change the subject. As they continued walking their circle around the town square, Abraham glanced around and noticed a girl behind them carrying a large ball of yarn. He smiled as he saw her walking very quickly toward them, passing several older women who regarded her with disapproval as she held her dress off the ground with one hand and sped across the town square. She was also 17, with a bright, energetic face, long brown hair, deep brown eyes, and a smile to die for. If anyone could change the subject effectively, she could. She was dressed in a simple blue and white dress with a white cap, both of which she had made herself under the tutelage of David's mother. Every time she joined them, Abraham's heart fluttered just a little. Abraham looked at David. "Well," Abraham said, "at least you know who you're going to end up with." David looked up in surprise. "What?" "Good day, you two," the girl said as she caught up to them. "Good afternoon, Beth," Abraham greeted her. "Hey, Beth," David said. "David, Abraham, what are you two doing?" she asked. Here it was, the opportunity Abraham wanted. If anyone would get David back to reality, it would be Elizabeth Carpenter. "Oh, you know," Abraham said, "just brooding over a dull future." Of course, Abraham did not believe his future was dull, but it evoked the response from Beth that he wanted. The three of them had been friends their entire lives, a known trio in Hauginstown, where one was rarely seen without the other two. Like Abraham, Beth held her future as exceptionally hopeful, and she looked forward to the very life that David was brooding over. "Dull," she said incredulously. "Come on, life is out there. What could possibly be dull about it?" "Well, this isn't so much me as you're intended here," Abraham informed her. Beth's eyes grew wide. "Abraham, hush," she said in a whisper. David gave him a dirty look that also requested silence on this particular topic. Abraham was well aware of their desire to keep their courtship secret, but he also felt that David needed at least to acknowledge how lucky he was to have Beth at his side. He knew that if he were in David's position, he would never be unhappy again. "David's got you," Abraham said to Beth, "and I have Mary Dillinger, the singular biggest eyesore in this godforsaken town. If I ever had one reason to get out of here—" Not that he intended to go anywhere, and Mary Dillinger was fairly attractive in her own right. Her family moved into Hauginstown within the last 15 years, so most people considered them outsiders. But his father had befriended hers, and she was only a few years younger than he was. By the time he would be self-sufficient in his father's trade, she would be of age, and they would be encouraged to marry. "Abraham, you know better than to—" Beth began, pulling Abraham out of his thoughts. "I know you're trying to avoid public scrutiny," Abraham interrupted her, "but don't you think people will figure it out?" "Not as long as certain people keep their mouths closed about it," David finally said out of his silence. "This gossip-laden town does not need to know about us yet." "They'll figure it out," Abraham insisted. "How?" David asked. "We've been friends forever, and you'd be as big a suspect as I would. Besides, we're well known as a threesome right now." "And that's the way it will stay until we're ready as well," Beth added. Wait a minute, Abraham thought. Did she really just say that? Surely Beth did not believe that their lives would change as a group. After all, if Mary Dillinger came into his life, he would never think of leaving his friends of so many years. "I know life will go on," Abraham said, "but we're not going to break up the threesome, are we?" Beth smiled at him, looking a bit sad. Or was it condescending? Abraham was unable to decipher her, but a nervous flutter rattled his stomach, telling him that he was bound to dislike whatever she was going to say. "Be realistic, Abraham," she said. "We're friends forever, but life will make a twosome someday." Abraham stopped in his tracks. No, he did not like what she had said, but there it was. It was hard enough that David was going to have Beth, but knowing that once they ended up together, they would leave him behind made it all the worse. What is friends forever if they leave him? Is that what his friendship means to them? Abraham shook his head away from these thoughts. He was just overthinking it all because he was afraid of David and Beth leaving him alone someday. Going to Frenton, perhaps. He ran to catch back up to them. David and Beth were staring at each other, talking quietly. They stopped as Abraham reached them, and David turned to him. "Well, I do need to be getting back," David said. Abraham looked back to his father's barber's shop to find his father standing in front of it, looking at him. "Me too, by the looks of it," Abraham said. "Very well. See you later, Abraham," David said as he and Beth walked together back towards the alley. Abraham nodded, knowing they had left him alone. "Right," he said, watching them go. "I'll see you later." Beth turned to him with a smile and a wave. "Bye," she said, and then turned back forward, walking with David until they disappeared into the alley. David closed the gate behind them. Abraham sighed. He had no feelings for this married Dillinger that lay in his future because there was a lot of truth in what David had said. Abraham could be suspected as much as David in having Beth's heart. In truth, his heart had been with her since before she and David had privately declared their love for each other. He tried not to give it too much thought, however, since it would only lead him back to wondering how David was better than him. What was it about David that led Beth to him instead of Abraham? He shook his head and tried to clear these negative thoughts before returning to the barber shop. He turned back to his waiting father, his mind still reeling from how quickly they had gone from 3 kids who were always found together to a couple with an extra person. David and Beth had been extraordinarily discreet, however, and when they met, Abraham was usually there as well. It was their desire for everyone to see the 3 of them together before David and Beth left him and went somewhere else alone. They left it to Abraham to cover for them when they went, whether he wanted to or not. It was only a matter of time before they disappeared entirely, and left him alone with nothing to keep him company but his father's shop and an endless supply of needy people. Every time they disappeared, Abraham felt as if they took his heart with them. Beth finally had David alone. They were locked in a tight embrace behind the fence blocking the alley beside the tailor's store from the rest of the world, and she never wanted the moment to end. If they had announced their intentions for each other to the town, moments like this would never come. The entire town would scrutinize their every movement to ensure that young love didn't run away with itself. But if love didn't run, why bother with it? When the embrace broke, she looked into the eyes of the friend she had come to love over the years. How long had it been since she had first given her heart over to him? Long before she ever admitted it on her 15th birthday in this very place. She remembered the nervousness of that moment as she had timidly told him that she was very fond of him, and how he had shared those feelings. However, these past 2 years had been some of the most difficult for them as they had struggled to keep their love a secret after having seen how parents reacted to other couples in town once they made their intentions for each other known. They had told Abraham, and he seemed happy enough for them, though it took a few moments for the shock to wear off. He had also been good to both of them, as he continually covered for their movements when the 3 of them had been spending time together before her and David suddenly and inexplicably disappeared. It saddened her to consider that she and David might be using Abraham, and she wondered how long their friendship could possibly continue once she and David were actually married. What would become of the trio when 2 of them had become one? Naturally, they would all be lifelong friends, but everything would be different. She and David would want to spend time alone together, and they would not have the time they did now to include him. "I've been waiting all day for that," David said, interrupting her personal reverie. She smiled at him, taking in his face again. "Me too," she said. David looked down at her ball of uncolored wool yarn. "What's this for?" he asked. She laughed. That ball of yarn had taken her the better part of a week to spin on a spinning wheel that belonged to David's mother, Mary Taylor, who also served as the mantua-maker for the women of the town, a task that Mrs. Taylor was only too happy to teach to her. Beth also felt that someday she would join David's mother as the next Mrs. Taylor to be the next mantua-maker, since she was learning the art quickly and had even made her own dress and cap. She had been over at his house while he was at his father's shop almost every day working on her yarn from the wool she had gathered from the sheep at the Shepherd family's farm north of town. "I've been working on a blanket for 2 for whenever we get married," she said. "When that day finally comes, it should be done." "Sounds good," David said with a broad smile. He was always so encouraging of her notions of married life. It only further served to fuel her excitement of an engagement, hopefully sooner than later. "I can't wait until we're able to tell the world about us," she said, almost dancing in his arms, "just to be able to show them how we feel about each other." "We will," David said, "but now is not the time." She pouted. While she wanted the engagement, she was also unwilling to lose these little rendezvous with him. Between the public announcement and wedding, everyone would hardly allow them to talk privately without someone else close by watching them. "Can you come out tonight?" she asked him. "There's a ban on going out after dark," he reminded her. Besides, he added with a smile, it isn't entirely proper. Of course she knew this. She also knew he did not believe a word of the demon talk going on around town, and probably believed Ben was where they had stumbled on him the last time he came up missing. They were lucky in that no one had asked too many questions as to why David had suggested the old windmill as a possible location for Ben. She knew the truth, and it was nothing too complicated. As the windmill almost never had visitors, they tended to go there to be alone, and on that particular occasion they were not alone. They quickly returned to town, where she and David both went home immediately, and the next day, when everyone was discussing where to search for Ben, David had suggested the windmill as a place he might have ended up. She smiled as she remembered the cavalier way in which it had just come to him. "It's never stopped us before," she tossed back to him. David laughed and nodded. She leaned in close to him again. "I'll see you tonight, then?" They kissed again. She pulled him close to her and took in every part of him she could. It would be too long before they could be close again. The kiss broke, and she looked into his eyes. "Me and you, right?" he asked, as he often did. "For all eternity," she replied. "No matter what," he finished. It was their own parting greeting, and they had used it ever since it had come out at the end of a long day, and they were just barely out of earshot of their parents, and were unable to touch or use the normal "I love you" parting words without someone noticing them. To Beth, the words were sacred, and meant everything to her to hear him start it. She slowly backed away from him to the gate of the alley. With a final smile, she exited the alley back into the street. A quick look around showed that no one had so much as noticed them disappear, or were the least bit interested in a girl going into an alley alone with a boy. After all, they were David and Beth, the oldest of friends. A personal satisfaction at her secret still intact, she walked to her house, where she looked forward to another day and evening of knitting and preparing for the day that her parents thought was far off, and she knew was closer than anyone imagined. Chapter 5. Secret Rendezvous. David swept another round of dirt out of the shop and onto the ground outside the alley door. As with the shirt dyeing, a task he had finished only moments before Mr. Franklin returned, sweeping the store at the end of the workday was David's responsibility. He wiped the sweat from his brow and looked back into the shop. The tailor's shop was divided into two sections. The front half contained mirrors and chairs for his father and brothers to measure their customers and to make marks on the fabric they were going to cut, sew, and alter to the whims of these patrons. The back of the shop, separated from the front by a line of mirrors, contained tables and chairs for the actual work, as well as a few bolts of cloth made by David's mother and some of the other women of the town. He mused for a moment that Beth would probably join those ranks someday as well. Jonathan entered the back of the store and walked over to David. David figured he was probably going to receive a lecture over standing instead of sweeping. "Mr. Franklin was really pleased with your work today, son," Jonathan said. David was surprised, but then his father never held back on compliments and praise when they were due. "Thank you, father," David said with a smile. "However," Jonathan began. "Here it comes," thought David. "I found the dye to be rather uneven on the second shirt," Jonathan continued. "You rushed through the process too quickly. You should have known he would leave them here to dry fully. You need to pay attention to what you are doing and take your time when time is needed." "I'll be more careful," David assured him. "Good," Jonathan said. "People's clothes are their first impressions. It's important they be done right." David felt like he could recite these little sayings of his father even before his father could spout them out. Again. Mark emerged from the front of the store, a look of worry on his face. This was where his father's words were to go hypocritical. "Where did I go wrong on that waistline, father?" Mark asked. "It was 2 inches. Anyone can make a mistake," Jonathan assured him. "And that was it?" David was shocked. He was criticized over uneven dye, but Mark can ruin someone's clothes and get nothing more than a "don't worry"? "Isn't this the 3rd alteration he's done wrong?" David asked, as more of a reminder, he thought. "David, this is not your concern," Jonathan shot back angrily. Yes, sir, David said in defeat. Of course it isn't, he thought. It never is. It never will be. Now, finish sweeping the floor, Jonathan finished before leaving the back of the store. David sighed and continued sweeping. He wondered if, perhaps, his father would even miss him if he just disappeared. Several hours later, after closing the store and having dinner, Jonathan Taylor sat in a comfortable chair in the living room of his house, with a few sheets of parchment and a charcoal pencil in his lap. He sketched clothing ideas each evening as recreation after dinner, while his wife, Mary, cleaned up, and his sons wound down from the long day's work. His latest sketch was of a man in a pair of breeches and a shirt. This was often where he began before trying to make something more of the common theme of men's clothing. Naturally, he never made any of the alterations he had created over the years. People did not embrace change easily, and changing something as significant as someone's clothing was not something that he felt was his place to do. Changing it up as he sat in the privacy of his own home, however, furthered his appreciation of the simplicity of the original design, although he occasionally did find an easier way to make the old standard. His sons were being productive as well. 2 of them, anyway. His eldest, James, sewed a series of buttons on a dress Mary had nearly finished for one of the women in town. She had laid it aside to cook dinner, and James had offered to do some of the finishing work on it for her, which made his father proud. His middle child, Mark, was busy carving a wooden needle, something Mark had recognized that they were in short supply of earlier. Mark did try hard, but Jonathan wondered if he would ever fully understand their business, since frustration with Mark's work had begun wearing on the customers, as well as he and James. And then there was David. His youngest son sat idly on a chair and looked out the window. Jonathan worried about him. He seemed to be in a constant state of distraction, never focusing on his duties to the point of mastering them, but only barely getting by. Jonathan worried that perhaps he was not challenging the boy enough, but at 17 he should have enough focus to dye a simple shirt. Without complete mastery of the basics, how could he allow David to move on? Besides, with 2 other sons working the family business in a small town that needed more repairs than new garments, there was not enough work for 3 of them. This left David with the tasks that they did not have time to complete, and then anything Jonathan could give him to keep him busy. He would not have one of his sons look idle. He sighed and looked back to his sketch. He was pondering a way to make the same shirt and breeches combination they always had, but perhaps a way to use fewer stitches or less fabric, or even make their old shirts cooler in the summertime. He shook his head. "James, come here," he called out. James quietly put his needle down and walked over to Jonathan's chair. "Yes, sir," James said. "This design needs something, and I can't place it," Jonathan said. "Do you have any thoughts on maybe making it cooler?" James looked at the drawing Jonathan had done. James had an eye for design that Jonathan lacked, and James often impressed him with new variations that he had never considered. "What if you cut the sleeves off here?" James said, pointing at a point between the shoulder and elbow on the drawing on the right arm. "And here," he finished, pointing at the left side. Jonathan looked at the page, and then drew a line to make the shirt short-sleeved. Simple enough, he thought, but merely cutting the sleeves off had never occurred to him. "Short sleeves?" he asked his son. He looked at the page again. "Huh," he said, amused. "That's it. You're really starting to surpass me." He laughed, proud of his oldest son, and set to making this idea a reality on the page. Imagine what people would think about the Taylor family showing up with their lower arms cooled off in the summer. Everybody would want one. James returned to his buttons, and then Jonathan became aware of his youngest son standing next to his chair. He continued his work on the drawing. "Father," David said. Jonathan did not look up. He was certain whatever David wanted would benefit only David, and not the family or the business. "What is it, David?" Jonathan asked. "I was wondering," David said, "if it would be permissible for me to see Abraham and Beth tonight." Jonathan stopped. He lowered his parchment and looked David square in the face. He noticed that even Mark and James had stopped what they were doing to see this answer. He knew David was close to Abraham and Beth, and they spent a lot of time together. He also considered that it would be unlikely for them to have any problems in a group, but he could not set an unfavorable example of allowing his son to break the current mayoral restriction. "David," he said, "the mayor has banned all activity after dark until this business with Ben Thurman has been cleared up." David scoffed. "Surely you don't believe the unholy demon story," he challenged. Jonathan smiled. His family was well aware of his feelings about Barleyman Witt's version of what happened to Ben, and from a more personal standpoint, he felt that the people of the town were off their nut for lending the least amount of credibility to the tale. "Nonsense, as far as I'm concerned," Jonathan said truthfully, "but the mayor doesn't want to take any chances. The law is the law, and we follow it. Are we clear?" David looked into Jonathan's face for a while, as if expecting some other secret answer, but Jonathan was wholly aware of James and Mark also not breaking their glances. And as he said, the law is the law, so this answer could not change for any reason. Jonathan gave no indication that he would change his answer either. His face remained humorless and serious. Finally, David nodded, looking dejected. "Yes, sir," was all he said, before turning to the stairs. Jonathan watched his son, and wondered if he were really going straight to bed as he appeared, or if he would climb out his window, as Jonathan was well aware he had done before, though he never let his son know that he knew. He was young once too, and even suspected there was more to his son's life than David had ever said. With as much time as Elizabeth Carpenter had been spending with his wife lately on spinning and learning the mantua trade, he wondered if there was more between them than either was willing to admit. His wife appeared out of the kitchen in time to see David heading up the stairs. A warm feeling passed Jonathan's heart. Mary Taylor was a homely woman who looked average to everyone except him. She was the queen of his household, and although she looked tired after her long day, she was still more than radiant in his eyes. She loved this house, her family, and the life she had helped Jonathan make for them. He knew she was happy that Miss Carpenter had been willing to learn her trade, since they had no daughters to apprentice into it. "Are you going to bed already, David?" she asked. David paused on the stairs and looked back at her. "Forgive me, Mother, but I feel as if the day has worn me out," David said, a little too unconvincingly for Jonathan's taste. "Are you feeling all right?" she asked. David shrugged. "I'm just a little tired," he said. "I'll be fine tomorrow. With your permission, I do wish to rest." "Very well. Good night, David." "Good night, Mother." David turned back to climb the stairs. Jonathan felt he had better say something so David would know he is no fool to his son's movements. "If you are going to bed, then I'd best find you there when I come up later," he said. "Are we clear?" David looked back at him. Was that a hint of concern? "Yes, Father," David finally said, nodding. "Good night." "Good night, son," Jonathan said. David walked up the stairs, and Jonathan could hear his door close. Jonathan went back to his sketch before he noticed that his wife was at his arm. He put the parchment down and looked at her. He knew that look. She thought he knew something she did not. "What was all that about, husband?" she asked. "Don't worry about it," he replied, and went back to his sketching. She only stood there for a moment before walking away again. Jonathan truly hoped David would not do what he feared he would tonight. Regardless of Barleyman Witt's explanation of Ben Thurman's fate, Jonathan believed that something had happened, and he did not want the same to happen to his son. David opened the window of his room on the second story of the Taylor house. He looked down to the ground only about 8 feet below his window, a clean drop. He glanced back at the closed door of his room and the pillow he had placed in his bed to simulate someone under the covers. He knew it would not fool his father, but he hoped it would hold him off long enough for David to get back. David leaped out his window and landed softly on the ground. He had done this many times before, and so the leap was second nature to him. He glanced back to the house behind him to ensure no one had heard his escape before running off into the slowly dimming evening. He ran along the row of houses on the west side of town to a grove of trees just to the north and west of the town square. Here the trees grew very tightly together, and as the town had not reached into this part of the land, there was never a need to disturb them. Within the trees there was a small opening that David had discovered when he was younger. It opened up within the trees to an area about the size of an average bedroom. He and Beth often met here first, before making their way to more distant places, after they had found that they were so close to some of the houses on this side of town that the people in them could overhear their conversations when they talked at length. "Beth," David said in a whisper once he was in the small grove. "Beth, are you here yet?" In the dimming light, the grove had grown pitch black. It only gave them another reason to move elsewhere, since they were unwilling to light a candle within the brush here. "My love, you made it." Beth emerged from deep within the trees. It was so dark that she was invisible even as close as she was to him. She practically jumped into his arms, and their lips touched briefly but passionately. "Shall we go?" David asked. "Please," Beth replied, and they ran out of the trees and behind the row of shops and houses on the north side of the town towards the east. Their destination was the old mill, of course, and he hoped that Ben would not be there this time. In fact, he suspected that someone had gone out there already just to see if Ben did end up there, but it was hard to be sure. The town looked after its own, but many people also expected someone else to do that for them. Typically, someone else ended up being no one at all. They slowed to a brisk walk once they were out of the town proper, and looked to the mill only a few hundred yards ahead of them. Their hands clasped as they walked. David suspected what Beth was going to talk about when they got there. She had been pressing harder and harder for an end to the secrecy they had been keeping, and perhaps it had finally come to a head with her. The old windmill was a tall gray brick structure with a thatched roof and large props covered in tattered white cloth that still spun when the breeze hit them right. Mrs. Miller had left several years ago when Mr. Miller had died after falling from the top of the tower on the inside. While Mr. Miller had been a resident of Hauginstown for many years, he was the last of his family, and he had met Mrs. Miller while selling his extra wares in another town. After he died, Mrs. Miller had no one in Hauginstown, so she had taken their 2 children and gone to live with her family, leaving the mill to the elements. No one had ever had the desire to assume Mr. Miller's trade or live in the house where he had died, so it remained on the open fields for whoever happened to come by. David opened the door to the mill, which was never locked even when Mr. Miller was alive, and looked inside. Dust and cobwebs covered everything. Parts of the roof had fallen through, exposing the inside of the mill to the elements and the darkening night sky. The remaining light shone through the opening, more than sufficiently illuminating the inside of the structure. The mill wheel still moved slightly since the assembly was still attached to the outside prop. David and Beth closed the door behind them and stepped in quietly. A set of recent footprints marred the perfect dust cover, so David suspected someone had been out here recently. "Hello?" Beth called out. "Anyone here?" David added. They paused for a moment, listening to the sounds of the night echo in through the open roof. David smiled. Nothing. The mill was completely silent. He looked at Beth. "It looks like our secret is safe," he said. "Good," she said, "because we need to talk." David walked to the mill wheel, brushed the dust away, and sat down to listen. Beth paced for a few moments. It looked like she was trying to gather her thoughts together. "This is about us, isn't it?" David prompted. It was an obvious question. Why else would they have come all the way out here? Any other conversation could be had anywhere in town. Beth nodded finally. "At first, the secret was fun," she began, "and then necessary so we could see each other without being trailed by family." She stopped and looked at him. He could see the longing in her eyes. "But David, it's getting old," he finished for her. Even he was feeling this way lately. "We're both old enough to be married," she continued, "and no one would object. What are we waiting for?" "Well, before now it was the fear of being watched all the time like young couples tend to be," he said. "Of course, if anyone learned of this rendezvous, we'd be lashed either way." "If we get married, we'll be free to be together whenever we want," she said, "and the only thing we'll be watched for is grandchildren." David smiled and held out an arm. She sat in his lap, and he held her. He could tell she was worried about what he would say. Maybe she was afraid he felt they were not as ready as she thought they were, but Beth had been with him almost his entire life. There was no reason he could not hold her for the rest of it. In fact, the thought of not having her by his side did not even seem like an option. At 17, they were still younger than most people were when they got married, and it was even more unusual when the man was not considered a master of his trade. He could not establish how they would live, considering how little he was involved in the heart of the family business. He understood it well enough to move up, and if he was going to be married, it would change his status in the family enough that it might force his father to teach him the parts he was longing to learn. That is, if both of their fathers approved of the match. "Whenever you want to tell, I'm with you," he said. "Really?" she squealed with delight. She hugged him tightly and then jumped to her feet, pacing again, but excited this time. He watched her with rapt attention, enjoying her mood. "Well," she said rapidly, as if she had been planning this as well, "I think I'd want the wedding next spring, so I think probably in a couple weeks we could reveal ourselves and allow a natural courting period." Her pacing area widened across the floor of the mill. The rotten planks of the wooden floor creaked beneath her feet. David found it almost difficult to keep up with her. She moved toward an outside wall. "You would, of course, have to ask my father for his blessing, but that should be easy." Easy for you to say, he thought with a shiver at the idea of approaching the formidable Patrick Carpenter for something as precious as his daughter's hand. Beth never stopped for a second. "Then we could begin the actual planning process." But she was cut short. The wooden floor had rotted to the breaking point and collapsed under her. With a scream, she disappeared completely under the floor of the mill. "Beth!" David screamed. He was understandably panicked. He ran to the open space in the floor and looked down into a deep hole. "Beth!" he called again. A faint coughing issued from inside the hole. He knew he had to follow her down into wherever this led. He was not going to have the love of his life fend for herself in the bottom of this unknown pit. He stood up and looked around briefly for rope or anything he might use to get them back out of the hole once he jumped into it. But this mill had been used for its materials over and over again to the point that there was little left of something as universally usable as rope. He looked back down the hole. "Beth, I'm coming down," he shouted. He did not relish a drop into darkness, but he had to go after Beth. He lowered his feet into the hole and let go. Chapter 6. Transmutation. The sides of the hole were rough, and clearly the passage was not deliberate, but the result of a collapse into whatever had been done below. His head had barely passed below the level of the floor before he made a short drop into a large cave. He looked around quickly, his eyes adjusting to the lack of light. He could just make out the light shade of Beth's dress a short distance from him. He crawled to her. "Are you all right?" he asked breathlessly. He could barely make out her nod, but she seemed to be unhurt. His eyes continued to adjust to the dim lighting, and now he could see that she had gotten the brunt of the collapse. She was dirty from head to toe, her pretty dress caked with the dirt she had broken free during her fall. A look around the cave showed that the hole they had fallen through was indeed not an intended feature of the cave, and the mill was not too far above them. Only the coincidence of the floor giving way just above this passage created the collapse of the ceiling in the tunnel. A pile of dirt directly below the new opening served to show how much of the former ceiling they had loosened in their descents. What remained of the sunlight shone in through the cave's entrance several yards from where they had landed. As close as it was, that would mean that the cave began on the other side of the hill just past the mill. But he had been all over this part of the land, and never knew such a cave existed. "Where are we?" Beth finally said. David looked back to her and held out his hand. She took it and stood up. David gazed deep into the cave and saw that there was light further in. Somebody might be there. Since this cave had not been here his entire life, David was intensely curious as to who might be living here, and why. "Well, we can either go out," he said, pointing to the cave's exit, "or we can check out where that light is coming from." He pointed to the light source deep inside the cave. "I'm not sure I want to check out a strange light," Beth said, and her grip on his arm further solidified this stance. He could understand her fear in this. After all, something might have attacked Ben the previous night, so whoever attacked him might still be in this cave. But there was the matter of this demon nonsense that someone had to dispel. If they could establish that a person was back there, they could bring others out here to deal with it tomorrow. David considered whether they might just leave now and bring others out here tomorrow without checking it out at all. It was certainly the safer alternative, and he did not want Beth hurt. But his curiosity got the better of him, and he thought as long as they were careful, they should not run into any trouble. Besides, this is an open cave. Anyone with any sense could almost expect people to wander in. "It might help us figure out what happened to Ben," David tried to assure her. "People are going crazy over it." He looked at her for any kind of response. She just shrugged and nodded, but maintained her grip on his arm. They walked down the carved tunnel towards the artificial light source within until they reached a small round room carved out of the dirt. A crude wooden table sat in the center of the room with a lamp on it, providing the light source, though it only barely illuminated the outer edges of the room. Off to the right there was another room, though this one did not appear to have light in it. "It's someone's house," Beth whispered. "Beth, look at that lamp," David whispered. They looked closely at the lamp and found that there was no flame in it. There appeared to be a thin wire in the center of the lamp that was glowing bright enough to light the room. "There's no fire, but it glows," Beth marveled. David glanced around the room again, trying to see into the dark corners. On the ground, next to a far wall, he could see the form of a person apparently sleeping. He tapped Beth on the arm and pointed. "There's someone over there," David said. Immediately, Beth's grip on his arm strengthened, and her pull showed she was not at all interested in finding out who that might be. "David, let's get out of here, please," she whispered desperately. "I just want to know if it's Ben," David said. "Maybe we can stumble across him tomorrow and be heroes." She maintained her grip on his arm as he closed in on the sleeping form. Slowly he knelt beside the person and looked carefully at the face in the gloom. It was Ben Thurman. "Found you," said David. Ben looked no worse than he ever had. He was a bit more disheveled than usual, probably due to his being so far out of town, but he looked fine. Beth tugged on David's shirt again. He wondered why she was being such a coward about this. "Look at his neck," she said. David looked and saw 2 puncture wounds side by side. If something with unusually long teeth had bitten him, it would probably look like that. It set his mind wandering as to what was really out there. Beth probably had the right idea at this point. "They were right," she whimpered. "He was bitten by something. I'll bet it lives right here. What if it finds us?" David was already backing away from Ben's sleeping form. He was scared, but he did not want to upset Beth any further. "Don't worry," he said. "No one will find—" David stopped mid-sentence. He and Beth had turned around to walk out and saw a young man standing in front of them. David assumed he had come out of the room that they had passed when they entered. He was in his 20s by David's reckoning, with wild hair and eyes that looked like he had been living in the wilderness for years. His clothes were commonplace and looked much like what David and everyone else wore, the same shades of off-white and brown. The stranger also held a sword and scabbard at his side, as if protecting it, but unlike someone surprised by strangers in his house, he held a smirk on his face, as if he found this strangely amusing. The color drained from their faces as they looked upon this person whose house they had invaded, and who, despite his smaller build than Ben's, had apparently gotten the better of Ben last night. "I found you," was all the stranger said, before David and Beth screamed and ran as fast as they could out of the cave. Rufus watched with rapt amusement as the young couple ran out of his cave. He knew they had come looking for the one he had taken last night, but also wondered why they were out so late. It was his understanding that the town had declared an after-dark lockdown. He chuckled. Ben rolled over with a drunken lull to him and looked at Rufus. Rufus rolled his eyes. Somehow, this man still had enough alcohol in his system to be hung over, and he wondered if the old man would even be worth taking back to his superiors. "What's going on?" Ben asked, trying to prop himself up. "Oh, shut up, you old fool," Rufus scowled. Ben lay down and rolled back over. Rufus looked back after the couple that had just run away. The sun had gone down, and he was free to go out again. There was a chance he could catch one of them before they disappeared inside for the night. David and Beth ran steadily all the way back into town until they reached Beth's house, a simple white two-story structure shaped like a box with a roof. They stood on the porch, panting, and looked behind them. "Do you think he followed us?" Beth asked. David scanned the town behind them. Beth's house was set back behind a row of houses on the southwest side of town that could look directly into the town square, but from that vantage point, nothing had stirred behind them. The door slammed open behind them. The pair screamed and jumped back. They looked up into the face of a large, balding man with a frown on his no-nonsense face and a huge build to back it up. He glared angrily at both of them, and they shrank back accordingly. "Outside at night alone with a young man? Young lady, you'd better have an explanation," the man shouted. Beth's father, Patrick Carpenter, was one of the largest men in town with a legendary temper, and tonight his temper was more than justified. David feared him, which was another reason he had delayed requesting Beth's hand, but tonight he needed to tell what he had seen. "Sir, we found Ben Thurman," he said frantically. "He had marks on his neck." David placed 2 fingers on his neck in the approximate location of Ben's puncture wounds. David looked into Patrick's face and found that Patrick's expression had not changed. In fact, he seemed to be rather unsympathetic to the entire ordeal. "David," Patrick began cynically, "while this discovery is a commendable feat, there is currently a law against being outside at night." Patrick's voice had risen to a shout while he spoke. "But," Beth began, but her father cut her off. David's mind searched for something to say. "Not another word," Patrick continued, his voice continuing to boil over in anger. "This situation is highly improper, and I've half a mind to—" "Sir, I'd like to marry your daughter," David spouted. Maybe that was not the phrase he intended, but Patrick's angry tirade stopped dead in its tracks. Patrick's eyes and mouth opened very wide as his gaze centered on David's face. Beth stared at David, her own expression a mixture of shock and pleasure through the dirt that still rested on her face. David wondered blankly if Patrick would just kill him now and never tell anyone about the incident at all. Patrick's mouth closed and his eyes narrowed. David was frozen. Patrick nodded, and maybe some of that anger had melted away, but David could not be sure. Patrick's moods were a little hard to decipher. "Beth," Patrick said with an eerie calmness, "go inside the house and wash. We'll discuss your part in this in a moment." Beth lowered her head in a nod and complied without another word to either one of them. David watched her go, but then noticed Patrick's glare had returned. David's eyes were locked like a victim to a serpent. Patrick appeared to be gathering his thoughts, and likely they would be much more under control than David's random outburst of desire for his daughter. Not the best sort of thing to say after being out alone with her illegally at night, he thought. "Your declaration changes little," Patrick finally said. "I will be discussing all of this with your father tomorrow, and I would recommend he find out from you before he finds out from me." David nodded. "Yes, sir," he said. He expected that he would do well just to walk in through the front door when he returned instead of crawling back through the window as he usually did. "And if you expect me to allow you to marry my daughter, Mr. Taylor," Patrick began. Oh no, David thought. Here it comes. Had he completely ruined his chances with Beth? Would Patrick use this situation to take all hope of Beth's hand from him forever? "I expect you to follow the rules," Patrick continued. "I will not have a son-in-law who breaks the law." Patrick softened. "Now go home. It sounds like you've already learned how dangerous it can be." "Yes, sir," David said. Patrick closed the door behind him. David stood alone for a moment on the front porch of the Carpenter house. He heaved a sigh of relief. For the moment, it seemed that he might still have a chance with Beth, and her father would undoubtedly bring all this up when he spoke with his father tomorrow. They would be in a heap of trouble for being out late together, and probably just as much for keeping their apparent courtship a secret, since that was bound to come up at some point. But it no longer mattered. It was out in the open. Finally. With a spring in his step, David jumped off the porch and walked across the town square towards his house on the west side of town. He gazed at the stars overhead looking down upon him. He loved the night. Everything was so peaceful and quiet, not like the insanity of the daytime. He breathed in the cool night air. With an exhale, he looked forward again, and then stopped dead in his tracks. The wild young man stood directly in front of him, watching him with that same amused expression he had had earlier. "Who?" David stuttered. "Who are you?" "You are a curious little chap, aren't you?" the man said. "First you invade my home, then I get questions. Who are you?" "David Taylor," David stammered. "Well, David Taylor, I'm Rufus, a special emissary to Hauginstown from the Order of Tapish," Rufus finished with a flourish. David only stared. The Order of what? He felt rooted to the ground. Rufus approached him until he was standing right next to David. He leaned down as if to tell David something very special. "I'm here to reward your curiosity with eternal servitude to the Elrod Malnak of the Order of Tapish, in order to combat the Rastem insurrectionists," Rufus continued. David looked at him, thoroughly confused. He had no idea what anything that Rufus had just told him meant, much less the words he used. He barely had any time to process this when Rufus knocked him to the ground. Rufus pulled something out of a satchel on his belt. Moonlight glinted off its shiny surface. David had never seen anything like it before, and he could not even begin to imagine what it did. Then Rufus stabbed its dual prongs into David's neck, and David realized numbly that this was what created the wounds on Ben. Rufus leaned down close to him. "Welcome to the family," he said. Burning. The fire spread from the puncture wounds in David's neck rapidly through his body. It was as if the very blood in his veins had been set on fire from the inside out. Tears welled up in David's eyes uncontrollably as the sensation spread down his arms and legs, right out to his fingers and toes. He hyperventilated. The burning reached his head, and he convulsed on the ground. Was that laughing? David struggled to open his eyes and look through the tears. Rufus, the maniac who had done this to him, was laughing. He was enjoying what he had done. David's eyes snapped shut as the searing pain traveled into the center of his body. He felt like flames would break free of his skin at any moment. The pain was intense. Was this the end of him? Was his life going to end now on the verge of what was going to be the beginning of his life with Beth? His body would not be able to endure this much longer. He regretted going out tonight. He was sorry he had gone into the cave, and he was going to pay for his sins with his life. He searched for any sound, any cry that could escape his mouth to plead for the help that he knew would not come. This is what had happened to Ben, and this Rufus was the demon that had leaned over him. Ben had experienced this last night, and no one came to help him. It would not matter what David did. No help would come. Everyone would abandon him as they had been. Was old Wit watching now? What would become of him? Ben had not died. Where would Rufus take him? The questions raced through his head in seconds as the flames took hold of his heart. The pain felt like it had suddenly exploded beyond reason and beyond comprehension. David found his voice. He breathed in 2 lungs full of air and more of a gasp as the pain held him firm in its grasp. The last thing David heard was a scream like he had never heard from him or anyone else in his life. It broke free from his lungs and echoed across the night. Tears streamed as he heard it, and still knew that he was lost. Then everything went black. The pain was gone. Chapter 7. Underground. David's joints ached. He groaned as he tried to move his limbs. Everything was sore like he had fallen asleep in an unnatural position. He did not feel like opening his eyes yet. The nightmare remained so vivid that he just needed to sleep it off. No, wait, he never got back home. Maybe he never left. Maybe he did go to bed last night and dreamt the whole thing. That was it. After all, none of it was possible anyway. That would mean he would have to apologize to Beth for leaving her all alone last night. He wondered how long she must have waited for him to show up, but he never did. She would be upset. David groaned and rolled over, pulling the covers up around him. Wait a minute, he thought. The bed didn't feel right. The bedclothes didn't feel right either. He thought hard, still refusing to open his eyes, fearing that everything he had seen. He tried to sort out what would prove this to him one way or another before he opened his eyes to face whatever was out there. He remembered going with Beth to the old mill. She had fallen through the floor. They were in a cave where they found Ben. He did not smell dirt right now, so he figured he probably was not in a cave. They ran home where he made an idiot of himself in front of her father. He was not afraid to admit that. He walked across the square when it occurred to him. He knew that there was something tangible he could use to prove to himself that it really happened. He knew that what he would be looking for would not be there. He bent his arm and touched his collarbone. Slowly he ran his hand back along his neck to feel for... His heart dropped. There they were. It was impossible but also undeniable. He could feel them. 2 scabbed wounds. With a gasp, David sat up. He looked around the room. It was plain, with a combination of wooden and dirt walls, a bed, a nightstand with a lamp, a single door, and no windows. David looked back at the lamp. He leaned in close to find that the light within it was just like the light in the lamp he had seen in the cave with Beth. He hyperventilated as the fear and realization of the situation came upon him. Where was he? What was he doing here? The door opened, and an old man stood in the doorway. He was dressed all in black in a style that David had never seen. The fabric was well worn, but made extremely well so that whatever its age, it looked good. Looking to the man's face, David could see some years lay on him, but despite the man's apparent age, he looked like someone who could not be reckoned with. David panicked and moved away from him, falling off the bed. Not missing a beat, David stood and moved into a corner of the room. "Who are you? Where am I? What do you want with me?" David said, still shrinking into the corner away from the man in the doorway. The man did not move towards him, but only put up his hands. "My name is Zechariah," he said. "Just relax. I'm here to help you." "What did you do to me?" David demanded, still not moving from his corner. "Last night, you were injected with a serum that altered your physiology," Zechariah explained. "You are now a Fempiror." "A what?" David had never heard this word before either. It sounded like vampire, but after the slew of words thrown at him last night by the other person, this Zechariah was spewing strange words as well. How would he make sense of it all? Would he even need to? This seemed about as unlikely as Barleyman Witt's demon story. "Vampire?" David asked with his best guess. "Fempiror," Zechariah said again. One word descended from the other. "The serum does give us characteristics similar to the vampire of mythology, but you will find the Fempiror quite different from the myth you know." "I'll die before I drink anyone's blood," David said. He still had trouble believing it, but he had to say it. "And no one expects you to drink anyone's blood," Zechariah assured him. David relaxed a little. "Oh," was all he managed. He felt a little foolish jumping to such a conclusion. "I think you'll find that a lot of mythology is simply that," Zechariah continued. "As of now, you are no longer human, so you will have to adjust to a new style of life." Wait, what? This made no sense. How could he be no longer human? He felt the same as he had before. Despite the burning sensation he experienced last night, he felt no different today. If he was different somehow, he would figure it out and deal with it later. "When can I go home?" he asked. "You can't," Zechariah replied curtly. David was confused. "Why not?" he asked. "It's a violation of the Rastem code," Zechariah replied. "Also, the human world lives in the sunlight, and that will kill you." David just stared at Zechariah. It was one thing for him to wake up in a strange place with a strange person who tells him he is no longer human, but this stranger not allowing him to go home was a little too much. If something happened to him, he needed to tell his family what happened. And even if this code will not allow him to stay, this man should at least allow him to say goodbye. None of this made any sense to him. I don't... He began to say understand, but the words failed him. He sighed and looked at the floor, his mind continuing to reel from all this. "What is your name?" Zechariah asked. David just realized the question never came up, but then he had been controlling the conversation, and he had not given Zechariah the chance to ask. "David Taylor," he answered. "I know this is hard, David," Zechariah said, sounding very reassuring again. David scoffed. If he knew, then he should allow David to go home. Zechariah continued, "You won't like me for this part, but I am a Rastem, and the code commands that I protect you. I will not allow you to hurt yourself or anyone else, so don't try to leave. Trust me on this." David shrugged. He wants me to trust him, David thought sarcastically. David felt kidnapped, and this old man wants his trust. If he went home, he would not hurt anyone. "Get some rest," Zechariah said. "We have a long night ahead of us." With that, Zechariah left David alone with his thoughts. David wondered what he meant by having a long night ahead of them. Of course, he was supposedly a night dweller at this point, or so the old man said, but how does he know? His family and friends should be safe for him, right? He was suddenly uncertain. After all, nobody came to protect him last night. Rufus attacked him. David even screamed, and yet this old man was able to take him away from town. And unless Zechariah fought his way out, no one stopped him at all. David realized he was alone. He was missing just like Ben was, but wherever this was, it was not the cave where he had found Ben. Was this old man Rufus' associate? Was this where Rufus took his victims eventually? He had to get out of here, but he knew he had to wait until the old man would not be watching. But would that time come? He had no idea where he was, nor would he know the way out once he got past the door. He did not even know if the townspeople would accept him once he got there. Were they even worried? He did not know. He sat back down on the bed and considered all of these things over and over. Could he get out? Was it worth going home? What if the old man was right? He stared at the floor and closed his eyes. A tear crept out and fell to the floor. David was not sure how much time had passed before he tried to leave. He quietly opened the door to his room and looked out. Outside his room appeared to be the heart of the house. A large, modestly furnished single room served as a living area with the kitchen and dining areas on the far side of it. Along the walls on one side were 2 more doors and a hallway that led away from him near the dining area. The same type of light that was in his room lit this larger room, except that these lights were on the walls in the form of sconces. David approached one of them, looking at it closely, wondering again how it worked, since there was no fire within it. He noticed lines on the wall behind it leading from one light to another, which connected to a button of some kind on the wall, and then along the floor and back down the hallway. He glanced back into his room, and found a similar line entering the room at the floor level, that went around his room to the lamp on the nightstand. Although he was very curious about this, he had also noticed that the large room was empty, so this might be his chance to get out of here. On the wall opposite the other doors was a single door with a latch on the inside. He assumed that was the exit. He crept out of his room, not bothering to close the door behind him. He walked softly across the room, his eyes fixed on the door that was the only thing standing between freedom and captivity. He reached for the door and slowly unlatched it. He pulled on the handle and light from the outside streamed in. The light reminded him that he had left his hat in the bedroom, but he knew he had no time to get it now. He had to leave while he had the chance. Suddenly, a hand bolted from behind and grabbed his wrist before he could fully open the door. David turned angrily to find Zechariah standing behind him. "You're not leaving, are you, David?" Zechariah asked. "I'm going home. You can't hold me here," David insisted. Zechariah nodded. "True," he said. "I can't. But if you go out there right now, you'll die." "I don't believe you," David shot back. "Really?" Zechariah said. Zechariah swung the door open. David looked out across a wide-open field, the sun shining across it. He wanted to run across it as fast as he could to get away from this lunatic, but Zechariah still held his wrist, and David was unable to break that iron grip. The door to this house was set back about 5 yards from a sort of cave-like exit. David could see grass on the sides of the opening, and the short passage leading to the door was well maintained and smooth. It still looked like dirt, but it was fashioned to the point of being as smooth as marble. The sun was off to one side of the exit, so David knew that the opening was facing either north or south, but since he did not know the time of day, he could not be certain of the direction yet. He realized that this house was a hole in the ground, much like what was under the old mill, but more established. Zechariah took a step toward the opening. David paused. When the door opened, the outside air felt unnaturally hot. It was summer, but it was not so warm yesterday. To add to that, it should not be so warm in the back of an underground tunnel. Zechariah turned to him. "Are you coming?" he asked. David nodded and followed Zechariah the handful of steps it took to reach where the light was just hitting the end of the tunnel. Zechariah stopped him, took David's hand, and moved it toward the light. "This will sting," he warned, and thrust David's hand into the sunlight, carefully keeping his own hand out of the light. Unlike the slow and confusing burn from the previous evening, this pain hit David full on like touching a pot that had been on the fire all day. It shot through him in a flash, and he howled in pain as the flesh on the back of his hand quickly turned red. The sun had burned him before, but this was happening 100 times faster. Zechariah released David's hand, and David dropped to the ground, cradling his hand to his belly. He glared angrily at Zechariah from the soft ground. Zechariah appeared unmoved. "Hate me if you want, but remember," Zechariah warned, "I could have let you leave." He walked back into his house and held the door open, waiting for David. David looked out into the sunlit field and then back down at his hand, which had the faintest trails of steam wisping off it. He stumbled to his feet and walked back inside. Zechariah closed the door. David held his hand out, examining the blisters growing on his deeply reddened skin, not only on the back of his hand, but under his nails, and even down the sides of his fingers. He closed his eyes and held his hand to his belly again. "Why?" he asked, truly perplexed. Zechariah walked to a chair in his living area. David watched him, but did not move. "I've seen men burst into flames running out into the sunlight when they couldn't take the darkness any more," Zechariah said. "I don't know why it harms us. It just does." "So we can't go out during the day at all?" David asked. "Sunlight," Zechariah clarified. "If there are clouds, you can go out. In fact, we have cloaks to cover us during the day if we need to move during that time. It's the sun specifically that hurts us." "What else will hurt me?" David asked. "Garlic, white oak, and I hope you're not fond of orange juice," Zechariah finished with a smirk. David scoffed, remembering what else he had heard about vampires. Except for the orange juice, something he had never heard of, this was all sounding very familiar, but very unbelievable. However, the proof was in his hand, or rather on the back of it. "Does that mean I'm immortal too?" he asked, looking sidelong at Zechariah. Part of him really hoped this was true. If he lived forever, he could go back for Beth, and they could still be happy together. There was a chance. "No," Zechariah said. "We can be killed in exactly the same ways as everyone else. We seem immortal to humanity because we live so much longer than they do." "Why?" David asked. He felt like he was asking a lot of questions, but Zechariah seemed more than willing to answer them. Besides, what else could he do? "Something about having a lower body temperature," Zechariah explained with a shrug. "I've never been clear on what that has to do with aging, but to give you an idea, when I was changed, I was your age, or not much older." David stared at him. They live longer, and this old man looked very old. "How old are you?" he asked, picking the obvious question. Zechariah looked at him without a trace of humor in his face. 410, he said. David's mouth dropped open in surprise. Was he serious? David could see that he was quite serious. 410? There was no way he could be that old. David looked away from him and tried to let this sink in. "So what else is different?" David asked. "You said I'm not human. What does that mean?" "Humanity lives during the daylight hours," Zechariah explained. "They are warm, live about 60 years. On average, they'll lift up to 100 pounds and could run from the town to the mill in about 10 minutes. You, on the other hand, are cold. You noticed how warm it was outside, yet it is no warmer than it was yesterday. One of your townsfolk would feel hot to your touch, and you would feel freezing to them. From your age, you could live at least 500 more years. You could easily lift that stove over there." Zechariah pointed to an old black iron stove that looked like it would take 4 or 5 men to move. "And," Zechariah continued, "you could make the run from town to the mill in a couple minutes at the most. You already know what sunlight does to you." David nodded. The evidence was in his hand. He just stared at it, the rest of Zechariah's words spinning around in his head. Strength, speed, long life, but a prohibition on going home. It was like a dream wrapped in a nightmare. Zechariah stood. "Please get some rest," he advised. "We have to go to Erim, the central Fempiror city. I need to talk to the council, and it's a long trip." David shook his head. "I don't understand," he said. "I don't expect you to," Zechariah replied. "We leave just after sunset." Zechariah remained standing where he was. David knew he had no choice but to go along with Zechariah wherever it caused him to end up. He turned back to the room he had awakened in not so long ago. The door stood open just as he had left it. He walked slowly into the room and closed the door. He looked at his hand again. It was all so impossible. How could some kind of serum have changed him into something that Zechariah refers to as no longer human? What else was out there for him to find out about? They were going to a Fempiror city. That meant there were more of them. A lot more of them. Enough to warrant a city and some kind of council. And who was this Zechariah? How did he fit into all of this? How did he relate to the Fempiror that changed him? He lay down on the bed and closed his eyes. He hoped that maybe it was all a really bad dream, and the next time he woke up, he would be back in his own room, ready to take the punishment for sneaking out to be with Beth. He thought about Beth, and what would happen to her if all this was real. Would she be able to move on with her life? Would she try to find him? Or would she, like the rest of the town had last night, abandon him forever? Zechariah watched as David closed the door. He was sure that at the very least the boy would not try leaving during the day. So many questions, and he knew that there would be many more before the first few days were done with. There was a lot to know about this life, and based on their first conversation, David Taylor was going to be difficult. The only thing that would make this more difficult would be his having someone special in his life that he would have to leave behind. Those were always harder. He turned from David's room and walked toward the short hallway past his kitchen that separated a small room from the rest of his house. He had a lot on his mind, more than just David. It was more or less what David represented in his world. He was not changed by some rogue in the middle of nowhere. He was changed by a tapish with the acquisition rank of Redel Kurtz. Where there was one of those, there were more, and that meant trouble. He entered the room that contained a seat on the floor in front of a wooden pedestal in the center of the room. A plain Christian cross rested on top of the pedestal, which was positioned in the room beneath a hole in the ceiling that allowed the sun to shine directly upon it at certain times of the day, but not on the seat. Zechariah entered the room and knelt with both knees on the seat. He folded his hands and bowed his head. "Father in heaven, please be with this child through this difficult time in his new life. And Lord, help us all if the tapish have truly returned." Abraham sat on the front bench of the town hall with his father and mother on his right. On his left were Jonathan and Mary Taylor, along with David's brothers James and Mark. On the bench across the center aisle were Beth Carpenter and her family. Behind him, the hall was full. Everyone in town had shown up for this, and for good reason. He looked to the small stage at the front of the hall. Gerald Hoggins IV was a plump little man with a round face and a body to match. He was overdressed for the town, wearing an expensive suit that the Taylor family certainly did not make, as one could not even find the materials in this part of the country. He stood up and waddled to the lectern in the center of the stage. While the mayor was typically known for his jolly nature, today he looked positively downcast, along with many of the townsfolk. A glance to David's mother showed her face tear-stained and blotched from crying since this morning. Beth did not look much better. "Friends and neighbors," Mayor Hoggins began. 2 days ago, Ben Thurman disappeared. Most people attributed the disappearance to Ben's demeanor. We all know he has disappeared before. Many of the townsfolk nodded at this. The mayor continued. However, last night a greater tragedy occurred. David Taylor, the youngest son of Jonathan Taylor, never returned home. David's mother choked back a wail and buried her face in Jonathan's shirt. He put his hand reassuringly around her. Abraham had been trying not to cry. The reminder forced him to choke back his emotions and take a few deep breaths. He glanced quickly at his parents. His mother had been crying, of course. After all, David was his cousin, their nephew. The mayor looked out over the audience. He appeared to be having trouble with the next part of his speech. "This morning, just east of the Taylor family business, we found the—" And the mayor broke off for a moment. He took a deep breath. Abraham had heard what they'd found, and the very thought forced him to stifle back the tears again. The mayor continued. "Charred. Remains of a person. Based on the size of the remains, we can only surmise that these are the remains of David Taylor." Finally, Mary lifted her head and wailed. Jonathan held her tightly in his arms, and she dropped her head back into his shirt. Abraham looked at Beth, who was actively crying and leaning on her father, Patrick. Even his stern face had a softened look today as he comforted his daughter. "The last person to see David alive," the mayor continued, "was Miss Elizabeth Carpenter. Despite the impropriety implied in David and Beth being out together, the people of the town forewent any comments or indication of their opinions. The mayor continued. Her parents indicated that she and David had discovered Ben Thurman in a cave by the old Miller place. Mr. Tibbets had gone out to this cave with some men earlier. Mr. Tibbets, would you please relay the results of that discovery? Yes, Mayor Hoggins. Everyone turned to find Mr. Tibbets, a skinny man in his 40s at the back of the hall leaning against the wall. He looked unhappy with what he had to do recently, and really looked like he would rather be somewhere else. Generally, Tibbets could be found hunting or fishing far outside of town, and he only came into town to sell the meat of his catches to the local grocer, who sold them in town immediately. There was usually a very high demand for Tibbets' wares. Tibbets stepped away from the wall and barely made eye contact with the mayor as he spoke. We went out to the area described by Miss Carpenter and found a cave where we discovered more charred remains we believe may have been Ben Thurman. In the cave we found a small area that looked lived in, and there was a broken lantern on the floor. Thurman may have knocked it over in a struggle. The mayor nodded. He looked back out to the crowd that turned back to him. Friends and neighbors, while some rumors of demons and vampires may be about, we can be certain that there is danger in Hauginstown at night. I must reiterate, do not go out after dark until we are sure this matter is resolved. During the day, travel in pairs at a minimum. The mayor took another deep breath. Funerals for our departed brethren will be tomorrow afternoon. God be with you all through this difficult time. He stepped back from the lectern and sat down, where he removed a handkerchief from his pocket and wiped his face. Abraham looked over to where Beth was sitting. The people were all standing and leaving at this point, so it was difficult to see her. He stood up and saw her father and mother leading her out. He hoped to see her soon to find out what they saw out there last night. For now, though, he knew he would be going home. Perhaps tomorrow. Chapter 8. Fempiror Origins. David reclined on his bed, his hands behind his head and his eyes closed. He was not asleep, but he had little else to do but lie down and relax. His mind formulated plans to escape from Zechariah after dark and return home. There must be a way to get out of here before Zechariah came to... The door opened. David opened his eyes to see Zechariah standing in the doorway, dressed as before, but now with a long dark riding coat, a sword strapped to his back, and metal gauntlets on his wrists and ankles. David rolled his eyes and closed them again. "Are you ready?" Zechariah asked. "No," David scoffed. "What do you need?" David sat up and looked directly into Zechariah's impossibly blue eyes. "I need for you to let me go home," David insisted. "We've already covered this," Zechariah said without a trace of humor. "They would understand," David said. "David," Zechariah said, "I became a Fempiror by choice almost 400 years ago for a country that no longer exists. When I came home, my family and clan rejected me, and they knew what I was. Our government explained everything to them, but they still didn't accept me. I know how regular people react to our condition." "But you're out here among regular people," David pointed out. Zechariah nodded. "You're not permanently prohibited from being around humanity," he explained. "Like I said, it is our mission to protect them, but you must be properly trained and conditioned before you can be permitted to be around them. I can train you in time, and we can even do some of it within sight of your hometown, but you just can't go back there. You have to know how to handle yourself as a Fempiror around humanity first, and that will take time. You will find when you learn enough that returning home isn't something that you should do. Please trust me on this for now. I can help you, but tonight we have another mission that's been waiting a long time to fulfill." David looked at him for a moment, and then something occurred to him. Zechariah had said something about protecting him, and he was apparently somewhere nearby when this happened. "Why didn't you stop my change?" he asked. "I was too late," Zechariah sighed. The old man turned silently to the button that the lines on the wall had led to and pressed it. Instantly, the light in his room went out. Only the light from the main room served to pierce the darkness that followed. David was shocked. He jumped off the bed, grabbed his hat, and followed Zechariah into the other room. "How did you do that?" David asked, truly very curious. It was the first time since he had arrived that he actually felt sincerely interested in something. What just happened was, in his opinion, impossible, but there had been a lot of impossibility in his life over the last day. "The light button," Zechariah replied as if it were nothing. "Light button?" David repeated incredulously. "You just push a button and—" "David, one of the first things you'll notice about Fempiror society is that centuries of peace and a long lifespan have allowed our people to create things that humanity doesn't have." "Like the lights," David clarified. Zechariah nodded. "We are night dwellers, and not by choice," he said, "so the first thing we created was some kind of light source that didn't require fire. It took about 30 or 40 years before they got it worked out, but that's 30 or 40 years of the same people working on the same basic idea. They were able to create it, refine it, and perfect it themselves without having to teach another generation. What you see here is 300 years of further refinement." "How does it work?" David asked. In the back of his head, he also wondered what the other things were that Zechariah was talking about. "We don't have a lot of time, but since almost everything you'll encounter with us revolves around this one source of power," Zechariah said, gesturing for David to follow him to one of the other 2 doors in the main room. Curious, David willingly followed Zechariah into a room constructed exactly like his bedroom, but in the center of the room was a near-perfect circular pool of water with what he could only describe as lightning flashing under the surface. Zechariah pressed a light button in this room, and David could see larger lines, similar to those in his room, leading out of the pool and through the walls into the other parts of the house. A tube led in from the outside wall to just over the surface of the pool. He knelt down to the water and watched it, mesmerized by the intermittent flashes. He guessed the pool was about 3 feet deep, but halfway down was something turning within a ring that went around the circumference. He noticed that the flashes occurred at the points that these circling arms made contact with that outer ring. David reached out to touch the water. "I wouldn't do that," Zechariah warned. David jerked back his hand and looked at Zechariah pensively. He looked back at the water. What is it? He asked. It's called a churning pool, Zechariah explained. This supplies the power to the lights in my house. The buttons in the various rooms allow me to control whether or not the power reaches the lights. The tube you see there deposits rainwater into the pool to keep it full, and there are drains at the top to keep it from overflowing. Over many, many years of development, we have perfected this to the point that you'll find it powering everything in the world you're a part of now. Everything? David asked. What else is there? You'll find out, Zechariah said, finally giving him a genuine smile. Come on. He held the door to his churning pool room open for David to exit, and once David left the room, Zechariah turned off the light. David stood back as Zechariah strolled across the main room, pressed its light button, and the lights extinguished. Even after the brief lesson on how it all worked, David still stood in wonder of the sudden darkness without fear of fire or smoke as Zechariah left the house. David, come on, Zechariah called out. David took a few cautious steps toward the door before steeling himself into entering the new world he had ahead of him. He closed the door behind him and walked through the short tunnel into the night air. He was finally able to look around for a moment at the landscape, which he did recognize despite the darkness. He turned to see where he had spent the last day, and saw a large, unassuming mound behind him covered in grass. He noticed Zechariah was walking to a smaller mound next to the main house mound, both of which blended into the landscape perfectly. Zechariah's house faced north, and he could see Hauginstown off to the east quite some distance, so Zechariah's house was nowhere near the old mill and the cave with the other Fempiror, which was further east of the town itself. He had probably seen this mound 1,000 times in his life, and never thought for a moment that someone lived in it. Zechariah, David said, still gazing at Hauginstown, how long have you lived here? Zechariah thought for a moment and played with his fingers to reckon the time. I guess it's been about 25 years, he said, and chuckled. I imagine that means I've been here longer than you have. David scoffed. It actually did. He looked at Zechariah, who gestured to David to come to him. David walked to the other mound and stood beside Zechariah. Zechariah had a sort of devious look on his face, as if he were about to do something terribly clever. What are you, David began, but Zechariah held up a finger to shush him. Patience, watch, was all he said in reply. He felt along the face of the mound until he found a hole, and then pressed his hand into it. A small click sounded, and then Zechariah pulled up on the side of the mound, which opened very easily to reveal a small storage space. Sitting inside the mound was what appeared to be a wagon or cart of some kind, but it looked unlike any cart David had ever seen before. The exterior looked like the typical box design, but the seats for the driver and passenger were set down into the body of the cart a couple of feet from the front, and the inside of the front and rear were closed off for some reason. The rear had leather straps on top, which David assumed Zechariah used to tie things down so they would remain stable on the cart while it was moving. David had seen that sort of thing done before. He saw hinges set into the top of the closed-off areas of both the front and back, which no doubt allowed access to each of those compartments. But the oddest feature of this cart were a glass window just in front of the seat, no hitch for a horse, and even more surprising, no wheels. It sat on 4 very short legs that did little more than hold it about 6 inches off the ground. He could not begin to fathom why Zechariah was opening his little storage cave to find a wheelless wagon with no horse to pull it. What is it? David finally asked. Zechariah smiled. That is how we're going to get to Erim, he replied. David shook his head. He hoped Erim was close, since it appeared that they were not only going to be walking, but also dragging this wagon behind them. It did not sound like it would be a lot of fun. Maybe Zechariah was going to show David how much strength Fempiror possessed. David knelt down to look under the cart. Zechariah only watched him, still with an amused expression on his face. The underside held nothing of further interest except 4 circular protrusions about 6 inches in diameter, sticking out a couple of inches from the body, placed evenly on the 4 corners. Maybe they made it easier to push, he thought. He stood back up and noticed that the front side of the cart also had 2 of the circular protrusions. David began, how is this going to get us there? Zechariah reached inside the cart. He moved 4 levers that were set side by side, and David heard a faint sloshing noise, like water moving. With a click and a crackle, the cart began to hum. David took a step back as it lifted off the ground about 6 inches above the legs that had been holding it up. His jaw dropped in surprise. His words and thoughts failed him. This thing was not only beyond his imagination, but also completely beyond his comprehension. The cart floated. No part of it touched the ground. David's heart jumped in his chest and fear streamed through him. But it was not a fear that makes one run away. It was something different, almost exhilaration. It was as if he was suddenly excited to go on this journey, but scared to death to take it. His life flashed before his eyes in an instant upon seeing this machine that defied his upbringing and provincial lifestyle. In that moment, the part of him that desired something beyond the boundaries of the town he loved to hate came alive, while he also knew at that moment he could never truly return to what he was before. His hands shook as he took a careful step toward it, still resting on nothing inside the mound. Zechariah reached in and gently pulled the cart out of its resting place and into the moonlight of the open field. The back side of the cart had 2 more of the circular protrusions. David was breathing heavily and desperately trying to recover himself. He attempted to speak several times before a word finally came out. "How?" was what he managed, followed by, "What?" Zechariah smiled again. "Instead of weapons of war," he said very matter-of-factly, "we create efficiency. We have to. Since functioning in the daylight isn't possible for us, we need to get where we're going as quickly as possible." David still stared at it. "What is it?" he asked again. "Well, it's a levitating cart," Zechariah said, looking at it. "We just call it a levicart." Simple as that, David thought. Zechariah referred to it as a simple device he used, instead of the wonder it clearly was. "How does it work?" David asked. "Remember the churning pool?" Zechariah asked. David nodded. "Well," Zechariah continued, "each one of these devices," Zechariah tapped one of the circular protrusions on the front of the cart, "contains a miniature churning pool that powers a device that creates a field that pushes against the ground and also makes the cart go forward and backward." David just stared. None of this made any sense. "How?" he asked, but Zechariah held up a hand. "We have to reach Urufdiam by sunrise," Zechariah said, "and we have a lot to talk about on the way." "Urufdiam?" David said. "I thought we were going to Erim." Zechariah closed the side of the mound and then climbed into the right side of the levicart. He pulled a lever near his seat, and the short legs that the cart had been sitting on folded up into the bottom of it. "Get in," he told David. David climbed in and sat on Zechariah's left on the divided bench that served as the forward seat. David noticed that there was another bench behind them, which meant that this levicart would hold 4 people. There appeared to be room behind this second seat as well. Zechariah had a handful of levers, buttons, and switches directly in front of his seat, as well as a lever on either side of it, one of which divided their seats. "We are going to Erim," Zechariah said, "but it's too far to reach in a single night, especially a summer night. Urufdiam has a Rastem safe house that will accommodate us on our journey." "Safe house?" David asked. "Again," Zechariah sighed, "I will explain later. You'll want to remove your hat." He slowly eased forward on both of the levers alongside his seat. A low hum sounded from the back of the cart under the raised rear portion where the leather straps were. The levicart moved forward to the north, slowly at first, and when Zechariah pushed the levers further forward, their speed increased. The wind tried to catch David's hat, but David removed it and placed it on his lap. The wind whipped through his hair. Zechariah pushed the left lever further forward, causing the levicart to turn gently east. Once they were facing east, he pushed the right lever forward more while pulling the left back, which served to set them going straight, and they rapidly passed to the north of Hauginstown, followed quickly by the old mill, before they were traveling over the vast expanse of the European fields between Hauginstown and wherever Urufdiam was. They were moving faster than David had ever gone before, and once they were past the town, Zechariah pushed the levers even further forward, and the hum grew louder from the rear of the cart. They passed the scenery around them at an alarming rate. David put out his hand and felt the wind rush past his fingers. This was incredible. His heart raced again as he experienced the greatest thrill ride of his life. By the time he looked back at Zechariah, he had a huge smile on his face. Zechariah was watching him, amused by the change that had come over him. "So, is it not so bad after all?" Zechariah asked. David lost his smile and shrugged. He had forgotten about everything for the moment, but it all came back to him with one question. He was something else, not human, as Zechariah had said. He had failed in his attempt to leave this new life and return home, though part of him was very happy he was experiencing this. Yet he knew once the thrill wore off, he would be longing for home. Well, not exactly home. In actuality, if he could make a life from this, it would spare him the droll existence he lived with before. He could not be a tailor anymore. He would be unable to help in the alley with the shirt dyeing. He would be unable to help in the store because he could not get there in the daytime. He was actually free of what he was. But Zechariah would not let him return, which meant he would not see Beth anymore. And if he could keep any part of his life, that was all he wanted. He knew he would have to grow up and do something eventually, and he had been afraid he could not just follow in his father's and brother's footsteps. However, these restrictions would be his freedom, if only he could get back there. All he had to do was endure this old man and his trip. "You were going to explain," David reminded him. Zechariah nodded, looking away for a moment, staring into the darkness. "Where to begin?" he said. Fempiror means new warrior in an old language called Fletterusk that the Fempirors still use and that you will have to learn. The last thing David planned to do was get too involved in whatever this society was. He did not want to learn anything from them except who he is now and what he had to know, in their opinion, to get back home. He failed to hide this very well as a scoff slipped out, but a quick glance to Zechariah showed the old man too lost in his story to notice. It was 1385, and there was a war between the Fletterusk and our enemies, the Korelnish. We were losing. Now, the Fletterusk and Korelnish weren't always enemies. They were actually great families some 200 years before the war. They had moved away from their homelands and settled side by side. The families, which, as I said, were large to begin with, grew into hundreds until other people also settled in their rapidly expanding lands, and they established cities and towns. The individual homes of the founding fathers of each of the clans grew into mansions over the years as the population grew. Over those 200 years, they grew to the size of small nations, and they lived in peace with one another, remembering their old family friendships. Then the Fletterusk prince and the Korelnish princess disappeared. Our king accused the Korelnish of kidnapping, and the Korelnish king did the same. You see, by this time the countries had become very egocentric, and they would only allow their heirs to marry one of their own people. An intermarriage would, in their minds, dissolve each country and destroy their individual power over their people. So when the prince and princess first found each other, further contact was forbidden. It is widely believed that the two ran off together to be anonymously alone, but neither king would believe that their beloved heir would do such a thing, so until one side returned the other's child, war would be on the horizon. Obviously, as neither side had either child, neither would be able to return them, but neither side would listen to this either, as each believed the other was lying. "I hope that wasn't too confusing," Zechariah said, breaking from the story. "No, I understood," David said, shaking his head. Zechariah nodded and continued. So war erupted around 1375. It had ripped both nations apart for 10 years by the time I enrolled in the Fletterusk army in 1385. We were required to be a part of the army, since we were experiencing such heavy losses. It is likely that our country would have collapsed even if we did win, since the Korelnish were decimating us so completely. Our rulers had been trying to find a way to make the soldiers stronger and faster, to give us an advantage against the Korelnish, and they finally got in touch with a well-known alchemist in the Transylvanian voivodeship of the Kingdom of Hungary. "The where?" David asked. Zechariah thought for a moment. "I believe it's part of the Austrian monarchy now, which was nothing to speak of at the time," Zechariah explained. He looked at David, who still shrugged. David knew where Hauginstown was. He had never been anywhere else. Anyway, Zechariah continued, someone we only knew as Voivode Draculia, who was an alchemist as well as someone of import in his homeland, created this serum to become what we called Fempiror. Anyone who didn't take the serum was called Elpiror, or Old Warrior. We were all volunteers, though, since they weren't sure what it would do to us, or if they could fix us once it was all over. We all felt the pain you felt when we were changed. The serum worked perfectly, though. We were faster than anyone in the Korelnesh army was, and we had strength beyond our wildest dreams. We used our night restrictions to our advantage, and destroyed most of their encampments without any problems within a week. Our superior speed and strength meant that we could overtake them before they knew we were there, and we easily defeated anyone that drew weapons against us. We completely destroyed the Korelnesh within a month, and that's everything. Their soldiers, their towns, their entire country was laid waste by us. Zechariah looked down as if disturbed by the memory. He shrugged. I don't think of it much, he said. We let our power run away with us, and most of us regret how completely we wiped them out. And by completely, I mean the women and children too. There was not a single Korelnesh citizen left alive anywhere that we set upon. They are extinct. But at the same time it was war, and we did what we were designed to do. Zechariah sighed. After the war, Voivode had not yet perfected a cure to revert us to our former state, so we did the only thing we could do. We went home as Fempiror to rejoin our families and wait. Zechariah paused and looked at David. David was simply looking at him, listening. Or that was the plan. What went wrong? David asked. After all, going home was his plan, and as Zechariah pointed out before, the Philaterisk people were fully aware of their abilities and limitations. Our family and friends didn't understand our condition, he replied. David rather expected that answer given how adamantly Zechariah was against letting him go home. We frightened them. Some Fempiror were killed by people of their villages, some of them even by their own families who thought they were of satanic origin. Their favorite method, when they found out about the sunlight weakness, was to tie us to a post and wait for the sun to rise. After all, they reasoned, no child of God would be vulnerable to the sunlight that gives life to everything else. I remember hearing the screams of dying Fempiror as I escaped with others before they could come for us. We hid in caves, all huddled together until night fell and we could move again. Most of us weren't willing to fight against our own people, much less our own families. These were the people that we'd fought to protect and keep. These were the people we'd sacrificed our lives for. These were the people that the Korelnesh were made extinct for. We couldn't turn against them too, not after what we'd already done. But there were some that couldn't handle the darkness any longer, so they chose to gaze at the sun one last time, as it destroyed them. Zechariah's eyes held a great deal of sadness in the heavy memories of what amounted to his youth at this point. It must have been terrible indeed to be so vivid so long after. David noticed that it was getting lighter. The first rays of the sun were barely peeking over the distant horizon. It would still be some time before it was fully up, but it was coming, and they were not at Correbdom yet. He looked to Zechariah, who was looking off to the south. He steered the Levicart right, and David noticed a town not too far away. Is that Correbdom? David asked, hoping it would be, since he did not relish the idea of burning to a crisp in the morning light. Yes, Zechariah replied. I'll tell you more as we continue our journey. 400 years of history takes time to tell, and I'll only get through a small piece of it before this journey is over. David nodded. He knew there would have to be more, as references to Tepish and Rastem had not even come up in his story, but for now he was anxious to get inside somewhere because the sun was rising. He looked ahead to find the town of Correbdom closing in quickly. Chapter 9. Rastem Safe House. Correbdom was considerably larger than Hauginstown, with an apparent division between business and residential sections, as well as roads paved in stone. Zechariah steered the Levicart across the grass towards a larger road that led into town. "So do we just ride through town in this?" David asked, gesturing to the levicart. "No," Zechariah said. "We go where we can unnoticed." "Why?" David asked. "Why would you keep this a secret?" Zechariah stopped the levicart behind a building on the edge of town. He jumped out. David looked at him for a moment and did the same, leaving his hat on his seat. Zechariah opened a compartment at the rear of the cart and removed a pair of long, dark cloaks. He tossed one to David, which David caught. David looked at the cloak and back to Zechariah, who was putting the garment around his shoulders. The cloak fully covered Zechariah from head to toe when he pulled the hood up. He had put his arm through its very loose sleeves, which were so long that they covered his hands, and a pair of buttons served to keep it together in the front. Zechariah looked at David, who still only held the dark garment in his outstretched arm as if it disgusted him. "That's how we move in daylight, and unless you want to meet your end this morning, you'd best put it on," Zechariah urged. "You didn't answer," David said. "So you're going to kill yourself to force an answer from me?" Zechariah asked. David sighed and swung the cloak over his shoulders in the same manner that Zechariah had done. Zechariah removed a large cloth from the same compartment of the levicart. He tossed one side to David, and together they covered the vehicle in this cloth that hung so low that it dragged the ground, but gave the levicart the appearance of a wagon that they had covered for some reason. In the early morning hours, it was unlikely that anyone would give them a second glance. They walked to the road a short distance away while Zechariah pulled the levicart easily behind him. The town consisted of simple box-shaped houses, most finished in light shades of brown. It was not an ornate town by any means, but it was beyond the simplicity that was Hauginstown. David walked beside Zechariah, his hands well inside the cloak. "Well?" asked David. Zechariah sighed. "The Fempiror are their own race of people, and as I've told you, humanity hates us for what we appear to be." He glanced at David, whose look said that Zechariah had answered nothing. "I admit there's a measure of selfishness there. But at the same time, we've seen what humanity does with what it's given, and this would be no different. We developed this and everything else we have because of our longevity, which also affords us the wisdom to know how to use it wisely. Call it conceit or what have you, but if humanity wants this, then they can stop constantly developing and manufacturing larger and larger weapons of war and figure it out. Until they decide to stop killing each other, though, they'll never progress. We earned this, and they will have to do the same." David looked at Zechariah a moment longer, but he could think of no response to this. He did not know that much about the world, so there was no way he could compete with someone of Zechariah's age and knowledge. Zechariah looked from one building to the next. He appeared to be looking for something specific. David watched him for a moment before he finally had to speak up. "What are you looking for?" David asked. Zechariah kept his eyes on the buildings. "The Rastem safe house is marked in the Fletterusk language and writing," he said. "It looks like nonsense to most people nowadays." "What is this safe house anyway?" David asked. "Just a place to stay without odd looks for sleeping all day," Zechariah said, "and so I can get some information about the current state of Erim. Here we are." Zechariah pointed to a sign on the side of a building that looked much like the other buildings in town, including the windows. The sign had a series of unusual symbols that Zechariah understood, but David had never seen anything like them. "What does it say?" David asked. "Rastem feka usrasa," Zechariah replied. He looked at David, who looked confused. "Do I really need to translate it?" he asked. David shrugged. "Very well," Zechariah continued. "Where did I say we were going?" "Erim," David replied. "No, in Correbdom, David," Zechariah prodded. "A Rastem safe house," David recalled. Zechariah nodded. "Congratulations," he said. "You figured it out." David rolled his eyes. Zechariah walked around to the alley side of the building. He knocked on a well-worn spot on the wall, and after a couple of seconds, a door opened seemingly on its own that was large enough to accommodate the levicart. Zechariah walked in, followed closely by David and the cart. They entered a very large room with other covered vehicles sitting on the floor, as well as more of the lights, similar to those at Zechariah's house, hanging from the ceiling. David glanced back to the door and found there was someone sitting next to it, dressed in the same style day travel cloak that they wore, controlling its opening and closing. David noticed as the Fempiror was closing the door that there was a small shadowed peephole that allowed this door Fempiror to see outside. Zechariah directed the levicart to an open space near another vehicle, lowered its short legs, and turned it off. As it powered down, it sank slowly to rest on its legs. The low hum that David had long since tuned out stopped, and David noticed how quiet the room was without it. Zechariah removed the cover and stowed it along with his and David's day travel cloaks. David followed Zechariah, who strolled confidently across the room to go through a door that led into the rest of the safe house. They entered a sparsely decorated room with large wooden tables and chairs filling its open wooden floor. The same lighting system David had seen elsewhere lit the room, and he assumed this would be a trend with the Fempiror. The windows he had seen from the outside were covered on the inside, so that they fully blocked all sunlight from entering the room, and were therefore completely unusable as windows. Several Fempiror sat at the tables eating, drinking, and talking. Zechariah walked to a long bar-style counter adorning one side of the room. The Fempiror behind the bar appeared to be in his 50s, with a gray horseshoe of hair around his bald head, a bright, friendly face, and a large build. He looked up at Zechariah and smiled. "Well, I'll be," the man said. "Zechariah, what brings you out of, where was it? Hauginstown, right?" Zechariah reached the bar and leaned on it. "Heading to Erim," he said. "Same as always, Ildrich. I have more proof of the Tepish threat." Suddenly the discussion in the room around them grew deathly quiet, as if Zechariah had just said something awful. Everyone in the room looked to Zechariah, some subtle and some not. Ildrich, the man behind the bar, leaned down to Zechariah and dropped his voice. "Now listen here, Zechariah," he said. "They didn't listen 15 years ago when you came up with your reports of the threat, and 25 years ago they got you removed. They didn't believe you then, and they won't believe you now." "They have to listen, Ildrich," Zechariah insisted. "They must." Zechariah glanced around and noticed that all eyes were on him. No other conversation was going on in the entire place. David did not know what they were talking about, but he was interested as well. Ildrich motioned Zechariah to follow him to the far end of the bar, where they leaned in close to each other again. David moved closer to listen to them. "Tisila tefesprultesh vunrajav, kaki atlandi," Ildrich said. "Erim silnil havtisik." And David could not understand anything else they said either. "It is a hopeless venture, my friend," Ildrich said to Zechariah quietly in Phileterusk. "Erim is not what it was." Ildrich's decision to speak in Phileterusk recalled the old empire, but also served to exclude most of the company in the safe-house common room. Even though Zechariah had told David that he needed to learn Phileterusk, he knew that most Fempiror who did not grow up in that country would not know it as well as those who grew up speaking it. Ildrich looked younger than a lot of the old Fempiror, because he was not one of the original Fempiror at all, but one who was transmutated during the chaos that followed the victory over the Korelnesh. Zechariah remembered finding him before the sun could do its work one morning. Ildrich was only 12 at the time he was changed, but those few years would allow him to live much longer than Zechariah, if they were fortunate enough to die of old age. "I have to do it," Zechariah replied. "The Tepish must be exposed before they are allowed to take over." Zechariah glanced around the room. Ildrich's tactic worked. The room had gone back to their previous discussions. David stood near them, and Zechariah knew he would be unable to understand them at all. Ildrich nodded. "So be it," he said. "Whatever I say will not deter you. Erim is beyond anyone's reach now anyway. Most Rastem avoid it. Your suspicions may be true, but it may be too late already." Zechariah looked at Ildrich, concerned about how bad things had gotten. He had suspected the worst when he had heard of the edict out of Erim forbidding the use of the word Tepish. He knew the first thing he would do if he were going to take over would be to make everyone forget whatever it was they were supposed to be afraid of. "Discouraging," Zechariah finally said in the common speech of the land. David would understand them again. Ildrich dropped his cautious attitude and cheered right up as if nothing had happened. "A room?" he asked. "Please," Zechariah responded, following Ildrich's lead to cover their prior conversation. If Erim was really so bad off, then his mention of the Tepish in the safe house might find its way back to Erim as well. He hoped that the counsel he had left behind could still be trusted. Ildrich retrieved a key from a rack behind him. He handed it to Zechariah, but as Zechariah took a hold of it, Ildrich leaned forward again. He whispered, "Trust no one," quickly in Philetorisk before releasing the key and allowing Zechariah to head to his room. David followed him. "What was he telling you?" David asked quickly, but Zechariah was not going to answer him until they were in safer surroundings. Erim seemed more dangerous than it used to be, and he was to trust no one. What could that mean? Did he know something else? No, he would have said. Or maybe not. Many Fempiror did understand Philetorisk, so Ildrich saying as much as he did could be taking a substantial risk. Zechariah reached the door of their room and turned the key in the lock. David had not let it go yet and was still trying to get his attention. Zechariah needed to teach him some discretion at least. He held a finger up to silence David, and David was quiet as Zechariah opened the room door. He stepped in, and David followed. "Things may be worse than I feared," Zechariah said, closing and locking the door behind them. "Nevertheless, we must go to the council and pray to God that they still work for the people." "Who are these Tepish?" David asked. Zechariah had stalled on this part of his tale before, but David needed to know all of this to understand why Zechariah could not allow him to go home, and why being here was so important. He still doubted the boy's devotion, but that was also to be expected when he considered how young David was, as well as his being transmutated recently. While the memory of the destruction of the home and country he had worked to restore was painful, this one was worse, and represented an even greater failure. "They are an offshoot of the Rastem order that fought against the Korelnesh," Zechariah said. "In the beginning, they weren't evil. They were just angry, and we all understood that." The Fempiror of the war had two divisions, Rastem, which means wolf, and Alewo, which means owl. The Rastem were the larger of the divisions, since we were the foot soldiers of the Fempiror. We used swords as our primary weapon, and since we were stronger and faster than our enemies were, it was all we needed. We didn't even need shields most of the time, but we wore these gauntlets and greaves on our wrists and ankles to defend ourselves when our swords were occupied. We performed all the offensive maneuvers that destroyed the Korelnesh, but we couldn't have done it without the Alewo. They were our specialists in covert operations to subvert the enemy from within. They didn't use any weapons except their hands, though they did wear the gauntlets for defense. To see a skilled Alewo in action was something to behold, because they used our speed and strength to a dangerous degree in unarmed combat. They liked to say the sword slowed them down. "Where did the Tepish come from then?" David asked. "Out of the chaos that followed," Zechariah sighed. "We all met together, the Rastem and the Alewo, after Voivode was unable to cure us, and many of us had been killed by going back home. Our leaders talked for days on end to decide on a course of action. Each division had a different mindset. The Alewo decided to wait out a cure in peace, away from the people who rejected them, and they left the meeting to us. Not one Alewo remained to see what we would decide. The debate among the Rastem was awful. We were divided. We were all angry, but it came down to which of us were thinking clearly, and which of us were too far beyond anger to care. Some of us felt we should continue serving as we had served before, protecting the people from future threats. It was what we were made for, so that made sense to half of us. The other felt we should take our revenge on these people, and do to them as we did to the Korelnesh. After all, we had the power, and we knew they couldn't stop us. They thought if we showed our power, they wouldn't do anything to us anymore. To these, their own families became their enemy, and they didn't care. The Rastem divided into two orders from that day forward. Those that wished to continue in their duties to protect the people retained the Rastem name. The others that desired revenge became the Order of Tepish, which means bat. Zechariah paused as he thought about that day. It was the war room of the Fempiror military headquarters. They had a large round table set up in the middle of the room, and as they left, he saw friends that he had served with leave with the leaders that they would call Tepish not long after. He remembered not knowing what they would do next, and then wishing they had finished it on that day. "What happened?" David asked, interrupting Zechariah's thoughts. "They moved faster than we could have dreamed," Zechariah said, still distracted. He sighed and continued the story. "They formed quickly with a single mind and purpose. They changed their Rastem colors to red and black, and emblazoned their body armor with a bat. Like a swarm of locusts, they swept across the empire, destroying everything in their paths, men, women, children, everyone who rejected them. The Tepish were convinced that even if someone hadn't rejected the Fempiror, they would someday. Everyone became their enemy. By the time we realized what was happening, we were too late. The Tepish had destroyed our country. We watched the capital city of the Fempiror Empire go up in flames before our eyes, and we were powerless to stop it. Frantically, we searched across the empire for anyone who survived, but it was just us. We had failed." Failure. He remembered that night more vividly than any other memory in his life. They had been working out a proposition to the city officials to allow them to continue to serve as night patrols and similar duties when they had heard crashing outside. The military headquarters was a short distance from the capital city, but on that night it had been too far. They had run at top speed to the city, only to find it completely laid waste. Zechariah had run home to his family and found their bodies inside the burning wreckage of his family home. He had lost everything that night, and recalling it for a history lesson was more than he could handle. David had been sitting quietly listening, and had likely noticed the tear that ran down his face when he thought of the heat and smell of that night. He looked at David and said, "We have a long road ahead of us tonight. Get some rest." To his relief, David did not argue this time. He only nodded. Zechariah was more than grateful. Chapter 10. Mourning. Beth stood near a fresh grave and a grave marker that would serve until David's tombstone was completed. Less than 48 hours ago she was getting married, and now her fiancé rested in the ground in front of her. Her mind turned that day and that evening over and over, and she could only hold herself to blame for David's being out that night. She was the one who said to meet with her despite the warnings about it not being safe. Her father had never spoken to her about David's request to marry her. When he had come in from talking to David, he told her to go to bed, after which she assumed her parents had talked about it, and intended to discuss it with her, David, and the Taylors the next day. The next day was yesterday, though, and... She wiped the tears away again. She did not know if she would ever stop crying again. She looked at David's mother. Mary Taylor had been giving her angry glances all day. Beth did not blame her. After all, they were out at night together. Beth got home safely, and David did not. Mary had every reason to be upset. If their roles were reversed, Beth knew she would feel the same way. When she had worked with Mary on dressmaking, she felt that Mary was appreciative of Beth's willingness to learn her trade, but now Beth was sure she would never be Mary's pupil again. Beth felt someone beside her. She turned and saw Abraham. He had been near her during the funeral, and now at David's graveside. She was grateful that Abraham would be there during this difficult time. She had met both of them together, and she knew that as cousins, Abraham and David had been very close friends as well, so he would need her almost as much as she would need him. "How are you doing?" Abraham asked gently. Beth looked back at Mary. "David's mother blames me for his death," she said softly. "Maybe it was my fault." "Don't think that way," he said reassuringly. "No, if I hadn't suggested," she began, but she could not continue the thought. "If we had only come home earlier, he'd still—" Abraham gently placed his finger on her lips. It distracted her from her string of thoughts, where every thought led to the same end. If only this or that, then he would be alive right now, and maybe planning for their future. A future that would now never come. Abraham withdrew his hand quickly, almost apologetically. It occurred to her that the gesture was inappropriate, and the last thing she needed on the heels of losing one love was the rumor of her other friend being closer than friendship. Yes, Abraham was close to her, but she would not be able to see him that way. The mayor has half the town staying up nights, everyone that can be spared, to try and catch the killer, Abraham assured her. By the grace of God, he will be brought to justice. Beth sighed and looked at him. Maybe he isn't dead, she said. She thought she sounded desperate, but it was an honest feeling. I still feel like he's with me. In here. She held her hand over her heart and sighed again. She looked at the grave. This might not be him, she suggested. It could be anyone, couldn't it? I mean, he was charred beyond all... She stopped short. The thought, no matter who it was still appalling to her, and made her ill thinking about it. She looked up quickly to find Mary standing directly in front of her. She had been so caught up in her thoughts, she had not noticed David's mother until just now. Their eyes locked. Mary looked like she would tear Beth apart if not for the control of civilized people. Her husband, Jonathan, was directly behind her, trying to steer her away from Beth. Beth did not try to stare her down at all. In fact, seeing her mantua teacher like this made Beth as sad as losing her beloved David. It should have been you, Mary said angrily. To an extent, Beth agreed with this statement, but she did not respond. Beth's father was right there behind her to defend her. That's enough, Patrick said. He's right, Jonathan said. Let's go. Mary gave in and allowed Jonathan to take her away. Come on, Beth, her father said, taking her arm. Beth nodded and turned to go with him. Abraham stepped beside her again. Is there anything I can do? He asked. Beth shook her head. I just need to be alone for a while, she said. She felt bad about leaving him like this, but until she was able to deal with the loss, she would not be able to help him. His parents were standing nearby, and he would need to find comfort with them, though they were grieving the loss of their nephew as well. It would be some time before anyone was back to normal. Beth walked through her house into her room, hardly noticing anything the entire way. Once in her room, her sanctuary, she looked around at everything she had been doing when life was still moving the way she had planned. Everything in her life had been in the preparation of being a wife and mother. That was all she had wanted to do. Clothes that she had made and that people had given to her hung on a wooden rack along one wall of her room in a variety of sizes from baby to adult. A half-completed cross-stitch picture of a house and yard rested on a small table. A painting of her and a male without a head sat on an easel near a mirror. The unknown male was going to be David, and she had painted his form with her in the painting but left out his head to disguise their relationship. Now she wished she had finished it, and hoped she would remember his features well enough to complete it soon. She walked to her bed and sat next to the ball of yarn she had brought home 2 days ago, now attached to wooden knitting needles and a partial blanket that was very wide and appeared to have used several balls of yarn already. She had started working with it after she had brought the ball of yarn home and had left it on her bed that night when she had gone to sleep. With everything that had happened since then, she had yet to remove it. She picked it up and remembered telling him it was their blanket for two. She held it to her chest and cried again. She felt foolish, planning for a life she would never have now. He was gone. What was left? She tossed the ball with the half-made blanket into the rack of clothes, knocking a few of them to the floor on top of the knitting. She dropped her head into her hands. Tears flowed freely as she cried again. She looked up again and turned to her window, but as she did, she noticed the blue and white dress from that night still sitting dirty in the corner of her room. She walked to the dress and picked it up. The dress represented the life she had lost. She made it under the guidance of David's mother when Beth had a purpose in life. It was the last thing she wore before she lost David. She had planned to clean it yesterday, but then her life fell apart. She touched the fabric and dirt gently. His hands had touched this garment as she wore it. She considered wearing it as is without washing off what remained of his scent, but she knew her parents would never allow it. She would wash it tomorrow and never take it off again. But tonight she would hold it close to her and remember that last night with him. She turned around on her bed and stared out the window, which faced a house to the north. But from her bed she looked through it at an angle, to gaze across the open distance to the west, and watch the last rays of the sun shine down on the fields out past Hauginstown. "What happened to you, my love?" she asked the wide-open space outside her window, feeling as if he would hear her if she tried speaking to him. "Where did you go? I can feel in my heart that we did not bury you today. But if it was not you, then where are you now? As long as the hope of your life lives within me, I can never marry another. Come back to me, my love. Come back to me." Slowly she lay down on her pillow, still staring out the window and holding her soiled dress close to her. Part of her hoped that if she kept watching, he would emerge out of the distance and come to her. Her eyes closed of their own accord, and her tears soaked her pillow again. "Come back to me," she whispered once more before she drifted off to a dreamless sleep. Chapter 11. Erim. David's eyes opened, and he whispered Beth's name as if he had heard her across the distance. Slowly the room came to him, and he realized he was resting in Zechariah's Rastem safe-house room in Urufdiam. His nightmare continued. He felt like he had had no rest at all, as he stared blankly without moving. "Get up, David," Zechariah said. David blinked and turned his head to find Zechariah standing ready to go in his full Rastem gear at the doorway of the room. "Summer nights are painfully short. We must hurry." David sat up and nodded. He was still wearing the dirt-stained clothes he had worn since he had awakened at Zechariah's house, and he wished he at least had some night clothes. He asked Zechariah about cleaning his clothes before they left, but Zechariah was not allowing time for anything extra. Before he knew it, they had left the safe house, were back in Zechariah's levacart, and flew across the open fields again, heading straight for the mysterious city of Erim. "How do you know where you're going?" David asked as the night landscape flew by. David was trying to make out the lay of the land as they rushed along, but the moon was behind the clouds, so it was very dark tonight. "I've lived in darkness for almost 400 years, David," Zechariah said. "Your eyes get used to it after a while." "So do we see better in the dark than normal people do?" David asked. "Do you see any better?" Zechariah asked with a laugh. "No," David replied. "Then there's your answer," Zechariah replied. "I know where Erim is, though, so we'll get there without a problem." David looked back across the darkened fields. "So when we get to this Erim, then what?" he asked. "We petition the council for an immediate meeting," Zechariah replied, "and then speak to Tiberius to find out the true state of Erim. If he's still out there, that is. I trust Ildrich to an extent, but Urufdiam is a distance from Erim, and he would only hear what's going on second-hand. I've been away for far too long. I feel like a fool." "Why have you been away so long?" David asked. Zechariah chuckled. "You are full of questions, aren't you?" Zechariah asked in return. "What else am I supposed to do?" David asked with a shrug. "Keep asking them," Zechariah said, smiling. "As long as I know the answer, I don't mind telling you. When it comes to why I've been gone so long, I went to Hauginstown to try to find evidence of a Tepish buildup. I feel this attack is related." David nodded, shrugged, and looked forward again. He found they were quickly approaching a city with modest lighting similar to what he had seen already, but this version lit the streets, further adding to David's marvel of this society. Zechariah steered the cart onto a road leading directly into Erim. They passed by people walking on the sides of the street, staying clear of the traveling levacart, not even looking at it. "If you're trying to remain hidden and keep your discoveries from the rest of the world, what about your lights on the street?" David asked, thinking he had found a flaw in Zechariah's logic. "I also noticed you're flying right into town, without worrying about who sees you." "Erim is a little different," Zechariah said. "It's a Fempiror city, remember? But there's more to it than that. You'll see." David felt that at some point Zechariah would have to let him know something he was asking, instead of closing him out as often as he did. He said he would answer any questions he knew the answer to, but he seemed to avoid as many as he answered. He implied that the answer would come, but David felt that if the answer were going to come anyway, Zechariah should just answer instead of making him wait for it. Erim was a very gray city. literally made of stone in varying shades of gray. It felt like a great shadow in the middle of the night terrain as they flew over the gray stone streets past gray painted and gray stone buildings. Many of the buildings looked brand new, but as David watched them pass, he noticed that there was a lot of wear behind the fresh paint and stone, meaning that this city was incredibly old, along with everything in it. But they maintained it well. It still looked much better than Hauginstown could ever hope to look. Zechariah stopped in front of a large 3-story white brick building in stark contrast to the gray city, with white marble columns flanking the large wooden entry doors at the top of a long series of steps that spanned the center third of the building. The columns held up an ornate triangular roof covering the porch area leading to the main doors, but few people passed in and out of this place. The steps actually led to the second floor of the building, the lower level having no access from the front. A sign placed next to the entrance had the Fertid symbols, which Zechariah pronounced Kunlisk Idej Loker, and under the symbols was Council Body Hall. David grabbed his hat and followed as Zechariah confidently strode into the building. David was momentarily self-conscious as he remembered his dirt-stained clothes, and he did the best he could to brush off some of the loose dirt, but it did little to improve his appearance. He considered that his father would be a bit ashamed of him, walking into so beautiful a place looking the way he did. But he also considered that his host, Zechariah, was not necessarily allowing him to fix this little problem either. As he followed Zechariah's swift pace through the building, David tried to look at the decoratively paneled walls and floors as well as the lighting, which these Fempiror had hidden more discreetly than Zechariah had done in his house. The entry was large and showed several doors leading to other rooms from the main hall. They turned right as soon as they entered to walk up a flight of stairs with golden railings right next to the main doors. He noticed that the opposite side of the main door had stairs going down to the lower level he had seen from the outside, and there were large wooden columns next to each stairway that led to an arch over the door which had more Fertid symbols. David asked about it as he tried to keep up with Zechariah bounding up the stairs, and Zechariah told him without looking that it said, Milkav Huv Levir Shah, remember who we serve. He followed this by muttering something about hoping they continued to live by their own words. The top of the stairs led to a white semicircular area with a set of double doors on the left, and another single door set partway around the circle between 2 paintings out of a total of 7 situated on the walls around the semicircle. Each painting was a simple portrait of a man, and David presumed these 7 were the members of the council that Zechariah referred to. But before David could get a good look at any of them, Zechariah had passed through the set of double doors on the left. An older man of wiry build immediately greeted them in an office retaining the same white walls with red carpeting. He was dressed in black breeches, stark white stockings, a white shirt, and black waistcoat. His hair was thin and perfectly trimmed, and his face held a very smug expression as Zechariah walked in. He stood from behind a desk and walked to them as soon as they entered, but never took his gaze from Zechariah. "Good evening, gentlemen," he said. "Welcome to Body Hall. My name is Jarvis Aori. How may I direct you this evening?" His words seemed polite, but his tone dripped with sarcasm, as if he knew what was coming. "Hello, Jarvis," Zechariah said. There was a note of sarcasm in his voice as well. "I'm Zechariah, and this is David. I need to speak to the head. Is it still Korean?" "It is," Jarvis replied. "And may I inquire, sir, as to the subject of your meeting?" "Sure," Zechariah said with a smile. There was a very long pause as Jarvis stared at Zechariah waiting for a reply. Finally he smiled curtly. "And that subject is?" Jarvis asked. "I said you could ask, Jarvis," Zechariah said, "but I didn't guarantee I'd tell you." David was notably confused, but Jarvis was not amused by Zechariah. "I will have to ask the nature of your business with head Korean," Jarvis said, "or I cannot properly announce you." "Oh, my sincerest apologies, Jarvis," Zechariah said without a hint of apology in his tone. "Tell him it's about the tapish." Jarvis' expression changed. "Yes, sir," Jarvis said. Whatever friendliness he had in his voice before was completely gone now. "Head Korean is in. I'll see if he's available." "Thank you," Zechariah said. Jarvis turned to another set of double doors set in the wall to the right of the entryway. He turned back to them just before he entered. "Please wait here," he said, and walked into the office. As the doors opened for a moment, David could see an empty desk and windows showing the darkness outside. He glanced around and realized there were windows in this office, but they had shutters on the inside to allow the Fempiror inside the office either to open the windows to the night or to shut out the sunlight completely during the day. David looked at Zechariah. "What was that all about?" he asked. Zechariah held up a finger. "Patience," he said. Jarvis walked out of the office with the same very smug expression he had before. He stood before them and his head cocked up just a little as he spoke. "Head Korean is too busy to speak to you at this time," Jarvis said. Zechariah was unmoved. "Did you tell him about the tepish?" Zechariah asked. "Yes," Jarvis replied. "And he doesn't want to know about it? He is very busy." "When does he want us to come back?" "He didn't say." "Then we'll see him now." "What?" Zechariah pushed Jarvis out of the way and swung open the double doors leading into Head Korean's office. A very fit man who appeared to be in his 60s with deep, piercing blue eyes was now sitting in a plush chair behind a polished wooden desk watching them. He wore a light shirt and purple waistcoat and folded his hands as he stared. He was slightly reclined in his chair as if he were enjoying a show or simply waiting for this scenario to occur. "Mr. Zechariah," Jarvis said desperately, "you cannot storm in here like this." Zechariah turned on the spot, halting mid-stride and looked at Jarvis. "What are you going to do, Jarvis?" he asked quickly. "You never were the fighter you claimed to be, and clearly you haven't changed. I imagine that's why you're still, after all these years, Korean's personal lackey. Even before he was the head, you were his manservant, but you could never be his bodyguard, could you?" Jarvis averted his eyes without a word. He glanced at Korean, who gestured to him to leave. Jarvis nodded and left the room, closing the door behind him. David had suspected that they knew each other, but apparently it went back more than just a few years. Zechariah turned to Korean, still waiting patiently. "I need a meeting of the council tonight," Zechariah said. "You can't be serious," Korean scoffed. "The only way this will get out is to call a meeting," Zechariah insisted. "Jarvis briefed me," Korean said in a bored tone, rolling his eyes, "and this is not a matter for the council." "It's the return of the dark side of our race," Zechariah said desperately. "How is this not a council matter?" Korean leaned forward on his desk, his manner turning patronizing. "While we appreciate your concern in this manner," he said, "the tepish cannot and will not return." "How can you be so sure?" Zechariah asked. "When was the last time you were out there?" Korean sighed and ignored the latter question. "The tepish were dealt their punishment 368 years ago," he said, maintaining his level composure despite Zechariah's passion. "You were there? I was there. There are no tepish anymore." "There was never any confirmation that the tepish were wiped out," Zechariah insisted. "Many known leaders were never found. How do you explain the new Fempiror if there are no tepish?" "The confirmation was the cessation of the uprising," Korean said, "and new Fempiror can be created by accident. You know this." "Don't give me that," Zechariah scoffed. "You know as well as I do how rare those accidents are." "Besides," Korean continued, "the tepish ideology was revenge. We all felt this in the beginning, and we still feel this at times." "I killed a rogue who referenced the Order of Tepish," Zechariah said. "He said he was a Riddell Kurtz, not just some random Felskrus, but a second-level rank only used for transmutations. A non-Tepish would not even know this." Korean chuckled. "You are willing to believe a rogue Fempiror who willingly disobeyed the law? Knowledge of these things can be acquired." "I'm willing to take action at the mention of the Tepish return," Zechariah replied. "Call the council." Korean shook his head. "It's not within my power to—" "Don't treat me like I was transmutated yesterday," Zechariah interrupted. "I was on the council from the beginning, and I know what you can do." "And you were removed," Korean reminded him. "For acknowledging a situation," Zechariah clarified, "because you felt I was too dangerous allowing the people to know that there may be a problem. You want them ignorant. I want them informed. Under Council Procedure 57, any Fempiror may request a meeting of the Council if it concerns a possible threat to our race. The two stared at each other for a long moment. Korean looked livid with Zechariah calling him out on this point. Without moving, Korean spoke again. Very well. The Council will convene in 4 Giraf. Choose your words carefully. We don't want false rumors, and we don't want to incite panic. Zechariah nodded. Thank you, he said. And with some obligatory parting pleasantries, Zechariah turned and left the room, followed closely by David. As when they entered, Zechariah walked swiftly through the building and exited. David could barely keep up with him. Once they were outside, David had to say something. Slow down, Zechariah. What is going on? Zechariah slowed his pace a little, allowing David to catch up and walk beside him. Zechariah sighed. The Tapish will not do anything until they are certain they can win, he said. The ability to act with patience is the biggest advantage to having a long life. I believe the Tapish are building their forces, and their time is near. And the council doesn't agree? David asked. No, Zechariah responded, shaking his head. You heard his opinion of me. They don't believe a word of it. They never have. David nodded and looked around briefly. Now, Zechariah continued, I need to talk to an old friend of mine before the meeting. There, we will discuss your future. David looked back to him quickly. He was not about to let them decide what was best for him. My future, he asked. My future is with Beth. Despite his fascination with the Fempiror and their society, his heart still remained with Beth, and he fully intended to return at his earliest opportunity. He did not know when that would be, since he would be unable to find Hauginstown from Erim. Zechariah shook his head. That's not possible, he said. David stopped. How can you say that? He asked angrily. Zechariah stopped and turned to him. You don't know me, David continued. You think I can just accept this fate of darkness like you have? I'm not like you. I didn't ask for this. How can you begin to know what I'm going through? Zechariah took a reflexive step toward David, centering himself in front of him. You listen to me, child, Zechariah said angrily. I know exactly what you're going through. We were soldiers used in an experiment, and when the war was over we were cast out and forced to live on our own. I watched friends kill themselves because they couldn't take it. I have gone through more years of soul-searching than that little town of yours has existed. Don't tell me what you're going through. You know nothing. Zechariah turned and walked away from David down the busy street. David watched him for a moment. Zechariah's passion about this was clear, but David still did not understand why Zechariah felt this way. He disagreed with Zechariah's determination, but he also could not argue that Zechariah was not being good to him, despite David's poor attitude. It was also no way to treat an elder. He could acknowledge that his parents taught him better than this. David ran through the crowds to catch back up to Zechariah. He noticed for the first time just how many people were out on the streets, and how many of them looked normal. None of them were dressed like Zechariah with his black riding coat, long trousers, hatless head, Rastem sword, and gauntlets. Like Korean and Jarvis, they looked like regular people. Breeches, stockings, waistcoat, hat, and even coats and frocks, but they were of varying colors, and some of finer material than he had ever seen. David had left his coat at home, and he felt a little underdressed as a result, since his father taught him that he should wear it in public even though he often went without it during the day at the shop. Among the women, he noticed the low-necked gowns his mother often made, as well as the more modern convention of the jacket and petticoat that his mother completely disapproved of. It was the middle of the night, but everyone looked normal to him. He looked back to Zechariah, still walking silently, looking directly ahead, like a soldier among civilians. Forgive me, David sighed. I know you said you'd help. It's just hard to let go of. I understand, Zechariah said gently, without a trace of malice in his voice. It was as if he had never been angry with David at all. David stared at the ground for a moment. With everything Zechariah had told him, there was still one thing that made no sense. Abraham had told him about remedies and potions and that sort of thing from his father's store, and this thing they have is not even a sickness, but something they somehow managed to create themselves. Why isn't there a cure? David asked. Zechariah turned to him with a look of surprise. He sighed and shook his head. "There was one once," he said sadly. "What happened to it?" David asked, with a touch of excitement. "It was lost," Zechariah said. "The Tepish destroyed Voivode's laboratory and used some of their own blood to change him into a Fempiror as an act of vengeance for ruining their lives. The work he'd done was lost with the laboratory." "Couldn't he just recreate it?" David asked. "For over 100 years he tried," Zechariah said, "but some piece of it was lost. Finally, he accepted his fate and lives in his ancestral home in the Carpathian Mountains out east." David nodded and looked at the ground as they walked. An idea was brewing in his mind, something that just might serve to provide a solution to his predicament. "So, the Fempiror serum runs through our blood?" David asked. "Yes," Zechariah replied, not turning from their walk. "How does it change people?" David asked, still staring straight ahead in thought. "Not completely sure," Zechariah said with a shrug. "I've been told that when our blood merges with the blood of a regular human, it destroys the old blood and multiplies rapidly, replacing the old blood for the new. From there it spreads into every part of the body, changing you piece by piece until you're a new person, or rather, a new Fempiror." Zechariah turned to him. "Or something like that. Why do you ask?" David shrugged. "Curious," he said nonchalantly. Zechariah stopped and looked at him. He shook his head and his voice went dead serious. "I know you take me for a foolish old man, David," Zechariah said flatly, "but I see something in your face that I don't like. Explain yourself." David was suddenly self-conscious of his thoughts. He shrugged and tried to play it off as easily as possible, but he was afraid that Zechariah would have something negative to say about it. "Well," he began, wishing he had never brought it up, "if I can't go back to Hauginstown, maybe Beth would want to be changed too, so we could still be together." Before he could glance back to Zechariah, Zechariah moved faster than he had seen the old man or anyone else move in his life. Zechariah grabbed him by the shirt collar and carried him easily into a nearby alley. He held David tight against the wall, knocking David's hat off. Now David was truly afraid of Zechariah. "Don't you ever think of doing that," Zechariah said angrily. "One of the highest crimes you can commit is willful transmutation. It is the first and most important rule of the Rastem Code. Not only is it morally corrupt, it is a sin against the person you change. You have no idea what you're getting into. This is another reason we don't permit new Fempiror to return home, because they seem to have this idea that their family would benefit from this change. I assure you they won't." "But," David began. "I'm serious, boy," Zechariah interrupted. "I don't want to ever hear of this again. Do you understand me?" David said nothing. Wide-eyed, he nodded. He did not want to cross this side of Zechariah at all. Zechariah lowered David to the ground and returned to the street. David stared after Zechariah for a moment. He did not know what to do. He retrieved his hat and ran to catch up to Zechariah. "Beth is the name of the girl you wish to marry," Zechariah stated as if he knew. "How do you know about that?" David asked. "The night you were changed. I overheard a part of the conversation," Zechariah explained. "I heard her father berating you for being out after dark, and then when you asked for her hand. Every moment since then I wished I'd kept listening, but I felt it was not my business. I know it's hard, but you can't go back to her. I'm sorry." "But I love her," David said desperately, hoping Zechariah would understand his position. "If you love her," Zechariah said, "then you'll let her go." "I can't," David said, shaking his head. Zechariah stopped and looked at him. Zechariah's expression remained neutral this time, but behind his eyes was that same anger David had seen only moments before. He spoke in a slow, level voice, almost too level. "If you go back to Hauginstown and deliberately change Beth into a Fempiror," he said, leaning close to David, "I will kill you." With that, Zechariah continued onward. It seemed the discussion was over, as David had no further response. He remained where he was for a long moment before he saw that Zechariah was rapidly disappearing into the crowd ahead of him. While he was certain Zechariah would not leave him alone here, he did not want to take the chance either. He jogged to catch up to his new mentor, who had just threatened his life, and walked silently and obediently beside him. Neither spoke for a very long time. Chapter 12. The Lost Art of Jijunga. David looked around at the various businesses that lined the streets of Erim. He saw some familiar types of businesses, such as tailors, barbers, and carpenters, and some that were unfamiliar, such as cart repair, swordsmith, and churning pool alignment. Erim appeared to be a very busy place, and it was likely that many of the stores specializing in the items that only the Fempiror possessed could only be found here. He had originally taken the large number of people for granted, as Erim being a town that lived at night, but then the large number started the questions running through his head again. He looked at Zechariah, who continued only to look ahead. He wondered if it was safe to talk to him yet. "So," he began, "if transmutation is illegal, why are there so many Fempiror?" He watched Zechariah's face, hoping Zechariah would not misunderstand his innocent question. "Well, some people do end up going home and successfully convincing their families that becoming a Fempiror to spend their lives together is a good idea," Zechariah replied. "Some of them actually consent to this life before they fully understand it. We don't punish ignorance, but some of those people do regret their choices when they learn the more unkind truths about our existence, especially the problem with sunlight." He looked at David, and his expression had returned to being the kinder old man that had introduced himself to David only a day before. "As to why there are so many, you have to remember that Fempiror live a very long time, so some of these Fempiror have been here for hundreds of years. For another thing, not everyone here is a Fempiror." "They aren't?" David asked with surprise. "No," Zechariah replied. "Humans frequently visit and even live in our town. Most of them don't know everything about us, and we prefer it that way. Some think we're a kind of future town, and don't take any of it seriously. They're always looking for the strings on the levicarts. Some stores are open all day and all night, though. Fempiror owners hire humans to work during the day, and Fempiror work the store at night when they get the majority of their business. Honestly, though, humans are day creatures, and Fempiror are night creatures, so there isn't a great deal of interaction." David looked around at the people walking past him. He never paid attention to them closely at all. He just assumed they were all Fempiror, but as he looked he could not tell who was who in all the bustle of the crowds. He looked back at Zechariah. "How can you tell them apart?" "Why would you need to?" Zechariah responded with a smile. David was speechless. With all the grief Zechariah had given him over going home, and all the fuss he had made over humans not understanding Fempiror, here he was in a place where humanity and the Fempiror peacefully coexisted, however ignorantly the humans may be to doing so. "What about humanity using your levicarts and such?" David asked. "Really, it's never been a problem," Zechariah said with a shrug. "They've been welcome in our town, and they've seen what we can do. They've never bothered to take anything we've created, and most of them prefer to settle down here and never leave anyway. We've occasionally had a levicart disappear, but we've also found it weeks later, intact for the most part. It takes more than just the creation to make another one, David. It also takes the know-how we've spent centuries learning. Even if they did remake it, they couldn't maintain it without help. We don't give them the help." David considered this carefully. If he did take a levicart or one of their lights, he would never be able to make another one, no matter how long he worked at it. He knew something powered the lights to make them light up, but he had no idea what that was. Same with the levicarts. He might be able to run Zechariah's for a while, but what happened if it stopped going? "Here we are," Zechariah said suddenly. David looked up out of his thoughts to see a store called The Lost Art of Jijunga that blended into the rest of the stores in Erim with its gray-on-gray color scheme. The letter design, though in the common language, resembled the Phileterusk character that Zechariah had shown David as they had been traveling. "What's Jijunga?" David asked, pointing to the unfamiliar word on the sign. Zechariah shrugged with a smile. "I really don't know," he said. "Tiberius made it up. I think it's supposed to be some kind of meditation." David stared after Zechariah as he entered the shop. While there were many things Zechariah knew, he was largely unconcerned with the things that he knew nothing about, and he had no problem sharing that he did not know. He wondered for a moment what some of the older women of Hauginstown would pretend to know about Jijunga before he followed Zechariah inside. They entered a wide-open room with a wooden floor and a large, soft mat that covered almost the entire surface. The back of the room had a single door leading into the rear portion of the building, and David could only guess at how much went on behind that wall. Whatever Tiberius used this space for, it certainly did not look like a store. Hauginstown had nothing like it, so David could not fathom what it was for. As if on cue, a man walked out of the back room. He looked older than Zechariah did, with short white hair and a white beard neatly trimmed, but dressed as modern as the rest of the town, with brown breeches, tan stockings and shirt, and a brown waistcoat. His shoes, David noticed, were simply tied, like David's were, as opposed to the higher-end buckles that he had seen in a lot of the town. Tiberius was either poor or modest, and as the clothes appeared to be in very good condition, David leaned toward modesty. Upon seeing Zechariah, Tiberius smiled. "Zechariah!" he exclaimed. "How are you doing, Tiberius?" Zechariah asked, moving towards him. They embraced like old friends in a brief hug, continuing to greet each other. Zechariah stepped back, gently grabbed David by the shoulder, and pulled him forward. Tiberius' expression faltered slightly as he looked at the newcomer, but Zechariah remained upbeat. "David, this is Tiberius," Zechariah explained. He trained and commanded the Rastem for their original battles back in the war. He also served to train or support almost every Rastem since, and most Rastem still look to him as their commander, though he is too humble to admit it. "How do you do?" David greeted Tiberius. Tiberius watched David warily. David averted his eyes uneasily. He glanced at Zechariah, who only nodded towards Tiberius. David looked back at Tiberius, who had not moved. "So, how do you come to be with us, young one?" Tiberius asked. David shifted his feet nervously. Zechariah had not mentioned anything like this would be coming. "Well," David began, "I was walking home, and this man stopped me in the town square. He had taken an older man from our town and had him in this cave out east of town." "By the old mill?" Zechariah spoke up, surprised. David looked at him and nodded. Zechariah shook his head. "There's never been a cave out there." "I know," David said, "but there was the other night. My beloved fell into it through the floor of the mill." "So there was a cave where there wasn't one before," Tiberius clarified. David nodded. "And," Tiberius continued, turning to Zechariah, "you say that there wasn't one there before." "That's right," Zechariah said. Tiberius nodded. "And how long was it since you'd been there, Zechariah?" Zechariah looked away for a moment. He appeared to be thinking very hard about this. Tiberius raised his eyebrows. "Long enough for a Fempiror to dig a cave?" Tiberius asked. "Yes, at least that long," Zechariah replied. Tiberius nodded and paced the floor briefly. David's eyes followed him as he moved. "So, this person you met in the town square that you also saw in this cave that was not there before," Tiberius continued, "what did he do?" David recounted the coldness of the stabbing, the burning of the change, and waking up in Zechariah's room. Tiberius asked further questions to satisfy what David assumed to be suspicions about David turning up the way he did. He turned away from David again when David finished his tale with the entry into Erim. Throughout this, Tiberius did not address Zechariah, nor did he allow Zechariah to respond to David when David asked about certain points of the journey that he did not understand. Tiberius only wanted to know what David knew, without the embellishment of a 400-year-old Fempiror who knew everything already. Suddenly, Tiberius swung his arm around and stopped his fist only inches from David's face. David cringed, but had the blow continued, Tiberius would have hit him. Tiberius relaxed. "Why did you do that?" David asked, surprised. "I wanted to see your reaction," Tiberius said without a trace of humor. "Why?" David asked with more than a hint of disdain in his voice. "Because you have told me that you have been a rather repressed tailor's apprentice your entire life," Tiberius responded. "If you were lying to me, your reflexes as a trained fighter would have taken precedence over this act, and tried to block me. However, you responded like a common person. You did nothing but flinch." "You're convinced?" Zechariah asked. "Indeed," he said, looking at Zechariah. "Well, what do you want to do with him? You've been away from Erim a long time. Did you come back to let me deal with him so you could continue your crusade?" "Deal with me?" David asked in surprise. "This boy, and the one who changed him, is more proof of the Tepish return," Zechariah said, his excitement rekindled. Tiberius closed his eyes and shook his head. "More Tepish reports, Zechariah. Why do you persist in this?" "I have spoken to head Korean, and I'm meeting with the council tonight," Zechariah said. Tiberius' eyes widened in disbelief. "You called an emergency meeting?" "Tiberius, the Tepish have returned. This encounter is proof." "The encounter will be dismissed as an isolated incident." "They need to know." "They don't care," Tiberius said, finishing the conversation. Zechariah clenched his fists in frustration. Tiberius' expression remained unchanged. "Zechariah," Tiberius said, "mere mentions of the Tepish order were outlawed years ago." "We have to face this," Zechariah insisted. "If we don't, the Tepish way will be law, and our lives won't be the only ones ended." "Look, Zechariah, things aren't going well in Erim," Tiberius said. "It may not be Tepish related, but lines are being drawn between humans and Fempiror. It's not obvious, but it's happening. There are some who don't even speak to humans. Many of the stores close during the day now. I don't know where this is coming from, but the changing of a boy into a Fempiror won't get you many sympathetic ears, code or no code." Tiberius looked at Zechariah, hopeful that Zechariah might change his mind about the council, but Zechariah remained resolute. Tiberius shook his head. "It's too late to stop this," he said, "but we might be able to use it to our advantage." Zechariah suddenly turned hopeful. "What do you have in mind?" he asked. "They will make it well known that you were removed from the council for the same presentation that you are making today," Zechariah said. "That was not a vain mission," Zechariah chimed in, cutting Tiberius off. "We knew that the Tepish emerged and massed at that location." "The location had no evidence of habitation," Tiberius reminded Zechariah. "In 25 years no one's found anything, including you." "Nothing anyone has lived to tell about," Zechariah said with a grumble. "Speak the truth, Zechariah," Tiberius said. "If this goes as badly as I suspect it will, and you suggest the Tepish, you'll be captured. If you try to run, they'll get you with chasers." Zechariah looked at him questioningly. "Oh yes," Tiberius said, "it has been a while, hasn't it? Chasers are like levicarts, but smaller and faster. Everything has changed since you left. Even if they had solid proof, I suspect they'd cover it up." David looked between Tiberius and Zechariah. Zechariah was shaking his head. "Excuse me," David said. Tiberius and Zechariah looked at him. "Why am I here? I don't wish to be a burden, but if I'm just something to be dealt with, I'd like to know." "David," Zechariah sighed, "there are dark times ahead. You must have some knowledge of how to defend yourself, or you cannot survive." "But I don't belong here," David insisted. "Many have come who don't belong," Tiberius said matter-of-factly. "Over time, willingly or unwillingly, they learn." "It's not that I'm unwilling to learn, it's simply a matter of knowing what is to become of me," David said. Truth be told, he had no interest in fighting. He only wanted to learn what he needed to know to allow him to return home, although he was gathering from Zechariah little by little that day would never come. David looked at Zechariah. "You said that we aren't allowed to live among humans until trained and conditioned," David reminded him. "So what does that mean? How do I need to be trained and conditioned to be set free?" Zechariah nodded to Tiberius. Tiberius walked to a large cylindrical container containing 6 wooden practice swords. Tiberius pulled one of the simply designed swords out of the container. It had a straight hilt that would accommodate 2 hands, a simple crossguard, and a straight cylindrical blade that was roughly 30 inches long. "Catch," Tiberius said, and without a pause, tossed it to David. It sailed smoothly through the air, a lazy spin placed on it by Tiberius. David reflexively raised his hand and caught the wooden sword by the hilt, blade standing up. "What are we doing?" David asked. This was not the churning stick from his lonely alley. This was something more real, more serious. David observed how light and solid it felt in his hand, and part of him liked it. "If you think you want to go back home," Tiberius said, "which is the intention of most who come into this life unexpectedly, then you need to be ready for what you may come against. You have to know that changing anyone is wrong. You have to be ready to run if attacked, and if it comes to it, fight your way out if cornered. Most importantly, you have to be able to hold your own against someone who intends to transmutate someone illegally. I have no doubts that you can get away from a group of angry humans, but facing off against a member of our own race will take time to learn. Zechariah will most likely perform most of your training in his own time, but we can give you a taste of it here while we have a moment, just to give you an idea of what you're getting into." David felt butterflies in his stomach. He looked at the sword he had caught, much to the satisfaction of the older Fempiror. He nodded nervously. "What you're holding," Tiberius continued, "is a practice longsword. Beginners use them for assaults or arms exercises, so they don't hurt themselves." "Or you?" David asked. Tiberius smiled grimly. "If the thought would make you feel better, then yes." David shook his head. Of course, he would never be able to touch either of these two fighters. He had never held anything like this before, and he would look like a newborn compared to them while attempting to swing it. "The idea behind the wood we use in these is that they don't break during hours of hard practice," Tiberius said, "but I think those of us who have used them have broken at least one." "Or a dozen," Zechariah chimed in. Tiberius nodded with a genuine smile finally. Some of his hard exterior had started to melt away as he spoke, and Zechariah's comment seemed to speed the process a little more. "The sword is the main weapon of the Rastem," Tiberius continued. "It is your defense and your inner strength." He took one of the wooden swords in his right hand and walked back over to stand in front of David. David looked up at him. "Now," Tiberius said, "try to hit me." David looked at the sword in his hand. None of this felt natural, but he felt like he was rather bound to try this exercise in order to try to get back home. He swung the sword lazily in a high forward arc. In a blinding fast move, Tiberius went from standing with the sword relaxed at his side to blocking the blow with ease. "That was nothing," Tiberius said. "You didn't even try." It was true, of course. David had just swung the sword not knowing anything about what he was doing. He swung it again, a little harder this time. Again, Tiberius blocked it. "Better," Tiberius said, "but really put your strength into it. You've got a lot more of it now, and you're barely tapping into it. You can even dig into some of that anger and frustration I'm sure you have about losing everything." Tiberius was right about the anger and frustration he had been suppressing. He took a couple more swings. Tiberius blocked both of them easily again. "Come on," Tiberius urged. "Really hit me." David tried again, this time swinging harder. Tiberius stopped every single blow. The one-sided assault was wearing on David. He swung faster and harder, putting himself into it now. "Good," Tiberius said between blocks. "Very good. Now we're getting somewhere. You still can't hit me, though." David stopped for a moment, breathing heavily. Tiberius gestured for David to come at him. With a roar, David swung hard and fast against Tiberius. He was kicking more dust off his clothes into a small cloud around them. Blow after blow fell furiously against Tiberius' blocks, which David could still not get through. Now he was getting frustrated. He noted that he was backing Tiberius toward a wall of the shop, and the old man appeared to be getting a little concern etched in his face. David had youth on his side and struck even harder. He finally had Tiberius against a wall. He was going to win this. Without warning, Tiberius struck back. In one move, Tiberius knocked David's sword out of the way and touched the blunt tip of the wooden sword gently against David's chest. David stood still, completely stunned as to how a fight he thought he was winning had turned so suddenly. "What happened?" David asked. "I fought back," Tiberius said simply. "I think you missed that all I had done to that point was block you. Swinging is easy. Stopping the swing is what takes skill." Tiberius took a wide swing at David. David moved the sword and blocked him. Tiberius smiled. "Very good." Tiberius and David turned to Zechariah to find they had another visitor. Standing next to Zechariah, David could see that the visitor was taller, with slim, chiseled features, a small mouth, and deep blue eyes behind which seemed to hide many mysteries. His white hair was trimmed short, and he was clean-shaven, a stark contrast to the wild, unkempt look of Zechariah. He was dressed as what could only be a member of the council, in a long blue velvet robe with yellow embroidery descending in a V-shape from his neck to about 2/3 of the way down the front of the robe. The sleeves were long and wide. His hat was made of the same fabric as the robe, and was a simple flat crown style with no brim. "David," Tiberius said with a smile, This is Vladimir, a Rastem who fought by our side back in the Fletterusk War, and a member of the council, as you can probably see." Vladimir looked very amused by the assault David had just had with Tiberius. "You know, Tiberius," Vladimir said, "if you were looking for an easy fight, I could have brought Jarvis in here, and it would have at least looked legitimate." Having met Jarvis, David could not help but chuckle at the jab Vladimir had clearly made against head Korean's assistant. Tiberius and Zechariah laughed as well. "No, I was just introducing Zechariah's young friend here to swordplay," Tiberius said. "Mind if I have a go?" Vladimir asked. "I want to make sure I don't get beaten by a young one." "Well," Tiberius said, "I'm a little winded, but perhaps Zechariah can provide a formidable opponent for you. It'll also let David see some action between some real fighters." Vladimir turned to Zechariah with a smile. "All right, Zechariah, shall we see how rusty you've gotten out there in Hauginstown?" "Do you think you can finally beat him?" Tiberius asked. Vladimir smiled confidently, almost cocky. "I keep up my training," he said. "Vladimir's been trying to beat me for years," Zechariah said to David. "He's never been able to do it." "And maybe today's my day," Vladimir said. Tiberius tossed the wooden sword to Vladimir as David handed his to Zechariah. Vladimir caught Tiberius' sword easily and twirled it with that same cocky confidence around his fingers before settling it into his hand. Zechariah, by contrast, only held the sword at his side, making Vladimir's hand tricks seem interesting, but David wondered if the tricks translated into skill. "How are you lately?" Zechariah asked Vladimir as they walked to the center of the room. "Disturbed, I would say," Vladimir said seriously. "I received an urgent communication stating a Code 57 meeting was called for tonight. I knew only the great Zechariah would do such a thing. In fact, he's the only one outside the council who knows what one is." "How long have you been on the council?" Zechariah asked. "I replaced you 25 years ago," Vladimir replied. "It reduced the brunt of your loss." "Really?" Zechariah said, surprised. "You know, in all this time no one has ever mentioned you were on the council, not even when I approached them 15 years ago. There were only 6 members present for that meeting, so I assume you were unable to attend." "Yes," Vladimir said, "I was away, but I heard about your performance. I hope we're not in for a repeat. No one will appreciate it." "Why do you think no one told me you were on the council?" Zechariah asked, throwing a glance toward Tiberius. "I can only guess no one knew that you didn't know," Vladimir suggested. "I thought you knew," Tiberius said. Zechariah nodded. "I understand Erim is not what it was," he said warily. "Many new faces," Vladimir said, "some not to be trusted. If you are back with more Tepish evidence, your voice will fall on deaf ears." Zechariah shook his head. "I have to try," he said desperately. "If I do nothing, how am I upholding the Rastem Code? He doesn't deserve to be like us." Zechariah indicated David standing next to Tiberius as they waited for the fight to begin. Vladimir looked at David and smiled. "Ah, yes, we're showing off for the new one," Vladimir said. "I believe that was the idea," David piped up. Zechariah smirked. He and Vladimir looked at each other. They raised their swords vertically in a brief salute before dropping into a defensive stance. They circled carefully, deliberately. They stared into each other's eyes, each one waiting for the other to open themselves up with some kind of attack. Tiberius leaned over to David. "They're waiting for the other one to go first," Tiberius said quietly. "It's one of my rules. When possible, don't make the first move. It only leaves you open for an easy retaliation." David nodded, never taking his eyes from the circling combatants. Vladimir smiled. "After you," he said. "I don't think so," Zechariah said, shaking his head. Vladimir finally made the first move, and the fight was on. To an outsider, the fight would appear impossibly fast. The 2 wooden swords slammed together over and over again with ferocity. Vladimir made several offensive swings, but Zechariah blocked each one skillfully, and one might even say easily. Zechariah blocked a blow and moved into the offensive, giving a swift stab. Vladimir successfully deflected Zechariah's sword and tried to swing forward to regain his offensive position, but Zechariah quickly recovered and not only deflected the blow, but forced Vladimir to continue defending himself. Zechariah's blows continued so swiftly that Vladimir found himself backed against a wall defending himself against Zechariah's building onslaught. Zechariah took a final swing, missing Vladimir's face by inches. The follow-through of the swing caught Vladimir's sword and threw it out the front window, shattering it. Vladimir looked into Zechariah's face. Zechariah looked amused as he held the practice sword in a kill position over Vladimir. Vladimir forced out a little smile. "All right," he sighed. "You win." Zechariah tossed the sword to Tiberius, who caught it easily with a look of amusement. "Sorry about the window, Tiberius," Zechariah said. Tiberius shrugged. "Don't worry about it, Zechariah," he said. "It's not the first time I've lost a window to a sword. I really should consider reinforcing it." Vladimir regained the regal stance he entered with, smoothing out his robes and correcting his hat. "Well," he said, "that was interesting." Zechariah gave him a wry smile. "I win again," he said. "Someday I'll beat you. You're the only one I never have. If I ever get maimed, we'll have another go." "Zechariah," Vladimir began with a more serious tone, "I'm not here for a friendly visit. I have come personally to talk you out of this meeting." Zechariah looked at Vladimir suspiciously. "How did you know you'd find me here?" he asked. Vladimir smiled. "Your friends in Erim are limited, my old friend," he said. "I knew when I heard of the order that only one person would have done it. I also knew that this one person would only go to one other person while here, especially having heard that he had a new Fempiror with him. Zechariah would follow the rules implicitly, and take his new person to the one who trained him. It was the only logical conclusion." "I haven't found a reason to change my habits," Zechariah said, nodding. "So again, I have to ask you not to follow through with this meeting," Vladimir pleaded. "Zechariah," Tiberius said, stepping in, "I know many Rastem who would be willing to investigate this without the knowledge of the council. Vladimir is one of those." "Really?" Zechariah asked. "It's unusual and even frowned upon for a council member to act independently of the council's knowledge, especially for something like this." "This is a dark time we live in," Tiberius said. "Despite my political position," Vladimir said, "I believe there is a threat." "But once a Code 57 is issued," Zechariah reminded him, "it cannot be retracted." "You could leave town first," Vladimir suggested. Zechariah looked surprised that Vladimir would even suggest such a course of action. "I will not damage my honor," Zechariah said, shaking his head. "All the same," Vladimir began, but Zechariah interrupted. "David was changed into a Fempiror by a Tepish," Zechariah said. "A Tepish who said he was an acquisition ranked Redel Kurtz. He even used a Neilroth to do it." "Used a what?" David asked. He had been simply listening to the conversation and trying to keep up, but he was getting lost in the strange words, and he wanted to know what a Neilroth was. The older Fempiror turned to him. "A Neilroth," Zechariah said. "And did you bring it with you?" Vladimir asked. "I did," Zechariah said. "Or rather, what's left of it." "Really?" Vladimir said. He sounded genuinely surprised. "Let's see it." Zechariah opened the satchel he had strapped to his waist. He removed a small metal object that had a pair of sharp points at one end and that appeared to have been thoroughly trampled. Vladimir raised his eyebrows and looked at Zechariah. "That's it," he said. Zechariah shrugged. "The rogue dropped it when I threw him off of David. When I fought him, this was on the ground and fared no better than he did." Vladimir shook his head. "I know why you brought it, but I would suggest sparing yourself the embarrassment of showing that in front of the council. If it were still intact, you might have a chance of convincing them. But in its current state—" Zechariah nodded. "That's what I was afraid of," he sighed. "Still, better to have brought it for the second opinion than to leave it behind and wonder. Besides, I couldn't risk someone pricking their finger for an accidental transmutation." "I'm glad you sought a second opinion on at least one point," Vladimir said with a smile. Zechariah chuckled. He replaced the Neilroth, closed the satchel, and looked at Tiberius. "Tiberius, do you still have that intact Neilroth?" Tiberius nodded. "Why would he have one?" David asked aside to Zechariah. "I had come across one many years ago," Tiberius answered. "Since I tend to see a lot of new Fempiror, I decided to hold on to it to clarify whether the person who was changed had ever seen one, so we would know whether there was possible Tepish involvement. I'll be right back." Tiberius turned and walked into the back of the building. Vladimir shook his head. "The existence of a Tepish device doesn't necessarily mean that the order is returning," he challenged. Whatever it means, Zechariah returned, the rogue referenced the Tepish, used Tepish equipment, carried out Tepish ideologies, and claimed to be of the second rung of the Tepish hierarchy. Whether we want to admit it or not, someone is reviving the Order of Tepish. It must be stopped. Tiberius re-entered the room carrying a small, unadorned wooden box. He handed it to Zechariah. "I remember when you first produced this device," Zechariah said to Tiberius. "I was surprised that one had been found so long after the decimation of the Tepish order. The contents of this box actually started the obsession that led to my separation from the council and my rather voluntary exile to the Hauginstown area." Zechariah opened the box to reveal the silver Neurov with the pair of needles manufactured by the Tepish specifically to look like sharp teeth. The glass tube stored in the device had long since been cleaned of the Fempiror blood that a Tepish would normally have inside it. David shuddered. This was the first sign to me that the Tepish were researching their own ideas and finding ways to bring their philosophical vengeance to the world, Zechariah said. "So they just used it to pull out their own blood and put it into others?" David asked. "And that changes someone?" The three elder Fempiror nodded. "Other than their own blood," Tiberius said, "the Tepish also used what they called a dissipator fluid, which causes all the water in their intended victim's blood to evaporate. All we ever saw were the after effects, but it couldn't have been a pleasant death. The victims of this death looked shriveled, as if they'd been dead for days instead of hours. When we first discovered victims of the dissipator fluid, we didn't know what to make of the strangely shriveled corpses, and were more surprised when, after cutting into the victim's veins, that powder poured out instead of blood. It didn't take us long to find that the powder was the victim's blood, stripped of all the water." David looked at the Neurov in the box, and shivered not only at the memory of the burning sensation from that night, but the idea that they not only used their own blood, but other fluids they had created to kill people. David pointed to the fanged ends of the Neurov. "That's why I have 2 marks where I got injected," he asked. "Like a pair of fangs?" "The Tepish perpetuate the popular vampire myth," Tiberius explained. "This device not only injects our blood as the serum to cause the change, but reinforces the myth that the victims are bitten in order to do so. The dissipator fluid created the illusion that someone had drained or drank the victim's blood. We're fortunate in that the dissipator fluid hasn't been used in a couple hundred years." "All this is beside the point. This meeting will not go well," Vladimir said suddenly, returning to the reason he had come. "I fear for you, old friend." "When the inevitable comes," Tiberius said, "meet me at the safe house in Urufdiam. We'll work out what to do from there." "I'll try to keep the council from searching there," Vladimir assured them, "but I won't be able to hold them off for long. I'll try to meet you there as well." Vladimir took a step toward the door. "I'll see you at the meeting. Until then, Zechariah." Zechariah nodded. "Until then," he said. Vladimir left the building and walked past the group of people looking at the broken window. Tiberius stood next to Zechariah as they watched him go. "Can we trust him?" Zechariah asked. "You would know better than I, Zechariah," Tiberius replied. "You are friends from before you were Fempiror, fought side by side as soldiers, and were changed together." "Yes, but after my removal we lost touch," Zechariah said with concern in his voice. "We always followed the same ideological path, so with him on the council I feel like there's someone there I can trust. But is he really, or was he selected as my replacement for reasons only the council knows?" "I'm afraid I can't answer that for you," Tiberius said. Zechariah nodded, and they spoke no more of it. Chapter 13. The Council. Zechariah and David entered the immaculate council body hall and walked directly across the foyer to a room on the left labeled Main Council Hall. Zechariah maintained his fast pace, and David still had to run at times to keep up with him. David followed Zechariah into a large room that spanned the entire side of the building. Windows adorned 3 sides of the room, all of which had internal shutters that were currently open, as the sun would not be up for a few hours yet. It looked similar to the design of the town hall in Hauginstown, with a series of seats at the back of the room for spectators, some benches near the front for people involved in the proceedings, and then an elevated platform with a long table across the front of the room for those in charge. They entered into the space between the spectators' seats and the benches, and Zechariah led David past the front row of seats, which spectators had already filled, to the center aisle. As they walked past the crowd, whispers fluttered through the rows. "It's Zechariah. Stirring up trouble, I hear. Now I know what this is about." Zechariah reached the front bench and sat down to wait. David saw that besides the door they had come in, there was one other entrance to the hall at the front of the room to the right of the raised platform. He also noted 2 Fempiror posted at each door. They were dressed in black, loose-fitting clothing, and armed with swords strapped to their backs, much like Zechariah. David could not help but wonder if these guards, or warriors, were normal for a meeting such as this. At the front of the room, the long table had 7 chairs behind it, accessible primarily from the front door. He presumed these chairs would soon hold the 7 people he had seen in the portraits upstairs. Each seat had a nameplate before it. He found Vladimir at the far left side of the table, and Head Korean's name was in front of a raised seat in the middle. Between Vladimir and Korean, from left to right, were Jatarua and Tyronis, and from Korean to the right end of the table were Oligar, Virna, and Gitish. None had any last name or label listed. "What's going to happen?" David asked, worried. Zechariah appeared very calm, as if he already had the situation well in hand. "This will be a simple, formal meeting," he said. "A Fempiror will enter through that back door behind the table and announce the council. Everyone in the room will stand. Then they will enter one at a time through that same door in the order of their names on the table. Head Korean will tell us all that the council convenes and will ask everyone to sit. From there, he'll tell everyone why we're here, while no doubt throwing in a disdainful word for me before he turns the meeting over to me for a moment to explain myself. After I've explained, they'll question me, though they'll more likely interrupt during my story to get the meeting over with quicker. Now, I will introduce you, but you won't have to say or do anything. You're here primarily as evidence, and I will not bring you forward to speak. They also won't question you like Tiberius did. You have nothing to worry about." "What about you?" David asked him quickly. Zechariah glanced at him and smiled. "Don't worry," he said again. "I'm used to this. I was up there for a long time, so I can handle them." Zechariah sighed. "But, truth be told, this may not go well. You need to be ready to leave when I tell you to leave. Stay with every step I take. You may have to use some of that newfound strength you now possess." David nodded and looked at the crowd behind them. Tiberius had just entered and taken a seat near the back. He gestured to David to look forward. David did, and saw Zechariah's description of the ceremony come to life. An older man entered from the chamber doors at the front. He was dressed all in white, right down to his shoes, with a white dress wig. "Velen nedsta, telnyatel par kunliskilero Fempiror," the man said. Zechariah quickly leaned over and translated, "All rise for the entry of the Fempiror Council." Everyone in the room stood as 7 Fempiror walked through the door at the front. David recognized Vladimir as coming in first. The Fempiror walked in a line in the order of the nameplates from left to right, each going to one of the 7 chairs at the head table. All of them were men who looked to be about the same age, and each of them, with the exception of Korean, were dressed in the same blue and yellow that Vladimir had worn earlier. Korean wore a crushed velvet purple robe and hat with gold where Vladimir's was yellow. "Kunliskil jikortia, iresta sats," Korean said. Zechariah translated quietly for David again. "The council now convenes. Please sit." And on cue, the entire room sat down. Head Korean leaned forward, his hands folded before him. Neither he nor any of the 5 members of the council that David had not met appeared very happy to be here today. Vladimir's expression was solely that of concern as he kept his eyes on Zechariah. Zechariah still appeared completely calm. This was his arena. "We are here for an emergency meeting called by Zechariah, Rastem, and former member of the council, removed for unfounded theories and disturbing the peace," Head Korean began. He had no notes or information before him. He delivered this solely from memory. Zechariah, I do hope you haven't called us all here in vain. Zechariah stood up and stepped confidently before them. I assure you, head Korean, that I have not, Zechariah said. I have with me one David Taylor, a former resident of Hauginstown, which I currently protect. He was recently transmutated by a Fempiror named Rufus, who claimed allegiance to the Tepish order. The crowd reacted to the forbidden word. Zechariah waited a moment to allow his words to sink in. The council sat quietly and waited for Zechariah to continue, not reacting to either Zechariah or the audience. Zechariah continued, The Tepish have existed for years in this capacity, but have not been a threat. However, this Tepish claimed to be a Redel Kurtz, the second rank of the Tepish hierarchy, and in a capacity not of command, but of acquisition. And why is that significant? Tyrannus interrupted. Zechariah looked at him. He had prepared this answer since it would be the most obvious. If you were an independent member of a dead order, why claim to be a middle rank? Why not say you are the Elrod Malnak instead, or one of the other Malnak? It was the nature of the Tepish to instill fear, said Oligar, even those who work alone. What better way to make one believe there are more than to say you are outranked? But the Tepish do not kidnap their victims, Zechariah countered. They leave them to be rejected by their families, so something is going on to make them depart from their traditional actions. I am not convinced, Virna said flatly. What proof do you possess other than this boy who could have been changed in any of a dozen ways? Zechariah chuckled under his breath. David thought he heard Zechariah mutter, always the cynic. I have this, Zechariah said, raising his voice again. David caught Vladimir closing his eyes with a stifled sigh as Zechariah opened the small Nilrov satchel at his side. He carefully pulled the smashed Nilrov out of its satchel and held it aloft before the council. This is what remains of the very Nilrov used by the Tepish to change David, as well as another man from Hauginstown, into Fempiror. It was unfortunately destroyed when I saved David, but why would a lone Fempiror possess such a thing? Zechariah turned and displayed the Nilrov to the crowd behind them. The Tepish are returning. They were taking David to be part of an unwilling army, and when they are ready, they will attack and lay waste to everything. The crowd reacted again, but more intensely. Zechariah was getting to them, and when David looked back at the men sitting at the head of the room, he could tell they were reacting as well. Zechariah still sat calmly and only stared at Zechariah, amused. Gatish was not so silent. Zechariah, you are getting out of order, Gatish declared. My apologies, Council Head, Zechariah responded, but this is serious. You claimed this urgency 25 years ago, Korean said while retaining his usual calm, which was quite different from his demeanor earlier. When you led our waning army to a desolate zone and found no evidence of Tepish or even recent departure. This Nilrov is a useless relic. If I am not mistaken, the Nilrov that led us out there to begin with is still in the possession of a former Rastem leader. You would assert that if someone happened across this item in his possession, we should try him as a Tepish as well. Not at all, Zechariah said, taken aback. And yet, you place much weight upon this find because you do not know the history of its owner, Korean continued. I saw him change David, Zechariah insisted. One Fempiror does not make an army, and you've already indicated that he was dealt with under the code, Korean said. We hold your further Tepish claims as unfounded. What proof do you require? Zechariah asked angrily. You will accept nothing short of invasion as proof. Then you will call it isolated, sit quietly in your comfortable seats, and be slaughtered. Zechariah, that is enough, Korean said, losing his stoic expression. Be silent. I will not be silent, Zechariah replied. I will not stand by and watch you allow my people to be destroyed from within. Vladimir leaned forward and pleaded with Zechariah. Zechariah, please. No, Zechariah yelled. Vladimir sat back quietly in his chair and shook his head. This council no longer governs in the best interest of the people, Zechariah continued. Your leadership is worthless because you do not lead. You have forgotten whom you serve. You are all lambs awaiting your slaughter. Korean stood up. Clearly this was what they had been prepared for. "We cannot allow you to stir the people with this non-existent Tepish threat," he said. "You are under arrest. Seize him." The 4 guards in the room moved suddenly and quickly. David had forgotten they were there, as they had been standing so still and silent throughout this ordeal. They drew their swords as they closed in on Zechariah. Zechariah replaced the smashed Nilrof into its satchel and moved to a defensive position. He drew his sword and gestured for David to get behind him. "Do exactly as I say. No questions," he said quietly. David nodded, fearful of what appeared to be happening. He was not about to question Zechariah at this point. He had no idea what Zechariah had in mind, or how they were going to get out of this mess. He could only hope Zechariah actually had a plan. Zechariah moved with unreal speed, and the clang of swords striking together rang through his ears. He watched as Zechariah only blocked the strikes of the 2 guards closest to them. The other 2 were right behind them and quickly moving around to flank Zechariah on either side. It was a 4-to-1 battle, and he doubted even Zechariah could hold off all 4 of them for long. David did what he could to stay behind Zechariah and not become a victim himself. The warriors backed them towards the wall of the room, and soon they would be trapped. Suddenly, Zechariah turned and leaped out the window, shattering the glass and landing softly on the ground outside. David followed suit behind him. The cool night air was a refreshing change to the stifling atmosphere of the council hall. A quick look around revealed them to be in an alley between the body hall and the building next door. Another door on the side of the body hall led into the lower level, but he felt that if they were coming after Zechariah, this door would prove to be an outlet for more of those guards. The main road was only yards away in one direction. Behind them was another, lesser-traveled road. Zechariah took a few steps towards the lesser-traveled road, but 4 guards entered the alley from that direction. Zechariah turned to the main road and saw 4 more guards entering the alley from there as well. Adding to the chaos were the 4 guards leaping out the window from the council room into the alley, and the door from the lower level was also opening. They were trapped. Then Zechariah looked up. "Hold on to my neck," he said with some urgency. David looked at him incredulously. "What?" he asked. "I don't have time to explain," Zechariah said quickly. "Just hang on and keep your feet off the ground. You'll be strong enough to hold yourself on." David nodded. "I understand," he said, but in reality he did not understand. Zechariah had told him without question, so David complied. He jumped onto Zechariah's back, wrapped his arms around Zechariah's neck, and curled his legs off the ground. Despite the fact that he was now holding his entire weight, he barely noticed. Without a word, Zechariah leaped upwards an impossible distance onto the wall of the council body hall. David could not fathom a logical reason for this. The wall was brick, but there was no handhold or anything else that would allow Zechariah to use a leap to the side of the structure, no matter how high up he was able to jump. But Zechariah only paused for a fraction of a second on that part of the wall before he leaped to the wall of the building on the other side of the alley, which was more of a typical wood and stone construction, landing several feet higher. Zechariah had planned his course carefully up the wall to land in between the windows of the 2 buildings as he went up. Zechariah paused for the same fraction of a second before leaping again to the wall of the hall, several feet higher again. This back and forth leaping continued up the entire height of the walls, but when David looked down, he saw that some of the guards were following them up the wall in the same fashion. He also saw other vehicles at ground level that were levitating above the ground at about the height of the levicart, but were only wide enough for a single person to ride. These must be the chasers described by Tiberius. Before he knew it, they had leaped the entire 3-story height of the buildings and landed on the roof of the building next door to Council Body Hall. Zechariah turned his head to David. "Get down," he said. "I'll protect you. Just stay behind me." David complied and hid behind Zechariah just as the first guard appeared over the edge of the roof and rushed Zechariah. Their swords clashed briefly. The guard was spirited, but clearly inexperienced, as Zechariah beat his parry easily and ran him through. 2 others followed immediately behind him, and Zechariah blocked and parried their blows, somehow managing to fend off both attacks simultaneously. The guards appeared to be fighting their own battles without working together to throw Zechariah off at all. He blocked blow after blow, not attempting to gain any ground with them until he had worked himself to where one was behind the other. At that moment, he easily felled the one closest to him. The second one rushed in immediately, but he failed to consider Zechariah's skill, and his body hit the ground before he could raise his sword. As he fell, Zechariah grabbed the second guard's sword and held it ready in his left hand. The guard's long, straight sword looked rough and even ugly in comparison to the sleek, thin curve of Zechariah's handcrafted weapon. Before they could even move, 3 other guards had replaced their fallen comrades, and now with a sword in each hand, Zechariah was battling all 3 of them at once. As with the previous pair, they were not a coordinated group, and Zechariah was easily able to defend himself despite the uneven odds. He moved in close to the first one, made a quick block, and kicked him off the roof. As he blocked a blow from the second one, he repositioned himself and blocked a blow from the third. The second made another attempt, and Zechariah quickly twisted his sword, throwing the second one's sword clean off the roof as a blow from the third was blocked. With the sword of the third occupied for a second, Zechariah ran him through before he could draw back for another blow. The second guard had backed off, being without a sword. Zechariah sheathed his sword and turned to David. "Let's go," he said quickly. Zechariah sprinted off again, twisting the extra sword in his left hand to point downward as he ran. David ran behind him, staying to Zechariah's right to avoid his extra sword. Several more guards leaped over the edge of the building and gave chase. Zechariah leaped from rooftop to rooftop, quickly moving through the town. David worried that he would be unable to keep up, but he was able to follow Zechariah perfectly. Every leap was more than sufficient to clear the distance between the rooftops, and Zechariah never faltered for a moment. For a man of over 400 years, he was remarkably agile, and David was able to stay with him. Suddenly, Zechariah leaped to a lower roof and then skipped off the roofs entirely to the ground, where he landed with a soft thud. David landed behind him, but rolled to a stop. Hardly pausing, Zechariah ran to where he had parked his levicart nearby. He must have intended to reach his levicart from the roofs, so he didn't have to deal with the people below slowing him down, or more likely, the chasers catching up to him. David jumped to his feet, realizing how winded he was from the pace, but he caught up to Zechariah. Zechariah stopped next to the cart and dropped the extra sword in the back seat. David suddenly realized he had lost his hat at some point during the sprint. He glanced behind them to see if he could spot his hat, but it was nowhere in sight. He had no time to wonder where he had lost it, however, as the chasers were coming. They both jumped into the cart. Zechariah started it up, and in no time at all, David saw why Zechariah had ultimately parked the cart where he had before the meeting began. Directly ahead of his levicart was a long alley that led straight out of town into the fields they had crossed earlier. Zechariah threw a switch, pushed forward on the controls, and the cart blasted out of Erim. David looked behind them, and 4 chasers had turned down the alley and quickly gained on them. The levicart hit the open fields, and Zechariah pushed the levers forward as far as they would go. The landscape rushed by at a blinding speed. Once their eyes adjusted outside the bright lights of Erim, the light of the moon helped to illuminate their path more than sufficiently. David glanced back and saw that the chasers were gaining on them. "Listen, I need you to maintain a straight course unless there is an absolute need to change direction," Zechariah said. David looked at him, surprised. "You want me to do what?" "They're going to be on us in a very short time, and I need to get rid of them. You need to control the levicart." "I don't know how." "You've seen me do it, right?" Zechariah asked. David was panicked. Of course he had seen the simple controls of the cart, but it was one thing to see it, and another entirely to do it. "David," Zechariah said curtly, "you can do this." David nodded. Zechariah climbed out of his seat and into the back of the cart. The controls stayed in their forward position. David looked forward. The fields were clear for some distance, but there appeared to be a forest that would soon run parallel to their course. With a deep breath, he climbed into Zechariah's seat and held the controls. He pulled back slightly and felt the cart slow just a little under the reduction of propulsion power. He pushed the controls forward again and felt the cart speed back up as the power was reapplied. He breathed heavily and looked back to Zechariah, who was eyeing him with a slight smile. "Forgive me for not giving you a lesson sooner," Zechariah said. "I didn't think you'd need to drive after only 3 days." David shrugged. "As long as I just need to go straight, I can do it," he said, more for himself than for Zechariah. Zechariah nodded. "Just stay the course," he said. "They're almost upon us." Zechariah stood in the rear of the leva cart and looked at the field behind them. The chasers continued to gain on them. Zechariah slipped his foot through one of the straps attached to the rear bed of the cart. He leaned down and tightened the strap. He picked up the sword he had taken from the Fempiror guard on the roof in his left hand, and drew his own sword with his right. Two of the chaser Fempiror drew their swords and held them horizontally level with Zechariah's neck. Zechariah held his swords vertically in front of him and placed a leg back to brace himself for the inevitable impact. The chasers reached them, and their swords clashed against Zechariah's defense. The leva cart shuddered under the force of the hit. David flinched while holding the controls, and the cart swerved slightly. Zechariah appeared to be unmoved by the strike, and only moved under the leva cart's instability. The chasers spun out of control, each going opposite directions, but their riders soon regained control and circled around to approach the cart again. The other two chasers attempted to seize the moment of the leva cart slowing and separated, each to one side of the cart. They were moving in quickly in an apparent attempt to pin the cart between them. Zechariah leaned forward to David. "Speed up when I tell you to," he said. David nodded and glanced to each side. The chasers were closing fast. David's hands rested gently on the controls, waiting for Zechariah's signal. "Now," Zechariah said. David pressed the control levers forward as far as they would go. The leva cart shot forward in an instant. The riders quickly righted their chasers, but they were unable to control their momentum and collided just behind the cart. One of the riders hit the ground as the rigs crashed together, but the other rider used his own momentum to leap from his falling chaser onto the back of the speeding leva cart. Zechariah struck instantly, but the rider blocked the blow with a wrist gauntlet before clutching both of Zechariah's hands, preventing a second blow. The two stood at a stalemate on the back of the cart, with neither able to deliver a punch without the other stopping it. Zechariah brought his knee up into the rider's gut, and then punched him in the face when he faltered, but the rider maintained his grip on Zechariah and did not fall. Zechariah glanced behind the rider to see the other chasers approaching them swiftly from behind. They held out their swords at neck level again with no regard for their fellow rider. Apparently Zechariah was dangerous enough that if they could take him out, killing one of their own was of no consequence. Zechariah only held the rider at bay, stopping his various kick attempts with leg blocks of his own while he awaited the inevitable strike. The other chasers rushed upon them, and Zechariah ducked at the last moment. His opponent never saw it coming, and a head dropped into the seat next to David. David jumped involuntarily, and then grimaced at the blank eyes staring at him. Zechariah sheathed his sword, removed the scabbard of the dead rider, and discarded the rider's body and head over the side of the fast-moving cart. In front of them the other chasers wheeled around and charged them from the front. Zechariah sheathed the extra sword and leaned down to David again. "Head to the forest," he said, pointing to the large grove of trees that David had seen earlier. David shook his head. "Are you crazy?" he asked rhetorically. Zechariah looked forward. The pair of chasers was on the verge of ramming them. "No time to argue," he said, placing his hands on top of David's, and quickly steering the cart directly towards the trees. The chasers missed them by inches, and spun round to follow. "We'll smash against a tree at this speed in the dark," David panicked. "You're a Fempiror," Zechariah said reassuringly. "Relax, and use your reflexes. They're faster than you think." David took a deep breath. This was another time where he could not argue, and there was no time to consider anything. Zechariah had made this decision for him, and with the edge of the forest looming, there was no turning back. As they flew into the trees, David quickly learned that the slightest move to the control levers could make a big difference in speed and direction. He also found that keeping up with the speed of the cart as it whipped through the trees was not as difficult as he had imagined. Zechariah had thrust something upon him that he could handle, and unless Zechariah had forced him to handle it, he would not have believed it. But there was little time to marvel at his newfound skills. The other two chasers were just as capable of maneuvering through the trees, and they proved it as one of them settled directly behind the cart. Something clanged against the rear of the cart, and its speed lurched slightly. David looked quickly behind them to find that the chaser had a hook attached to the rear of the cart, and the rider was pulling himself closer. The rope was attached to the chaser just below the handles in front, where there appeared to be a small compartment large enough for the rope and hook assembly, and the compartment blended with the body of the chaser when closed. Zechariah was already watching the unwelcome visitor closely, waiting for him to close in on them. Suddenly, Zechariah leaped from the back of the leva cart and landed on the chaser, sitting face to face with its rider. The rider was momentarily stunned, and provided very little struggle against Zechariah, who threw the rider off his chaser in short order. Zechariah turned himself around, detached the rope from his chaser, and flew through the trees after the other chaser, who had been keeping pace off to one side, waiting for his partner to capture the leva cart. Zechariah drew his sword and settled near the other chaser on his right. The rider switched his sword to his left hand and was able to fend off the few blows that Zechariah was able to make between the trees. Zechariah slowed the chaser slightly, much to the surprise of the rider, and resheathed his sword. He whipped the chaser between the trees and settled behind the rider. With a burst of speed, he rammed the chaser from behind. The rider swerved, but Zechariah stayed tight on his tail. He held his sword at the ready, watching for Zechariah to come again. Zechariah sped up and rammed the other chaser again, but as he hit, he turned to the right, causing the rear of the other chaser to follow. Through a combination of one hand holding a sword and the tight concentration of trees, the rider had no chance of recovery. His chaser spun uncontrollably, crumpling the rider and the chaser into a tree. Zechariah flew to David and signaled for him to slow down. David gratefully complied. Zechariah stopped next to him and stepped off the chaser. He regarded it for a long moment. David stared at his thoughtful face. "What is it?" David asked. "What are you thinking?" "I was just considering how useful an extra vehicle might be for us," Zechariah replied. "What are you going to do with it?" Zechariah shrugged. "You never know," he said. He used the rope and hook that the chaser's former rider had used to grab the back of the cart, and tied the chaser to the rear of the leva cart. When it was secure, Zechariah retook his place at the controls, turned them around, and flew out of the wood back into the open fields again. Once free of the trees, Zechariah pushed the acceleration to its limit again and steered them west. "Urufdiam?" David asked. "That's the plan," Zechariah answered matter-of-factly. He reached behind the seat and picked up the newly acquired sword. He looked at it for a moment and sighed. Finally, he handed it to David, who took it impulsively. "This will be yours," he said. "Tiberius or I will teach you to use it. Traditionally, you would make your own, but we don't have time." David looked at the sheathed sword. He had never seen a fight like this before today, and unlike the non-threatening environment of Tiberius' padded floor, this was far too real for him. He did not move to remove the sword from its scabbard and looked to Zechariah. "I don't know if I want this," he said. "I know," said Zechariah. David placed the sword back behind the seat. Zechariah sighed. "If you had not been attacked, you would be at home, safe and ignorant of everything you know now. You are now a part of a different society, and in this time and circumstance, no one has a choice." "It's not that I don't appreciate it," David said. "You have been good to me, but you have to understand that where I grew up, we had no conflict. I've never seen anything like this. It's too much. I didn't think... I'm a tailor. That's how I grew up. It was never within my future to kill." "Taking a life is not part of anyone's future," Zechariah reassured. "I did not go to Erim to kill. I went to talk. I did not want to do what I had to do. If they had not pursued us, I would not have pursued them. If they had not threatened our lives, I would not have taken theirs. If there was any other path, I would have followed it. But if I had not killed them, they would have killed us." David nodded. Of course, Zechariah was right, but accepting that sword would be accepting something foreign to him. Maybe it took a younger Zechariah time to adjust to the idea of death, but David just could not do it. He had been forced to accept so much in the last couple of days that, for the sake of his sanity, he could not deal with this right now. The day might come when he had no choice, and he would accept the life that Zechariah proposed, but at this time he could not do it. Besides, the trip through the trees had been a real eye-opener for him. He knew that only a few days ago, if someone had placed him at the controls of the leva cart and asked to fly through a grove of trees at that speed, he would have crashed. The thought continued to boggle David's mind when he considered that only a few days ago he was completely unaware that something like a leva cart existed. The fastest mode of transportation he was aware of before meeting Zechariah was riding on horseback, and horses were a rare occurrence in Hauginstown. No one needed them for anything. There were some farmers on the edges of town who used them occasionally, but more for hitching a cart to them and moving their wares into town. Speed was something unnecessary in his former world. He looked back at the land rushing past them. Now speed was a part of his life. A part of a life he was stuck in, but really wanted no part of. A life he was constantly searching for any way to get out of. He knew he could go home, ready by Fempiror standards or not. He was sure they would accept him. He was sure it wasn't all lost to him forever. He did not want to wait. However, looking at the horizon and seeing the first rays of sunlight show themselves, he felt a twinge of panic, and really wondered if he could go home with this sort of a problem. He was already learning what it was like to be a Fempiror, to be afraid of the sun, and he began to second-guess himself for the first time. Chapter 14. Fertid. Zechariah and David walked through the streets of Urufdiam, which were already beginning to show signs of the human populace stirring to do their daily duties. They wore the day travel cloaks, and they had again covered the levicart to make it look like a covered wagon of goods. So much had happened since they had left Urufdiam, it felt like more than just an evening had passed. The people who walked past them gave them hardly a glance, despite what David considered to be their odd appearance, but as a point of fact, they looked just like everyone else. Besides the strange floating vehicle they pulled behind them, Zechariah and David could be anyone in their dark cloaks, and these people were probably used to seeing Fempiror come into their town to the safe house run by the Fempiror Ildrich, whether they realized it or not. As another point of fact, regular people probably stayed there with remarkable regularity, and thought nothing of the covered windows. He wondered if there was a family in Urufdiam who knew the loss his family must be feeling at this time. Had that son ever returned to tell his family the truth? Do they still wonder if he's out there somewhere? Or was that son taken by the Tepish that Zechariah so worried about, never to return? Was he truly dead? Did Zechariah kill him last night? Zechariah did not kill Tepish last night, though. He had killed members of the police force in Erim, just simple people doing their job to protect a town from the lunatic ravings of a madman. Zechariah was fully convinced that this was all the work of a faction called the Tepish, a faction deemed dead and gone by nearly everyone except Zechariah and his small circle of friends. David wondered if he was on the right side or not. The pair walked into the alley that concealed the large door to the side of the Rastem safe house. Zechariah walked directly to the well-worn spot on the wall and knocked. As before, the door opened to admit them and the levicart. Zechariah stowed the cart, and then he and David removed their day travel cloaks and stored them in the levicart before moving quickly into the common room. Ildrich looked up at them and then directed their gaze to Tiberius waiting for them at a table. Tiberius looked amused more than anything else, which David found surprising considering the mess that Zechariah had created. He wondered if this would affect Tiberius and his art of Jijunga business that rested in the heart of Erim. They sat with Tiberius, and Zechariah briefly explained everything that had transpired since they left the council room. Tiberius said nothing, but only nodded thoughtfully. As Zechariah spoke, Ildrich brought them all food and drink. Finally, when Zechariah finished with the chase through the trees, Tiberius smiled. "Well, it looks like you really stirred them up last night. Good show." Zechariah shook his head in frustration. "I cannot believe how thick they are to sit there so blindly," he said, trailing off. Tiberius shrugged. "It is a worthless venture to ponder their motives anymore," he said. "I often wonder who they work for." "What does Vladimir think?" Zechariah asked. "Ask him when he arrives," Tiberius said, chasing his words with a drink. The door from the levicart storage opened, and Vladimir entered, dressed in his day travel cloak over blue breeches and waistcoat, with white stockings and shirt. "Zechariah, you crazy Malklek," he exclaimed, not even waiting for a greeting. "Do you have any idea what the council went through after your little display?" "Ask me if I care," Zechariah said shortly. "You killed several of Erim's security force," Vladimir went on. "You know how serious a crime that is. How can I protect you when you're doing things like this?" Do you know how infuriating it is to be wanted for upholding the code we've used for over 350 years? Zechariah asked in return, not even bothering to stand and welcome. Vladimir did not break his anger or his gaze with Zechariah. I could lose my position for just talking to you, Vladimir said, walking to the table. I hope you do. It's certainly not worth keeping. The council no longer desires peace, despite its lofty claims. You cannot achieve peace by inciting war. You can, however, find yourself in a war by claiming peace. You can't reason with the Tepish. You can't sign a treaty. They will see your indecision and docility and take over. You don't get peace when you take no action. You get annihilation. That's a rather cold outlook. It's reality. I won't feign peace when it does not exist. Silence enveloped the company. Vladimir still stood near them, holding Zechariah's stare, as if they were trying to stare each other down. Finally, Tiberius cleared his throat. Well, Vladimir, he said uncomfortably, welcome. We appreciate your presence. We need to find their home area, Zechariah said, not acknowledging Tiberius at all. Suddenly, the main entry door to the common room slammed open. The door appeared to lead to the outside, though there was a small foyer of some kind to separate the outside door from this inner room. In the doorway stood a Fempiror in a day travel cloak, but the cloak was torn and cut in several places, and David could see where the sun had burned the Fempiror's skin. The newcomer's face was dirty and burned as well, but he did not appear to be much older than David's oldest brother was, unlike the majority of the Fempiror David had met to this point. The Fempiror took a few deep breaths as he looked around the room at the surprised faces that beheld his appearance, and then collapsed onto the floor. Ildrich was at the stranger's side in an instant, along with Tiberius, Zechariah, and several of the other patrons from the common room. Zechariah, would you carry him for me? Ildrich asked. I'll get a room key. Zechariah nodded and effortlessly lifted the stranger from the ground as Ildrich ran behind the counter and took a key from his rack of room keys. Follow me, Ildrich said, moving ahead of Zechariah. They entered the hall of rooms, and Ildrich opened the first one. Zechariah carried the stranger in and set him down on the bed. Ildrich was already out of the room when David, Tiberius, and Vladimir entered. Zechariah tore the day travel cloak from the stranger and set it off to one side. The stranger had blonde hair that ran just past his shoulders, and he was dressed in black clothing similar to Zechariah's that had been sliced even worse than his cloak, exposing the skin underneath, which seemed to be equal parts burned and cut. On his wrists and ankles were dark metal gauntlets that had many fresh grooves in them from whatever he had experienced before getting to Korebdim. Ildrich returned carrying water and bandages. Zechariah stood back to allow Ildrich to work, ready in case he needed any help. What do you think? Tiberius asked Zechariah. He looks like an Alewo, Zechariah said with a considerable amount of surprise in his voice, while never taking his eyes from the stranger. Ildrich looked up in surprise. Really? He asked. They haven't been seen since the Tepish came about. I know, Zechariah said, but look at him. Vladimir nodded thoughtfully. His garb does resemble the old order, he said. And he doesn't have a weapon, Zechariah pointed out. He might have lost it, Tiberius suggested. Or it was taken from him, Ildrich added. Zechariah seemed unmoved by the suggestions. Tiberius, Zechariah said, do you know where the Alewo are supposed to be these days? No, Tiberius replied. When they left, I heard they settled in some caves in the mountains out west. The mountains out west near Hauginstown? Vladimir asked in surprise. Isn't that where... It's near, where I suspected the buildup of Tepish forces 25 years ago, Zechariah finished. Perhaps he escaped, Ildrich suggested. We need to go there, Zechariah said, with that sense of urgency he always seemed to have in his voice. Tiberius shook his head. Zechariah, we can't assume every attack is Tepish related, he said. We also can't assume this Fempiror is an Alewo. It's a full night's journey to those mountains, and we don't even know which one the Alewo are supposed to be in. Zechariah could not be dissuaded. Then we wake him up and find out, he said, turning to the sleeping stranger. Ildrich suddenly stood in his way. This Fempiror is my guest, Ildrich said with no humor in his voice, and he needs to sleep. I will not have you disturbing him. Vladimir put his hand on Zechariah's shoulder. We'll wait, Vladimir said to Ildrich. Get some rest, Ildrich said. All of you. I'll let you know if he says anything. Agreed, Tiberius said, nodding. If our destination is beyond Hauginstown, then we'll need our energy. The last part of a journey like that will be in day travel cloaks. There are no safe houses out there. The stranger woke up some time later. They had elected to sleep in a room with several single beds in it, so Ildridge could inform them all at the same time. When Ildridge had let them know, it seemed as if no one had slept. David followed the three old Rastem as Ildridge led them back to the stranger's room. He's still very weak, Ildridge explained, but he insisted on telling someone what had happened. Is he from the mountains? Zechariah asked. Ildridge shrugged. He mentioned a plateau, but I don't know for sure, he said. I've been here for so long I don't rightly know where anything is anymore. You can judge for yourself when you speak to him. Ildridge had told the truth about the stranger's state. He was awake, and he was sitting up, but he did not look the least bit recovered from his ordeal. As they all entered his room, he regarded each of them with the utmost seriousness. His face betrayed no emotion, bad or good, at the Fempiror who gathered to hear his story. Ildridge had placed 4 chairs in the room. Zechariah, Tiberius, and Vladimir sat down immediately. David glanced at Ildridge, who gestured for him to sit. He did, and the stranger seemed to regard him the most seriously of all. He looked away from David across each of their faces. My name is Fertid, he said. I am of the dark west Fempiror who reside in the Urufdiam Plateau. Do you know where this is? The 3 Rastem nodded solemnly. David only listened. The numbers of our guests are now overwhelming, and though they profess peace, we have learned differently. 5 there were that the Deldral of the Dark West charged to find those who can help us, but they learned of our plan, and only I escaped in one of their levicarts. Wounded as I was, they did not give up the chase. 4 of their warriors chased me on their own cart, so I locked my controls to continue my forward momentum and face them. Their first warrior leaped across the gap to my cart, and though he was armed with a sword, I defeated him easily. He fell from the back of my cart to the ground, but the next 2 followed quickly in his stead. 2 against 1 was a more difficult battle, but my superior training shone through. I threw the second warrior from my cart, but the third was more difficult. It was during this battle that I discovered we were on a course for a series of rocks bordering the side of the mountain. I delivered a blow to the third warrior, and he was thrown from the back of my cart. I had little time but to jump from the back of my cart to the trailing cart, before mine met its end against the rocks. The driver of their cart was of no consequence, and easily defeated. I took to the controls but noticed that the cart was losing speed quickly. Then the rear of the cart dipped sharply, and before I knew it the back was dragging the ground, bringing me to a halt. I learned that the third warrior had not met his end when he fell from my cart. Instead, he latched himself onto the side of his own cart, and rather than immediately climb on board, he had run his sword through the propulsion and lift coils at the rear of the cart. With the cart destroyed beyond my knowledge of repair, I leaped out of it to face this foe a second time. On the plains outside the plateau I defeated him again, but he had already inflicted a greater blow. I had no time to think. I ran to the wreck, took a day-travel cloak, and came here as fast as I could, for the Deldral had told me of a Rastem presence here. Fertid, Zechariah said, can you describe your attackers to us? Fertid looked at him calmly. Of course, he said. Their dress is the same throughout. Their armor is black as a whole, though they have an insignia of a bat etched on the breastplate in red. Red cloth connects their armor from neck to knee, and they wear gauntlets much like mine, also bordered in red. They wear helmets that protect their heads and the back of their neck, but are open in the front. At that description, Zechariah stood and turned. It was hard to say whether his face betrayed anger or realization. He turned after a moment and looked directly at Fertid. That is your description of them, Zechariah confirmed. There is no doubt in your mind about that? None, said Fertid, but I must confess that I wonder whether I have come to the right people. He pointed to David. This young one appears to be very new to our way of life. I was under the impression that there was only one faction that actively practiced transmutation. We rescued him, Zechariah said. We did not change him. I assure you that you have come to the right place, Tiberius said reassuringly. We will do what we can. Fertid smiled for the first time since they had met him. "We are in your debt," he said. "But be warned, do not mention me to anyone you see. To protect you and the one who sent me, I cannot tell you his name, but he will know why you have come. We are in grave danger, and I fear we are not the last to be so." "You have nothing to fear," Zechariah said. "Tell me one more thing, though. Are you of the Alewo?" Fertid smiled again. "If you have asked the question, then you already know the answer," he said simply. He moved back down on the bed and closed his eyes. Quietly, the 5 of them left the room. Ildrich closed the door behind them. They thanked Ildrich and moved down the hall back to their room. Ildrich walked the other direction back to the common room. As soon as they closed their door, Zechariah turned to Vladimir. "Well," Zechariah asked, "do you think your precious council will be convinced now? That description exactly matches the Tepish armor of old." Vladimir sighed and shook his head. "They won't listen to it," he said. "You have to understand that they are interested in keeping people happy, and this sort of thing doesn't appeal to them." Zechariah sighed and turned to Tiberius. "Wouldn't you agree it's at least worth checking out?" Zechariah asked. Tiberius nodded. "I agree," he said. "We need to confirm what he has said at the very least, and maybe we can do something about it." "When are we leaving?" Vladimir asked. Zechariah turned to him, surprised. "You aren't needed?" Tiberius asked. Vladimir shook his head. "The council will not gather again for several weeks," he replied. "We would not have any time soon but for Zechariah's Code 57. Zechariah scoffed. "My deepest apologies for disrupting the council's busy lives and forcing them to concentrate on the people." Vladimir shook his head again, this time with his eyes closed. Tiberius chose not to acknowledge the comment. "Zechariah, when should we leave?" Tiberius asked. "It's just west of Hauginstown." "We can leave at sunset and be at the Urufdiam caves just before sunrise," Zechariah replied. "We can reach the Dark West stronghold using day travel cloaks." "Who else will be going with us?" Vladimir asked. "I feel the fewer the better, just to assess the situation," Tiberius said to Vladimir. "Zechariah has David. I will ride with Kaltesh, and you can be with Yori. I want to be ready in case there is a problem, but I don't want all our warriors there to be destroyed. I'll leave instructions on what to do if we aren't heard from in a few days." David was getting lost very quickly. First, there was this stranger, Fertid, bringing himself together long enough to tell a story that happened at about the same time that he and Zechariah were meeting with Tiberius and Erim. Now they were bringing in more Rastem, he assumed, to go out to somewhere near Hauginstown to see about some dark west Fempiror being overwhelmed. He needed to sort this out. "What do these Tepish want, anyway?" David asked. "If they did take over your council, haven't they won already? What else is left?" The 3 Rastem looked at each other briefly, David having interrupted their discussion. Tiberius nodded to Vladimir. "The Fempiror society stands with humanity in a very delicate balance," Vladimir explained. "The Rastem are their only line of defense, and they don't even know it. If we had not stopped the Tepish, this world would be nothing but Fempiror by now. If the Tepish win and take over our society, their ideals would also take over, and our world will die." "How?" David asked. "By turning every human into Fempiror," Zechariah said. "We would all have long lives, but no offspring." David was instantly confused. Offspring? He had never even considered Fempiror children. "Fempiror can't have children?" David asked. "No," Zechariah replied. "Fempiror are a sterile race. We cannot conceive at all." "The only way to create a Fempiror," Vladimir said, answering his mental question, "is to be transmutated. We cannot have children, so if the Tepish overrun the world, then it would be a world of Fempiror. Those who don't kill themselves would die after a few hundred years." "You might call it a slow genocide," Tiberius said. "That's what you fight for?" David asked. "It is what we have always fought for," Tiberius said. "It would be far better if our people were completely destroyed, because we are such a threat to the human race. We stay, however, to protect our mother race, as it were, from total destruction from ourselves." There it was, the reason for Zechariah's passion, the reason that they care about humanity, the reason that transmutation is illegal, the reason that they fight so hard against anyone who willingly transmutates someone into a Fempiror. It isn't just some desire to be valiant or noble. It isn't a selfishness to keep their virtual immortality to themselves. It is because if the Fempiror became the only race on the planet, there would be no next generation. It brought home the meaning of the saying inside the council body hall, "Remember who you serve." Humanity was the answer. David realized in that moment, as he and his Rastem elders were laying down to rest for a long journey only a few hours away, that if Beth were changed, he would condemn her to lose the only thing she truly desired in this world, a family. She wanted children. He could never take that away from her. If he lived in Hauginstown, she would never want to be away from him, and by doing so he would be taking her life and dreams away from her. Zechariah was right. He could never go back. He still wanted it more than anything in the world, but to choose between getting what he wanted and allowing her to have what she needed, he would have to let her go. He needed to say goodbye. Chapter 15. The Journey West. As soon as only the faintest rays of the sun shone over the horizon, Zechariah led David out of the levicart hold in Korebdim's Rastem safe house, both in day travel cloaks with Zechariah pulling the covered cart behind them. They were to meet up with Tiberius, Vladimir, and the two other Rastem on the edge of town before flying to the Urufdiam Plateau as fast as possible. Zechariah walked very quickly through town, but unlike the struggle David had in Erim the night before, he now had no trouble keeping up with the old Fempiror. Even since yesterday, he had become stronger since walking at this speed through Erim had been difficult for him, and before his change, this speed would have been nearly impossible for him to maintain. Since Zechariah remained silent on their walk, David's mind wandered to the day before when he had learned that he could never give Beth what she really wanted anymore, and that he would have to say goodbye. He wondered how he would do it, since Zechariah would not willingly allow David to go home at this time. He continued to insist it was too dangerous for him. But now, David did not intend to stay. He had asked Zechariah again earlier about going back to say goodbye, but either through the code he held to so strictly, or out of distrust for David, he insisted it wasn't a good idea, and would say no more on the matter. When they had been discussing their destination, he had gotten a better idea of where this Urufdiam Plateau was in relation to Hauginstown. He learned that these were the mountains that had once represented a time when he would no longer answer to his parents or the town and their expectations. The mountains had always represented an escape, though he had never been to them as they were too far away. They were going to these same mountains to find out about Tepish, and if Zechariah was right, they might be in for a fight of some kind. He remembered Zechariah facing off against Vladimir, as well as the warriors in Erim, and he knew that a battle like this would be out of his league entirely. He would be likely placed out of harm's way, but doubted he would have any opportunity to leave. Once the day was done, if they survived, they would leave the area, and he might never find it again. The appearance of Vladimir, Tiberius, and the two other Rastem broke his train of thought. Tiberius and Vladimir had both shed their modern clothes in favor of the same dark outfit that Zechariah had been sporting since David had met him, complete with the riding coat and scabbard lashed onto their backs. With the three of them armed in the same dress, they looked like the soldiers they once were. With them were two others, a man and a woman, Kaltesh and Yori, he assumed, both of whom were dressed in the same Rastem attire, but the woman's had a more feminine cut to it. The man was well built, with sharp, deep blue eyes, a clean-shaven face, and long brown hair tied back in a ponytail, who appeared to be about 38 in age. The woman was blonde with her hair tied up in a tight bun. Her hazel eyes were bright with life and enthusiasm, and she seemed to have a permanent smile on her face, and looked at the most to be in her late 20s. Zechariah smiled upon seeing them, and walked forward to the man. They placed their hands on each other's shoulders in greeting. "Kaltesh," Zechariah said, addressing the man. "It's been a while." He turned to David. "David, this is Kaltesh. He's younger, but quite well trained." "To Tiberius' credit, of course," Kaltesh said humbly. "Of course," Tiberius acquiesced. Zechariah smiled at Kaltesh. "Now you're starting to get as old as we are, aren't you?" he asked. "How old are you now?" 200 this year, Kaltesh replied. I never dreamed in my youth that I would get this old. Well, and not feel that old anyway. It's a bit strange, isn't it? Zechariah said. Kaltesh nodded. A bit, he replied. Zechariah walked over to the woman, and as with Kaltesh, they placed their hands on each other's shoulders. He smiled as he looked into her eyes. And this is Yori, he said, not taking his eyes from her face. She's young, and yet she's managed to hold her own against me before. She also happens to be an excellent tracker. Which is a prime reason we chose her, Vladimir said without humor. Never go underground without someone to get you out. I have yet to be lost anywhere, Yori said reassuringly, and don't think they haven't tried. How old are you? David asked her. Yori raised an eyebrow. A lady does not discuss her age, Yori said, but in my case I don't honestly care. She thought quickly, counting subconsciously on her fingers while she stared at the sky. 93. David looked at them all for a moment as they stared back at him. He knew Zechariah said he was a little over 400, and now he knew one that was 200, and another nearly 100. But the younger the age, the younger the appearance. Zechariah had said that Fempiror aged slowly, and his mind worked the ages out to a conclusion he had to verify with them. You all were originally changed at about the same age, weren't you? He asked. All about my age, wasn't it? They all looked at each other and seemed to be considering the question. Finally, Zechariah spoke up. Yes, it does appear that way, he said. Most Fempiror that are alive for any length of time were changed in their late teens or early 20s. Why is that? David asked. You're overthinking it, David, Kaltesh said. We all know that older people are changed into Fempiror. There was one in my town, actually, David said. Kaltesh nodded. Well, first, younger people tend to be out at night more so than older people, he said. Second, younger people can adapt to radical life changes such as this better than older people. The older you are, the more set in your ways you get. I've been a Fempiror now for 180 years, and I can't imagine being anything else anymore. Tiberius there is probably completely hopeless. Tiberius smiled. Indeed, when death takes me, a Fempiror shall I be. I neither desire nor could I comprehend any other life. I just can't see you asking for help to lift something, Zechariah added. He would probably die with a broken back. David smiled. This was the first time he had seen Zechariah truly relax. These were his people, those that he knew and could relate to and talk to. These people were to him as Abraham and Beth were to David. And at that thought, David's heart ached just a little. Let's go, Tiberius said finally. Everyone went to their levacarts. Zechariah signaled David to his cart. Tiberius rode with Yori, and Vladimir rode with Kaltesh. David noted that all the levacarts shared a design similar to Zechariah's, all with an extra pair of seats behind the driver and passenger. He also noticed that the other carts did not appear as worn out as Zechariah's. Why are we riding two to a cart? David asked. Nothing too complicated, David, Zechariah said nonchalantly. We usually travel in pairs, so we can't be cornered too easily. If we rode 4 to a cart, the Tepish could pick off that one cart, and we'd lose half of us just like that. David nodded. It was defensive. He should have known. With the sun below the horizon, the 3 levacarts were free to blast across the open country. The night passed without incident, and Zechariah made minor course corrections as he led the small caravan towards the part of the country he had called home for the last 25 years. When Zechariah had last traveled this path going the other direction, Zechariah had given him a history lesson, but now he simply watched the dark country pass by. Only the occasional firelit villages far distant to them gave him any indication that they were traveling at all. He turned to Zechariah. What is the Rastem code? He asked. You've mentioned it several times, but only in pieces. Is there more to it? Not much more than I've said already, Zechariah said. There is an order to it, however, which I haven't covered yet. Knowing the priorities might help you to make sense of it, if you're ready for that. David shrugged. I don't know, he said. I'm ready to listen. Zechariah nodded. It's a good start, he said, and took a deep breath. The code has 4 basic parts, each leading to the next. The first is to prevent the willing transmutation of humans. Second, if willing transmutation occurs, the transmutator will be put to death, and the new Fempiror trained as a Rastem to uphold the code. Third, If the new Fempiror cannot, and he emphasized the next words especially David believed, for David's benefit, or will not be trained, then they will be put to service in the Fempiror world, so they cannot harm any human unintentionally. Finally, and this is what is applying to you more than any other, under no circumstances should a new Fempiror be permitted to return to the human world until properly trained and conditioned. These elements put into writing what those of us on the original council were doing and practicing already once we learned enough to know what the Tepish were doing and what dangers we faced both from humans and from each other. Any true Rastem can be identified by a near religious dedication to the code. David nodded. That fit what Zechariah had done and insisted upon the entire time. He had killed Rufus under the second part. He had warned David against changing Beth under the first, and he had held David against his will under the fourth. I never said I wasn't willing to be trained, David pointed out. I was hopeful in Erim when you went after Tiberius, but since then you haven't shown any interest at all. You haven't touched the sword we acquired. Is our flight from Erim still bothering you? David shrugged. With Tiberius, it was just sticks in a room. But you were up against real people. I just can't see myself that way right now. I can't. It's still too much. That's a fair answer, Zechariah replied. They drove in silence again, and David turned Zechariah's words over in his head. Zechariah had said that the original council put this code into place years ago, and he recalled that Zechariah was once part of the council until he was removed. What happened with you and the council? David asked. You haven't figured that out already, Zechariah replied. David nodded. I know you were kicked off because you took an army to somewhere and found nothing, David said. I can assume that you were told not to, and I can guess it happened before, and you were probably warned about it. Zechariah nodded. You're smarter than you've been acting, he said. The first council consisted of Korean, Jatarua, Kitish, and me, along with 3 others who have been replaced since then because they died one way or another, including the original council head, Parashna. Parashna died a little over 100 years ago in what was only explained as a building accident. The council gave me full authority to investigate, as there was some evidence of possible Tepish involvement. Nothing else ever came to light, and it remained only an accident. Korean succeeded Parashna as council head at the time. You didn't want it? David asked. No, I didn't, Zechariah replied with a chuckle. I told Korean he was welcome to it. Some years later, we started hearing rumors of activity far west of Erim, and several people showed up in Erim who had been changed. I immediately considered the Tepish, but Korean didn't seem so concerned. Then in 1750, one of our scouts at the time came to us with a recently transmutated Fempiror who spoke of a large force he had escaped from in the same area the previous reports had come out of. I immediately petitioned the rest of the council to move what force we had to that area to investigate. They initially denied my request, but persistent as I was, I got my way, and we investigated. Zechariah closed his eyes and shook his head. Nothing, he sighed. The entire area was clean. We found absolutely nothing of any kind anywhere. There was some evidence of habitation here and there, but nothing conclusive. I wanted to take it further, but they denied me since everyone was so far from home anyway. That's when I was removed from the council. I was obsessed and wanted to stay out west. They felt if I wanted to be away from Erim so much, then the council should find someone more interested in the affairs of its people. I felt that pursuing the Tepish was more important than my position on the council, so I relinquished my position. I moved out to where I live now west of Hauginstown to continue looking. 10 years later I found several Tepish moving together across the fields, but they put up such a fight only one survived, which was not sufficient to convince the council of anything. Trouble was that the talk of the Tepish had made the people worried, and they wanted reassurances that they were safe. The council assured them they were fine, and no reason to believe they wouldn't be. The Tepish are only interested in changing humanity. Existing Fempiror are perfectly safe. All the same, that's when the council outlawed the use of the term Tepish. When I left the council, Vierna wasn't on it, though. He must have replaced Issachar sometime after my visit in 1760. Issachar was a good man, and no doubt he was as dangerous as they perceived me to be. I had heard that something had happened to him, but never got any real information. I noticed this when we were there, but it slipped my mind until now. I must remember to ask Vladimir if we get a free moment. Perhaps when all this is over." David waited for a long moment until he realized Zechariah had finished his story. It did cover some questions for him in that he understood why Zechariah perceived the council to be corrupted. He was doing his job as a Rastem in trying to prevent the transmutation of humanity, and the rest of the council did not see this as important as he did. But surely they were Rastem as he was. Then again, that was also a long time ago, and people do change. David looked out across the darkened fields for a while as the silence overwhelmed him. Then he noticed some trees in the distance that he knew. His eyes were well adjusted to the night, and the moon still shone brightly enough to let him know that he would soon see Hauginstown. He watched closely as little dark shapes came into view. He needed no guide here. This had been his only home until a few days ago. To him, the Levicart passed by in slow motion, as he made out every detail that he could see from the distance. Even as far away as they were, he could just glimpse the statue of Gerald Hoggins through the brief opening on the south end of town. It tugged at his heart, and a tear forced its way out and dropped down his face. He looked over to find Zechariah looking at him. He was uncertain about the expression on Zechariah's face, however. It was not anger or determination like David had expected, nor was it sympathy or regret. It was as if Zechariah saw in David the memory of a long, long time ago, when he had perhaps looked upon a little town, and wanted more than anything to go back for only a moment to say goodbye. David looked away from Zechariah and back to the town now fading away behind them. He needed to remember the path from here on, just in case he had the chance to slip away. They continued west for some distance more until they approached a sheer rock face that rose straight up for at least 100 feet. The sun was starting to rise behind them, and Zechariah slowed to study the landscape. Suddenly he veered to one side, and David saw that they were headed for a small cave opening in the side of the rock. He stopped the Levicart as far into the cave as possible. The cave went straight into the mountain just far enough that the rear wall was shadowed from the sunlight. There were no turns or other crevices off their short path. The other two carts pulled in beside Zechariah's cart. They all lowered the short support legs, and their carts rested on the ground as they turned them off. Zechariah climbed out of the cart, and David followed his lead. Before they joined the others, Zechariah held the sword that he had taken from the Erim guard out to David. "Take this," Zechariah said. David shook his head. "I don't want it," he said, backing away from it. Zechariah walked toward him, still offering him the weapon. "We don't know what we're up against. You may need it," he insisted. "I don't know how to use it," David said, desperately trying to find any excuse not to take it, as he backed up against the wall. "You may have to learn," Zechariah said. David did not know what to do. He knew they were going into a potentially dangerous situation, but taking that sword would mean he was finally accepting this fight, and he was not prepared to do that yet. Besides, he thought if he tried to use a sword, he would be more dangerous to himself and his newfound friends than he would be to any enemy. He glanced toward the others. They were watching him and Zechariah was not moving. He took the sword from Zechariah and held it before him. "I still don't," he began, but Zechariah stopped him. "I'm only suggesting that it may come in useful," he said, stepping back to the cart. He took out 2 day-travel cloaks, and David noticed the others had already done the same. Zechariah tossed one to David, who caught the cloak in his free hand. Zechariah walked over to the others, putting his cloak on. David walked to the cart, and with a glance to make sure Zechariah had turned away, placed the sword back behind the seat again. He swung the cloak around his shoulders and joined the others as they walked towards the cave opening where the first rays of the sun were starting to peek in. The Urufdiam Plateau was littered with openings likely carved deliberately by the Dark West Fempiror, as they liked to be called, as diversions to travelers who did not belong in their realm. David had never been here, but he had heard of people from Hauginstown coming out to this area, which he only knew as the Mountain, in order to explore the caves. Some of the caves went a fair distance into the mountain, while others seemed to end after a short walk. His company of 6 walked briskly from hole to hole, checking each dead end and abandoning each cave entirely before going too far in. David asked why they did not explore them further, but as usual, Zechariah and the others were looking for something that David was unaware of. David also found that there was another good reason for not being out during the daytime. Since they had to wear the sunlight-blocking day travel cloaks, the sun was unbearably hot. By the time they had reached the 7th hole, he wanted nothing more than to shed the cloak and be safe in the caves out of the sun. Fortunately, his wish was about to come true. "Aha!" Tiberius exclaimed, pointing out a nearly invisible series of Phileturusk letters on the wall. Yori leaned in closely to them. She looked at Tiberius. "That's FFR, right? What do they mean?" she asked. Tiberius smiled. "Very good, Yori. FFR would be the letters in your tongue," he explained. "It most likely stands for Fempiror Freneloro Rakad, or Fempiror of the Dark West. Just something to tell those who know what to look for where they are, and to keep them hidden from human eyes who wouldn't know any better." David turned to the dead end and looked it over. The rock wall before him appeared to be very flat. Almost too flat. If one were not paying attention, he might pass it over as just another dead end. But knowing who was in this place, it looked more like an entrance than a wall. "Stand back," Tiberius warned. "We do not know what measures the Dark West employ." He looked directly at the wall and spoke in Phileturusk. "Nautaka, mingon Fempiro Frenello Rakad, Casil Tiberius Erimero, Lumelina Kronskjav Eski." David looked at Zechariah for a translation, but Zechariah had fixed his gaze on Tiberius and the wall before him. David sighed and hoped that he would at least understand the context until Zechariah could explain later. Chapter 16. The Urufdiam Plateau. "Attention, guardian of the Fempiror of the Dark West. I am Tiberius of Erim. We come seeking counsel," Tiberius announced to the wall. It was a standard greeting among the Fempiror of old, and if these Dark West were the remains of the Alewo, he hoped they would respond to his formality. A low, calm voice responded to his query, also in Phileturusk, and sounded as if it came from all around him. "What allegiance do you claim?" it asked. Tiberius took a deep breath. How would be the best way to respond to such a direct question? If they were Alewo, then they might welcome Rastem, as the Rastem were known for their defense of humanity. However, if the Tepish had taken over the Dark West ideals, they might be killed as soon as the door opened. Without any way of knowing for sure, though, he decided the truth was always the best option, and if they died at the hand of the Tepish for it, they would die with their integrity. "We are warriors of the Order of Rastem," he replied, continuing only in Phileturusk. He paused only a moment before adding, "We desire knowledge of the Order of Tepish." Zechariah drew in a breath of air. Tiberius knew all too well what Zechariah thought of his revealing it all so openly. Despite his recent rashness, Zechariah had always been known for his caution, and Tiberius doubted that Zechariah would have ever given away so much in a single moment. "The Rastem have always desired the knowledge of the whereabouts of the Tepish," the deep rumbling voice responded. "Why should we help you?" "What do you desire?" Tiberius asked. He was unsure what they would have to bargain with if the unknown voice actually wanted something. "Possessions mean nothing," the voice said, its tone never changing. "We desire only wisdom. How many years have you walked?" "I have walked this world over 400 years, as have 2 of my companions," Tiberius replied, relieved that he was likely dealing with the Alewo, as this was a normal request for the Alewo ideals he remembered. "Our knowledge may be valuable in trade." "We accept," the voice stated. With that, the door opened, revealing nothing but a hallway behind it. The 6 companions looked at each other for a moment. "Do we just go in?" Kaltesh asked. "Likely," Vladimir replied. "It's not uncommon for someone to permit entry to a stranger without showing their face, just in case this stranger is not a friend. I would say they're still evaluating us." "That makes sense," Zechariah said with a nod. "I believe I would be suspicious of armed Fempiror showing up at my door as well." The others agreed. "Will I be able to understand them once we get in?" David asked. Phileturusk was Tiberius' first language, so he had to remind himself often that he needed to use the common tongue in order for the younger Fempiror to understand him. Kaltesh knew Philetarus well enough to have understood the exchange at the door, but Iori would have followed less of it, and David had no knowledge of the language at all. "It's hard to say, David," Tiberius said. "They spoke Philetarus at the door, so I couldn't predict whether they'll use the old language or the common tongue. We'll just have to find out." They walked through the opening, Tiberius leading the way, followed by Vladimir, then Kaltesh, Iori, David, and Zechariah. As soon as Zechariah passed through the door, it closed slowly of its own accord. Only David seemed surprised by this, as he was still unfamiliar with the ways of the Fempiror. The hallway was completely featureless, with a three-way fork directly before them. Dim lights hung from the ceiling, and their eyes adjusted quickly to the gloom. A Fempiror stepped out of a recess in the hall. He was younger, probably not more than 100 years old at the most, but even through the low lights they could see he was wearing the red and black armor described by Fertid back in Charybdis. The image of the bat was emblazoned across the chest in red lines against the black background. He could clearly see the lines of the red mail under the armor, meaning that this Fempiror was ready for an attack. He only lacked the helmet Fertid described, but this Fempiror, this clear representation of a Tepish, exactly matched Fertid's attackers. "Greetings, guests," he said politely in the common tongue with a slight smile, but clearly not the voice who had addressed them outside. "I am Pedar. The leader of the Dark West is expecting you. Follow me." It was far kinder than Tiberius had expected after seeing the armor, and he knew David and Iori would be relieved to hear their native language. Tiberius wondered if this young red and black-clad warrior knew anything of the Tepish name or history. Could the Tepish have recruited these people for a purpose unknown to them? It was curious. Pedar walked away from them at a brisk pace. They followed closely as he passed down the unmarked and unadorned halls in such a fashion as would lose the most skilled cartographer. Tiberius glanced back to see Iori looking around, trying to memorize the layout as well as she could. Her language studies were dubious at best, but she had an enviable memory for floor plans. He suspected that this would give her quite a challenge, however. "These are some strange hallways," David said all of a sudden. His was the last voice Tiberius had expected, given how intimidating all this must surely seem to him. To his surprise, though, Pedar answered kindly, as though he were giving a tour of the caves. "It is a defense mechanism," Pedar said. "A straight path to the heart is a request for death. A difficult path discourages assassins." "Makes sense," David said with a nod. Tiberius looked back and saw Zechariah look over to the newcomer and smile. David shrugged. Tiberius turned his attention back to the road ahead in time to see the ground drop sharply to their left and open up to reveal an enormous chamber. Their path followed around one side of the chamber that was so large that the far side disappeared into the darkness. "That's quite a room," Iori commented, looking across the empty expanse. Pedar nodded. "This room serves not only as a massing area for our forces, but also for training, which has concluded for today." "How many strong are you lately?" Zechariah asked, as if it were a casual question. Tiberius thought his timing was perfect in asking, and Pedar would not likely regard it as suspicious in any way, based on the way he had been answering the questions. "We have force enough to defend ourselves," Pedar replied. "I am not qualified to divulge any further." Tiberius looked back at Zechariah, who shrugged, just as David had earlier. Tiberius smiled and turned forward again to find them passing into another enclosed hallway via the center path of another three-way fork, leaving the cavernous room behind them. After a short walk that passed through two more forks in the road, Pedar brought them before a large wooden door with ornate carvings. He turned to face them, standing between them and the room beyond. "This is the inner chamber of the Deldral of the Dark West Fempiror," he said, with more than a touch of pride in his voice. "Remember that you have been accepted upon the promises you have made." He made a shallow bow before them and walked to one side of the door. Tiberius looked at the door hopefully. He had expected Pedar to open it for them, but now he could only hope for the same situation that had occurred back at the entrance. The door opened inward of its own accord, and the same voice that addressed them outside sounded again, this time from inside the room, saying, "Enter." Without hesitation, Tiberius entered the hall of the Deldral. The room was beyond impressive. Tiberius had not seen such decoration since the Philetaerus king had invited Tiberius to his chambers in the early days of the war, when the king had given him a commendation for service in battle. Light issued from gaps in the ceiling through what appeared to be a combination of the Fempiror lighting system and indirect natural light from the outside, making the room several times brighter than the halls behind them. The floor was carpeted in earthen colors of light brown and green, and tapestries containing images of unarmed Fempiror, as well as the Philetaerus country, hung on the walls, marking a sharp contrast from the rock of the mountain. At the far end of the hall, sitting on an enormous rock throne, before another magnificent tapestry of a masked warrior leading an army across a darkened field, was a large Fempiror, robed in furs with long gray hair groomed behind him, and a full beard. Wisdom was set deep into his eyes, and even if he were not sitting in a seat of honor, there would be no doubt as to who was in charge, since he commanded an unbeatable presence beyond anyone else in the room as he watched the company of 6 walk toward him across his chamber. Standing to the left of the Deldral was another older Fempiror, though he appeared somewhat younger than Zechariah and Vladimir. His hair was jet black and cut short against his head, which served to complement his piercing blue eyes, yet he held an air about him that did not seem altogether right. He leaned down and whispered to the Deldral as the company approached, and while his leader seemed to listen, the Deldral seemed disinterested in whatever this other Fempiror had to say. Tiberius stopped a short distance from the throne, and he and his 5 companions bowed to their host. The Deldral stood before them and spoke in the same deep, calm voice that spoke to them outside. "Welcome to the home of the Dark West Fempiror under the Urufdiam Plateau. I am Ulrich, Deldral of the Dark West, and your host. I know you come with many questions, but it is late. Stay with us the day, and we shall answer all of your questions tonight when we are rested." "You honor us with your hospitality, Ulrich," Tiberius said, and he introduced himself and his company, each of whom bowed in turn. David followed suit when Tiberius presented him as the youngest of their party. Ulrich nodded solemnly. "The Dark West have always treated guests with respect, and it is expected that the same be returned. My servant will show you to your quarters. We shall meet again this evening. Until then, our home is at your disposal. You may feel free to roam at your leisure, but return when I send for you, or our deal is forfeit. That is all." With this final word, Ulrich sat back down and watched them. Tiberius watched him for a moment, trying to see behind those eyes that held a secret for another time. He heard Yori move behind him. "That is all," Yori repeated with surprise. Tiberius turned to her. "Yori, do not argue," he said sharply. He turned back to Ulrich to bid his leave, but the other Fempiror stepped forward. "My lord, forgive me," the other Fempiror said, "but they have come a long way. Perhaps there is something you would like to know now." Ulrich did not move. "What I have spoken, he said, without looking at the other Fempiror, or changing his expression. The other Fempiror was clearly not satisfied with his ruler's determination of the course of action. "Surely now is a far better time," the other Fempiror began, but this time Ulrich interrupted him. "As you have pointed out, Nikolai," Ulrich said, still without a change of tone, "they have come a long way. I do not wish to tire them unnecessarily." "But what about the warrior?" Kaltesh began, but Ulrich cut him off as well. "All questions will be answered in due time," Ulrich said simply, but Nikolai's head snapped to Kaltesh, and his eyes narrowed in curiosity. "What warrior?" Nikolai asked, clearly expecting an answer from Kaltesh, but Ulrich was not going to allow it. "Return to the hall, and Pedar will take you to your rooms," Ulrich said before anyone could respond. Nikolai was not going to let it go, however. "I want to know who," he began, but Ulrich put up his hand, effectively silencing Nikolai, who was unable to contend with Ulrich's authority. Tiberius glanced at Zechariah and Vladimir, who both appeared to be as confused and curious as he was. Tiberius looked back to Ulrich. "We accept your invitation," Tiberius said, "and look forward to speaking with you later." He bowed to Ulrich, and the others followed his lead. They turned back to the door, which, as before, opened of its own accord. Pedar stood right outside the door waiting for them, and without a word, he walked through the maze of halls again. Tiberius led his group behind Pidar as they wound through the labyrinth until they came to a wider passage containing a large number of doors on either side of the hall. Pidar stopped and turned to them. "These are your rooms," he said. "You are welcome to rest or explore. Areas designated as secure will be marked as such. Be careful not to get lost. Good day." With that, he walked back the way they had come and disappeared into the dark maze. They all looked at the passage where Pidar had left them. It was as unmarked as the rest of the caves, though each door had its own light along with the illumination along the ceiling. The wall and floor, though, had the same cut and texture as everything else they had seen. "This would be a dreary place to live, wouldn't it?" Kaltesh commented. "The Alewa were always about function over lavishness," Vladimir said, "though they certainly provided some decor in the chamber of the Deldral." "That would be a room where such lavishness is appropriate," Zechariah said. "How much would you expect in a hallway?" "I'm sure this is very interesting to you all, but now what?" Yori asked. "Well, all things aside," Tiberius said, "it certainly is very curious." "The warriors we've seen look nothing like the one you described from the safe house," Kaltesh said. Zechariah nodded, and the Deldral did not want anything discussed, he said. "What do you all make of the armor?" Tiberius asked, his question clearly directed to Zechariah and Vladimir. There was a good reason for this, of course. None of the younger three would have seen the old Tepish armor, despite the studies they had conducted with both Yori and Kaltesh on their history. "It definitely harkens back to the old Tepish design," Vladimir said, "right down to the meticulous bat etching and red and black coloring they always had." "Ostentatious and unnecessary, I always thought it was," Zechariah said with a scoff. "So we agree about the armor, then," Tiberius said. Zechariah and Vladimir nodded. "Are we going to sleep?" Zechariah asked. "Or do you want to look around?" "I'm up for walking around," Vladimir said immediately. Kaltesh stepped in as well. "I'm with Vladimir," he said. "I want to know what the big secret is." Tiberius looked at the group for a long moment. He was with Vladimir in wanting to know what was going on, but he needed to weigh this against the fact that they had been traveling all night, and were likely more tired than they realized. Besides, they did not know what the day or night would hold for them, and they needed their strength. More than ever, he needed to convince them of the need for patience over action. The Deldral had promised to meet with them, and it was likely he would meet with them alone, so he could speak freely of what he knew. Tiberius did not consider himself their commander anymore, but he knew what he should recommend. "We know nothing at this time," Tiberius said finally. "We are free to do as we wish. We should rest, but be alert. I'm going to get what sleep I can for the moment, and hope that the mystery will be revealed when the Deldral deems the time is right to speak with us." Zechariah nodded. "I agree," he said. "I am as curious as anyone else, but suspicion aside, until reason is given to act, we should see how this plays out." He looked at David, lost in the mix behind the more experienced Fempiror. "David, will you be all right on your own?" David nodded. "I don't think I can get into much trouble resting in an empty room," he said with a smile. Tiberius smiled as well. David finally seemed to be coming around to whoever he was before the change. "We are all in our own rooms, right?" David asked. "No reason not to," Vladimir quickly replied, "though I think David should take the center room," he said, pointing to a set of 3 doors on one side of the hall, "so he's flanked by 2 more experienced Rastem, just in case." "I would agree with that," Zechariah said. "I'll take one of the rooms next to him." "Sounds good," Tiberius said. "We'll get together in a few hours if the Deldral doesn't send for us first." They all agreed, parted company, and entered their rooms. Chapter 17. Secrets of the Dark West. Zechariah sat on the bare floor of his room with his legs crossed and his eyes closed. The room was minimal in its furnishings, only a bed and nightstand, but of good quality, so one could expect a restful slumber. The walls and floor were the same uncovered stone as the halls, dark and old. He was relieved to have a few minutes of peace from the chaos that had so recently enveloped his world. He could grant that most of the chaos was of his own creation, but he was also concerned over David's resistance in accepting the life that had been thrust upon him. He was not so blind as to miss David returning the sword to the Levicart. He understood that David's background did not involve any kind of fighting, but at some point the boy would have to make a choice as to which path he would follow. However, it had been a very long time since Zechariah was a new Fempiror, and he had volunteered for the fight, so their circumstances were completely different. It could also be said that David's youth was fueling his difficulty adjusting to his new life. The younger one is, the more they resist change, yet the more easily they ultimately adapt to it. He allowed his mind to wander from these frustrations to their present circumstances far more complicated than the new Fempiror. The decor of the Deldral's hall suggested the Alewo, yet the armor of their guide was clearly Tepish. Ulrich wished to speak to them, and yet he wished to wait to discuss anything, even something as curious as someone who claimed to come from here, at the time they met. The man who was with him, however, was very interested, but Ulrich did not allow them to speak of it. He knew the Tepish were here, but he wondered who was really in charge. He allowed these thoughts to pass from his mind, so he could feel a mental renewal before he rested his body. He also hoped that by clearing his mind, the answer would come to him, though he felt the information he possessed was insufficient to form a true determination. Zechariah opened his mind and listened to the caves. He could hear the others were resting, and he also heard that David had lain down immediately. There had been no sound from his room for quite some time. There was movement somewhere close by. He was sure it was not coming from any of the rooms or from the hallway outside, but it was close. The halls were such a maze. The sound could be coming from a hall or chamber behind these rooms, he supposed, but they also seemed to be coming closer. As they drew close, the steps softened. He was unable to make out how many there were, but more than one for sure. Could it be a trap? Whoever it was still had not come to the hall in front of their rooms, so it did not seem as if they were in any danger. Even the softened footfalls were audible in the quiet stillness of the caves. Then it occurred to him just how quiet it was. Pedar had implied a large force, though he did not say how large. The room they had seen was big enough to imply that they should be hearing something from the other inhabitants of the Urufdiam Plateau, but in their entire time here they had seen and heard no one else. He found this revelation more disturbing than any others so far. If there was a force, where was it? A soft sliding noise hit Zechariah's ears. It sounded very close, but like nothing they had come across so far. Something in one of the rooms, perhaps. His eyes snapped open. David had gasped, and now he heard the footfalls next door. How had they gotten into David's room? He sprang up from his meditative position and ran out the door into the hall. It was still empty. Drawing his sword, he burst through the door to David's room, and it only took a second to see that there was a door built into the rear of the room. The outside of it was fashioned to look like the rock wall to conceal its appearance when closed, but at this time it stood wide open, and four the black armored warriors dressed like Pedar, but this time with the open-faced helmets Fertid had described, stood within the room. Two of them had David bound and gagged as they carried him from the room down yet another passageway. The other two turned to face Zechariah, and drew the same thin-styled sword that Zechariah carried. He looked into their determined faces, and found that they were some of the youngest Fempiror he had seen in years. They had no chance of defeating him, and yet he knew they would fight him to the death. Zechariah moved into them, and they raised their swords to greet him. He easily blocked both blows, and stabbed his swords between the armor plates of the first one before he could recover. The other tried to bring round a second blow, but Zechariah blocked it with his gauntlet as he ran the second warrior through. As the second warrior fell, Tiberius, Yori, and Kaltesh burst through the open door, swords at the ready. Zechariah sheathed his sword and looked down the passage. "What's going on?" Kaltesh asked. "We were given a reason to act," Zechariah replied. "Two of our red and black friends took David through here." He pointed down the secret hall, yet made no move to follow. The captors would know the tunnels better than he did, and they had a head start. Besides, they did not kill David or attack him, so David would be easy to find when they decided to follow. "Where's Vladimir?" Yori asked suddenly. Zechariah looked away from the passage and found they were indeed lacking Vladimir from their company. "He may still have decided to look around," Zechariah suggested. "Such is his choice," Tiberius said, turning to Kaltesh and Yori, "but double-check his room." Kaltesh and Yori nodded in agreement and ran out of the room. Zechariah could hear them opening Vladimir's door and walking in. Tiberius walked to one of the bodies and picked up one of the swords. It still had the bright sheen of a newly crafted weapon. The hilt was wrapped in a crisscross fashion with a light cloth, and a thin guard divided the hilt from the blade, which was etched with a long trailing picture of a bat. Alewo do not practice swordplay, Zechariah said. Their proficiency has always been hand-to-hand. It was their covert functions that kept them unarmed, Tiberius added. Things change, but the blade's etching makes no secret of its makers. Still no sign of anyone who looks like the one who supposedly escaped from here, said Zechariah. Tiberius nodded and replaced the blade on the floor near the body, as Yori and Kaltesh ran back into the room. Vladimir's not in his room, Yori announced. No evidence he was even there, added Kaltesh. Should we wait for him to return? Zechariah asked Tiberius. He doubted they would, but he had to ask. He can handle himself, Tiberius replied, which came as no surprise to anyone. If he doesn't turn up, we can look for him later. Right now, David is the more vulnerable one. Then we need to see where this goes, Zechariah said. Yori, were you able to determine anything about how to follow these hallways while we were following Padar? Yes, she said. I noticed that some of the hallways had subtle markings, single Phileterusk letters on some of the halls that didn't make sense when I first saw them, but then I noticed that they were the same as we passed from hall to hall. I suspect specific paths are marked, while others are only known to those who need to travel them. I missed that, Kaltesh said. I saw the letters, but I didn't connect them to anything, Tiberius admitted. That's why we brought her along, though, Zechariah pointed out. He had traveled with Yori some 50 years ago when they were searching out a Tepish rumor, and even then she was able to spot little signs and markers that he had missed. He, too, had seen the letters this time, and suspected what she stated, though he hoped she had caught more of them than he did. Of course, it's not getting to David where her skill will be useful, Zechariah continued. It'll be getting out of there that I'm concerned about. He led the way into the tunnel. Yori followed right behind him, trailed by Kaltesh, and then Tiberius. The passage was a single pathway through the dark carved walls, unlike the maze they had traveled before. The walls had no letters or other markings, nor did they find any branches or forks. Since this had been a secret passage, Zechariah became concerned that the exit might also be hidden, which was a contingency he had not considered when— "This is a trap, isn't it?" Kaltesh asked as they moved. Zechariah smiled. "Of course it is," he said. "They're using David as a lure to get the rest of us," Tiberius said. "We must be prepared for anything." Yori rolled her eyes. "Oh, sure, excellent observation, Kaltesh," she said. "Always the teacher's pet." "Well, you see, Yori," Kaltesh said with a smug expression, "when you get to be my age, you can just start figuring these things out." "So you only just started to figure these things out then?" she asked with her own smug expression. "It sure took you long enough, didn't it?" "No," said Kaltesh, realizing what he had said. "That's not what I meant." "But that's what you said," she said, and then turned away from him to focus on their path again before he could respond. The light changed ahead of them. The passage was coming to an end. They emerged into a room identical to the one they had left, complete with the bed and nightstand. They looked around for a moment, disoriented. Zechariah did not believe that they had circled around, and he was certain Yori would have noticed a significant curve in their path. "This looks familiar," Yori said, stating what they were all thinking. "Illusionary trick," Zechariah said. "It would have been more successful without the dead soldiers left behind." "I see," Kaltesh said. "Let's go," commanded Tiberius. They exited the room into another plain rock hall. A large boulder, which barely fit inside the passage, blocked one end of the hall. They walked cautiously to the open end of the hall and found that of the 3 directions normally open, more boulders blocked 2 of them, leaving them with only one direction. Tiberius chuckled. "I'll have to say this is the most blatant trap I've ever seen," he said, as they walked past the blocked halls towards their unknown destination. "You know, if—" Kaltesh began, then changed his mind. "When we get ambushed, there's nowhere to go." "If you don't stop observing the obvious," Yori told him, "you won't get your first live battle experience." "I'm just saying," Kaltesh replied. "Focus," Tiberius said. "We don't know yet what we're walking into." Zechariah was certain that Tiberius would have chosen Kaltesh and Yori well, but having heard that what lay ahead of them could be their first live battle, he was concerned. An assault in a practice room was quite different from a battlefield attack. They came to the end of their predetermined path, stopping about 15 feet from a doorway, and looked across the massive room they'd seen while entering at floor level. But this time, the room was fully lit, showing off its sheer immensity. The room was easily 200 feet from one wall to another, and almost a perfect circle. Exits rested along the walls at roughly 10-foot intervals, providing more avenues of entrance and escape than Zechariah cared to consider. From their vantage point, Zechariah was unable to see what surprises the upper level afforded, but he was unwilling to move any closer, or he would risk being seen by whatever awaited them. David sat in an oversized chair in the dead center of the room, held in place by what appeared to be Japrinsa, a light, thin rope strong enough to hold a Fempiror. David did not appear to be injured, but instead of looking for help, he stared at the ceiling with a gag in his mouth. Zechariah turned to the others, also assessing the situation. "I'm open to suggestions," Tiberius said quietly, not taking his eyes from David or the room ahead. Zechariah shook his head. "I have none," he said. "What are we up against?" Yori asked, trying to see beyond what sightlines they had. "David looks alone in there," Tiberius said, "but he's probably surrounded by every tepish in the place." Zechariah nodded. "What are they expecting?" he asked, truly wondering if anyone else had seen something like this before. "This is an unusual enough setup," he continued. "Based on the warriors I came up against back at the room, they're pitting inexperience against us, and I imagine they know that." "That would mean we're against numbers enough to overwhelm us if we're not careful," Tiberius said. "Do you think they will expect us to try and sneak around?" Zechariah asked. "That's fair to assume," Tiberius agreed. "But what if they assume that we assume they assume we'll sneak around?" Kaltesh began, drawing Tiberius and Zechariah's attention. "And assume we won't sneak around because we assume they're ready for us to sneak around. Should we sneak around anyway, like they may assume we won't, or come in behind them, like they assume we will?" Tiberius and Zechariah stared at Kaltesh for a long moment, and then looked at each other, assessing what Kaltesh said. "He makes a good point too," Zechariah said with a shrug. "What if we just run in there, grab him, and run out?" Yori finally suggested. She sounded frustrated, but interestingly, this suggestion was the best yet. They would expect the old warriors to overthink the situation, making the impulsive action the best suggestion. He looked across at David's tiny prison, their young captive left alive to give them a glimmer of hope when none was intended. They could cross the distance in an instant and have David free before the tepish realized their presence. But they were facing off against Fempiror, so once the tepish saw them, it would be a battle to get out the way they came, which was the safest route since they knew it. Tiberius stepped up behind Zechariah. "Let's go." Zechariah nodded. The four Rastem ran full speed into the wide-open room. The distance felt like a mile as they ran, waiting for the pendulum to drop and crush them. They reached David without a soul entering the room. Tiberius worked on untying the Japrinsa as Zechariah, Yori, and Kaltesh stood around him, watching the room. They could see now that the path they had followed earlier around the upper level did not circle the entire room. The far side of that level also contained exits and a ledge around which many warriors could stand. Zechariah saw the entire scenario in his mind, swordsmen on the floor, archers in the balconies. He prayed they would be fast enough to deflect the onslaught. He glanced back to Tiberius as Tiberius released David's bonds and removed the gag. "It's a trap," David exclaimed. "Of course it is," Tiberius said with a smile. And then Zechariah's scenario began. Swordsmen emerged from the myriad of entrances around the chamber dressed in the signature red and black armor, their thin, light swords at the ready before them as they charged their prey. On the upper level, archers appeared, each knocking an arrow as they stepped forward. With David released, the 5 of them ran for the way they had come before the way was blocked by a multitude of swordsmen. An arrow sailed past them. They looked to the balcony. The archers released a swarm of arrows on them. With lightning speed and accuracy, they blocked every one that was marked for them with their swords and gauntlets, as David hid among them. Several went astray and hit the red and black warriors who had not made their armor to deflect the projectiles. The swordsmen rushed in to attack the Rastem following the barrage of arrows. A fierce battle ensued between the 4 experienced fighters and the red and black Fempiror. The fighting was unbelievably fast. Swords clashed, and the speed and accuracy of the gauntlets on the four fighters' arms and legs blocked the blows that tried to break through their swords. The archers fired again. Parrying blows with one hand, the four fighters split their concentration and blocked the incoming arrows with their gauntlets and dodging. An arrow found its mark in Yori's arm. She yelled and fainted to one side, a sword just missing her. She recovered quickly, and with the arrow sticking out, she carried on. Zechariah glanced to the upper level. As the archers prepared another volley, several warriors emerged and took them down. The new fighters were all clad in a soft black material with gauntlets on their wrists and ankles. Dark masks obscured their faces. Zechariah called to Tiberius, who spared a glance to the upper level, where the archers had turned their attention to the new warriors that invaded their lines. "Could it be?" Tiberius asked rhetorically. Several of the warriors, armed with nothing except their hands and feet, jumped down to the lower level and assisted the four Rastem in dispatching the red and black warriors that continued to pour into the gathering chamber in almost endless numbers. More of the black-clad warriors joined the fray, which allowed the Rastem and David to make their way back to the hallway that led them into the trap. A larger, dark warrior took the lead, running down the hall, while another smaller one took the rear guard with Kaltesh. The red and black warriors swarmed out of the chamber behind them, while others were detained by the influx of other dark-clad warriors from the upper level jumping down to greet them before they could leave the room. The small detachment moved quickly down the hall and past the room with the passage that had brought the Rastem to David. Tiberius called out to their leader as he reached the boulder that blocked the passage beyond the rooms. "We're not going back through here?" Tiberius asked, pointing to the room. "Too obvious," the dark warrior replied in a deep voice. "We must choose another path." "We don't have a lot of options," Kaltesh pointed out. The dark warrior approached the boulder blocking the hallway, put his hands together, and dropped his head in rapt concentration. Sounds from the pursuing red and black warriors filled the hall. Zechariah, Kaltesh, and Yori stood with their swords at the ready at the back of the line. With a shout, the dark warrior slammed his fist through the boulder, smashing it to pieces. He regained his calm stance. The others looked on in awe. "Only an Alewo could," Tiberius began, but the dark warrior held up a hand. "We must continue," he said simply, and ran forward. The group ran behind him through the maze of corridors. The dark warrior took lefts and rights seemingly at random, and it was doubtful that even Yori could keep up with the rapid rate he was selecting directions to find any pattern to it. Zechariah could hear the force now. A large part was following them, but he could hear them through the walls all around them. They had roused the Tepish within Urufdiam, and the Tepish were coming for the Rastem and their mysterious helpers. The dark warrior finally stopped in the middle of a long hallway with no apparent doors or openings. "What are we doing?" Yori asked desperately. She, Kaltesh, and Zechariah fanned out again to defend both sides of the group along with the other black-clad warrior who remained silent. Zechariah hoped that whatever this dark warrior had planned, he would do it quickly. The dark warrior looked both ways and then opened a hidden door. The group filed in, and the dark warrior closed the door behind them. Inside the room, everyone held still and silent. They heard the sounds of feet shuffling by outside the invisible door, and then it was silent again. The room they had come into was a wide chamber that led to another hallway beyond. David slumped to the floor, exhausted. Fempiror or not, this was undoubtedly more activity than he was used to in a day. But then, this was more activity than Zechariah was used to as well, and the battle winded him along with everyone else. It did not help that no one had gotten much, if any, sleep before the Tepish took David. "I was beginning to think this place was all halls," David gasped. "I have a lot of questions," Tiberius said. "I know you do, but we are not free yet," the dark warrior said. "Can you give us an idea as to what's going on?" Tiberius asked him. "I had hoped to tell you when we spoke," the dark warrior said, and removed his mask. Behind the dark mask was the wisdom-lined face of Ulrich, the Deldral of the Dark West. Zechariah finally recognized him from the Alewo so many years ago. He was not the leader of the Alewo army, but one of its soldiers such as Zechariah was. They had both been present at the meeting of the Rastem and Alewo back then, and he remembered Ulrich, being not much older than he was. Zechariah looked to Tiberius, who apparently recognized him as well. So the Alewo have not forgotten their style, Tiberius said with a smile. I thought I recognized your face. And I yours, Tiberius of the Rastem, Ulrich replied. No, we have not forgotten. We are what we always have been. However, I must explain later. The Tepish have overrun this place, and we must leave. Follow me. Ulrich ran down the passage. David groaned as he got up, and Zechariah could feel his pain, but they ran together behind Ulrich with the others down the passage. Ulrich moved quickly through the passages. The Rastem and even his fellow Alewo had to maintain quite a pace to keep up with him. Tiberius and Zechariah came up right behind Ulrich, and Ulrich glanced over to them. So Fertid got through, Ulrich said. He did, said Zechariah. He recovered enough to tell of his escape, but we didn't get much else out of him, only that he came from here. How do you propose to escape this? Tiberius asked. Are there just the 5 of you? Ulrich asked. We had 6, Tiberius said. One of our number is missing. The youngest is unskilled. Then it is plain to me that this battle must be left for another day, Ulrich said. The Tepish have been bringing in many warriors, and I do not feel we can stand against their numbers. Where did they all come from? Zechariah asked. Everywhere, Ulrich replied. They solicited us after you drove them from their base 25 years ago. We gave them refuge and left them alone. They have been building their numbers ever since, and only after they took over our home did we take notice. Before then we paid them no mind, nor did they pay any to us. Ulrich stopped at a dead end. He pressed a part of the wall, and a door opened into another corridor. He ran in, and his accompanying Alewo closed the passage behind them, leaving no trace of a doorway. We can walk for now, Ulrich said. I'm sure you must be tired. This passage is unknown to the Tepish as far as my knowledge goes. It should be safe. He walked onward down the passage. Where are we going? David asked. Can I assume you left your transportation in the cave near the entrance? Ulrich asked. We did, replied Tiberius. We are going there, Ulrich said. This mountain is littered with passageways, most of them we carved during our stay here over the last 400 years. They walked for a few minutes before the hall opened into a massive natural cave. Sunlight streamed in through minuscule openings across one of the walls and reflected through a series of crystal formations on the ceiling, which served to illuminate the cave brilliantly and beautifully. Even Zechariah, through all his years, was mesmerized by the beauty that met his eyes. Ulrich led them on a path leading through the cave that contained a large number of dark-clad warriors, some of which showed injuries from the recent fight. The Tepish do not know of this area, Ulrich said. We were careful to keep some things secret from them. They know of passages between the rooms, but not of any others. There are many ways into this cave, and my Alewo will find their way here. They reached the far end of the chamber where several Alewo were waiting. Ulrich turned to Yori. You'd best have that wound mended, Ulrich said. See Gasta over there. He's one of our medics. He'll take care of you. Yori bowed to him. Thank you, she said, and walked over to an Alewo who had approached them as soon as they had stopped. Ulrich turned back to the other 4. Your transports have been brought into our own hold, which is behind the cave, he said. Another doorway you did not see in the cave leads into here. Zechariah nodded. He could not help but wonder how many different passages they had passed since they had arrived. Ulrich pointed to a smaller chamber just off the main cave in which they could see a series of beds. Please accept our true hospitality, Ulrich said. Rest. Take some food and drink. You will need your strength before another day and night are past. Chapter 18. Before the Storm. Zechariah rested on one of the beds, his eyes open as he stared at the cave ceiling. David was one of the first people to go to sleep, which came as no surprise to anyone. He had not been a Fempiror but for a few days, and Zechariah had forgotten that the body continues its transmutation for several days after the initial change, causing the new Fempiror to be more tired than he might normally be. Yori had also fallen asleep quickly to allow her body to heal. The wound did not cut deep, and she said she could fight later if needed, but he knew they would wait and see about that. He, Tiberius, and Caltesh had followed suit soon after. Zechariah had not rested long, but then he never really did. Even when he was human, he did not require a great deal of sleep, no matter how long he stayed awake, and this habit had followed him after his transmutation. He was awake, and sleep was not going to take him again for some time. What he was considering was David's tale of what happened to him after the two Tepish had taken him from his room. They had pressed David for this before they allowed him to sleep, and he had been more than willing to tell what he knew. 4 of them were standing around my bed when I woke up, David had said, but 2 of them stayed behind when you came in. The other 2 carried me through a long hall, out through another room that looked like mine, and into that big room where you found me. You saw how they tied me up in the middle of that room. They had nodded to this, and David continued. Waiting for me in that room was the man that was with Ulrich in his throne room, David said, and Tiberius recalled his name was Nikolai. Yes, Nikolai walked up to me and said, "Welcome to my world." Since I couldn't move or speak, I just looked at him as he walked around me. "Oh, don't bother to struggle," he said. "Your life will end soon enough." I tried to break the ropes, but I guess I'm not as strong as you said I was. At this point, Zechariah had pointed out that their strength has a limit, and the Fempiror had fashioned Japrensa in the early days to hold Fempiror prisoners captive. Fortunately, Japrensa was only made to hold prisoners, so it is easy enough for captors to untie it, which is how Tiberius was able to free him so easily. "I could see that you are new to our world," he continued, standing in front of me. "I wondered which of my Redel Kurts changed you. I have an idea, but you'll have to help me with it. Was it Zechariah who found you initially?" he asked. I nodded, and he smiled. "Well, this is a surprise. I was beginning to think that Rufus was completely useless out there." "It was Rufus, wasn't it?" he asked me. I nodded again. Nikolai nodded in response and then laughed. "He might have been useful after all, but I imagine Zechariah killed him. He was always so devoted." Nikolai turned from me and paced. "His devotion and that of the others will be their downfall. Of course they'll know this is a trap," he told me. "There is not an idiot among them. However, this is a trap of conscience, not cunning. What would they not do for the innocent?" He looked at me as if I was going to answer him, and then he smiled again. "Look around you," he said. "They won't fall for it, but they won't have a choice." Then he leaned in real close and said, "Enjoy the view." He laughed and walked away, and I saw the other fighters moving into position outside the doors and on the upper level. "I watched for you for a while, but I was beginning to think you might not come." They had assured David that they would not have abandoned him in his time of need. He was one of them now, and they do not leave one of their own in danger like that, not without trying to bring them back. David asked if he could sleep without any further discussion, and Zechariah assured him he could now. There was some talk about Vladimir and where he might have ended up. Ulrich assured them he would send some Alewo out to search for him so that the Rastem could finally rest. They agreed and lay down. Zechariah heard voices speaking not too far from him. He turned his head and saw Ulrich sitting in the main cave with Tiberius. He wondered when Tiberius had gotten up and walked past him. "This is a beautiful cave, Ulrich," Tiberius said. Ulrich nodded. "It is rare we can take advantage of the sun," Ulrich said, and it sounded like he was smiling. "But I always love it here." "What will you do?" Tiberius asked. Zechariah sat up and watched them. "The Tepish have run us out of our home," Ulrich said. "My hope was that Fertid could solicit a larger force." His voice betrayed the severe disappointment of the number that had come. Zechariah stood and walked up behind them. "There wasn't much left of him when he got there," Zechariah said. "We left as soon as we could." Ulrich looked up at Zechariah. His strength had been exchanged for sadness in those deep eyes, an emotion that unlikely ever showed through, but he allowed it now that he was among people with a similar history. "We cannot stay in this place because they are intelligent enough to find it," Ulrich said. We have to leave. The safe house at Urufdiam is small and easily compromised, Tiberius said. Who do you still know? Ulrich shook his head. I have been in scarce contact with anyone from the old days, he said. We live a lonely life, Tiberius. These Tepish brought the Levicarts with them. We did not have them before. No need. This place would have been perfect for a refuge, Tiberius said. Yes, Ulrich agreed. He stared at the floor, apparently thinking very hard about what to do. This place has been our refuge, the refuge for me and the others who came with Shufruk when the Alewo decided to live a solitary life many years ago. He brought us here, and when he died, he placed the care of the new and old Alewo to me. Our new additions simply stumble into the caves, and we take them in. After 400 years, I know nothing else. Kaltesh walked up beside Zechariah. Then why can't you remain here? Kaltesh asked. Ulrich shook his head. I know the Tepish numbers, he said, more than most. It is suicidal to remain here. Then let's get rid of them, Kaltesh declared. Zechariah shook his head. We do not have the numbers, Tiberius said, echoing Zechariah's thoughts. If I had brought a larger force, perhaps, but not as we are. He said these people were captured in the last 25 years, Kaltesh said. That means they are inexperienced. Kaltesh, you are inexperienced, Tiberius said with a sigh. I have been practicing with you for the last 180 years, Kaltesh said indignantly. But consider the environments, Tiberius said. They were brought here to fight. They probably train daily in both practice and potentially deadly situations. It would not be unheard of for them to place real blades in trainees' hands to weed out the weaklings. Their entire life would depend on their skill in battle. By contrast, you learned your skills slowly over many years. We practiced regularly, but not daily. You came as often as you desired, and since we had no war looming, there was no urgency to it. Truly, today was your first actual experience in battle, meaning that despite years of training, you have very little experience. But I held my own today, Kaltesh pointed out. As did I, Yori said, appearing beside him. The younger Rastem appeared resolute in their intent to show off their skills in battle, and it was true they did very well today when it came to what amounted to their first live battle experience. There had not been any real chance to use the skills they had learned, and today allowed them to refine their abilities against live opponents. Tiberius looked at Zechariah, who held out his hand to show Tiberius he was fine with the idea. Tiberius shook his head. Zechariah, this is folly. Perhaps, Zechariah said, but we have a responsibility here. It is only their good will that allowed the Tepish to move in after I found them. Undoubtedly our presence sparked what just occurred. We owe it to them. If this seems wise to you, Ulrich said, a glimmer of hope showing through, the Alewo will welcome your help. Tiberius closed his eyes, crossed his arms, and dropped his head. He took a deep breath and then let it out in a concerned sigh. This is very risky, he said. It would put a severe dent in the Tepish forces, Zechariah pointed out. This was the chance he had been hoping for when Fertid had first appeared in Urufdiam, a chance to stop the Tepish. If we die, Tiberius said, we help no one. The council will dismiss the incident if they ever hear of it. We could win, Zechariah said confidently. How? Tiberius asked. You know how, Zechariah said. They exchanged a look, and it was clear he saw Zechariah's plan. From what they had seen, the Alewo had remained dormant since the Tepish arrived, so the Tepish would have no idea what the Alewo were capable of. It was unlikely that Nikolai even knew of the Alewo, beyond stories considering his age, so the idea that the large Deldral, whose home he had invaded, was more like a sleeping dragon than a sloth, had unlikely even entered into his mind. Finally, Tiberius nodded. All right, he said. It will be the Alewo forces with the four of us, if Yori is well. Yori nodded. I'm ready, she said. What about me? David asked, walking up behind them. This area will be defended, Ulrich said before anyone else could respond. You may remain here with our medics, since you are still untrained. Zechariah nodded in agreement. Since this was a safe place, David needed to stay here away from the battle. He hoped that the boy might be useful at some juncture in the future, but Zechariah needed time to train him first. David also nodded and stood off to one side, continuing to listen to the conversation. Tiberius looked to Ulrich again, now changing his expression to one of preparation. "What is the strength of their forces?" Tiberius asked. "Over the past years," Ulrich replied, "they have grown their numbers to several thousand. But since they use this place as a training ground and send their troops elsewhere, only a few hundred are here." "So as Kaltesh guessed, we're primarily fighting against new arrivals?" Zechariah asked. "Their advantage will be their numbers," Ulrich cautioned, "so we must be careful not to get overwhelmed. My people treated them peaceably, for they had never interfered with us. I can set my Alewo to distract their forces throughout the plateau, while we set ourselves to remove the leader here, who, as you have probably guessed, is Nikolai. I have never seen a colder heart in all my days. He will show you no mercy should you come against him." "Where will we find him?" Zechariah asked. It grieved him to an extent that the people they would be fighting against were simply brainwashed by the Tepish way of bringing new people into their fold. But if the Tepish were going to fight, the Rastem would have little choice but to defeat them. "With this most recent development," Ulrich said, "he will make his home in the throne room, or in the quarters behind. He has been here for nearly 25 years. He knows the tunnels very well." "Brief your people," Tiberius said. "We'll start in a few hours. We will rely on you to lead us to the throne room." Ulrich gave Tiberius a bow. "I am at your service." The meeting broke at that point. Tiberius moved to one side with Kaltesh and Yori. Zechariah moved to follow them and noticed David standing alone watching them. This would be the first time Zechariah would leave him truly alone. He did not believe David would run into trouble surrounded by the Alewo who would remain here, but Zechariah was also the only person David actually knew, and that friendship was dubious at best. He had no doubt that David's loneliness would overwhelm him in short order, but he would be safe until Zechariah returned. If Zechariah was unable to return, then he knew whatever Alewo remained would at least set him on a worthwhile path. Chapter 19. Rash Actions. It had been 2 days since David's funeral, and the town had been very solemn and quiet. Few people had gone out, and Abraham's father had allowed him time from his apprenticeship to mourn for his friend. He had remained home the majority of yesterday and today, but he had decided to see his father this afternoon back at the shop. While his father was showing him something new, he had noticed Beth pacing the square, spinning yarn on a drop spindle, appearing distracted and blank. His desire for her had drawn him to see her, but as he moved outside, she wandered into her family's store. He stood on the porch of his father's shop, which sat on the north side of the town square, 2 stores to the west of the Carpenter family store, which primarily made furniture, but they could fashion most anything someone requested. Sunset was coming on, and Abraham hoped to catch her as she made her way home. She walked out of the store carrying her drop spindle in one hand and a pair of large wooden knitting needles in the other. She didn't look that much different from the girl who had caught up to David and him, eliciting huffs and tisks from the women of the town, only 4 days earlier while carrying the full ball of yarn she'd spent a couple of weeks making herself. Her days had become clear to him at that point. To require more yarn so soon meant she had holed up in her room and spent her days knitting an item she had dreamed that she and David would share together when finished, the blanket for 2. The one thought that had given him any measure of comfort through this loss was that she would need someone to be with her now that David was gone. Their threesome had been reduced to 2 in a way that neither of them anticipated, but he loved Beth as much as David did, though she had never shown it to him beyond the friendship they shared. Could she find comfort in his presence? Could the idea that this tragedy had not completely dashed her hope for a family comfort her through her sadness? Could he be the rock she could cling to until her grief subsides? There was only one way to find out. He stepped off the porch of the store and walked toward her. She glanced up and smiled briefly at seeing him, but continued her slow walk across the square. "What are you doing?" he asked. Beth shrugged. He kept pace easily with her slow stride. She looked at her wooden needles. "I broke one of my needles," she said with a sniffle. She laughed quietly to herself. "I asked Dad for another one, and he made me 2. She gathered her spindle and needles and held them close to her. He nodded uncomfortably. He wanted to keep her talking and was unsure of what else to ask. "How are you holding up?" he asked, hoping this would not elicit too much of a cry. She shrugged again. "Good, I suppose," she said. "I don't know what I'm going to do." This made his heart race a little. It meant she was actually considering her future without David. "Well, you still plan on getting married and having a family, right?" he asked hopefully. She sighed. "I planned on doing all that with David. But what are you going to do now?" "Abraham, I don't think—" "Beth," Abraham said, interrupting her, "I've tagged along behind you 2 my entire life, but inside, I've always wanted to be with you." She stopped. He halted next to her, looking into her face. She did not look at him, but stared at the ground for a long moment. She closed her eyes. "Abraham," she began, but he interrupted her again. He could not allow her to talk herself out of the idea before he had his say in it. "I don't mind saying it," Abraham said. "I will miss David. He was my best friend, but maybe we were meant to be together instead." He placed his hand on her shoulder, but she shook him off violently and took a few steps away from him. She opened her eyes and glared at him. "He was your friend," she said incredulously. "He's gone, though," Abraham said. He was feeling desperate already. "He's never coming back. I don't want to minimize your grief, but you have to move on." "Abraham, it's not that easy." "Why not? What did he have that I don't?" "He would never talk to me like this so soon after losing a loved one." Beth turned to walk away from him, but Abraham was not going to let her go like this. He walked quickly in front of her to block her path. "Come on, Beth," he said. "What are you waiting for? But the words never came out. Beth screamed, "Get away from me!" And with unexpected strength, she pushed him to one side, dropping her spindle and needles. He crashed against Haugin's statue, knocking the wind out of him. He coughed a few times, but Beth did not wait to see if he was all right. She angrily gathered her things and turned away from him. He watched her walk the rest of the way across the square to her house on the south end of town. He could see she was not ready yet, but at some point she would be. He would bide his time and try again later. After all, they were going to be spending their lives together in this little town, so there was no rush in their trying to end up together. At some point she would understand that David was gone, and that his memory could not keep her forever. Abraham would not compete with his dead friend over the love of Beth. He did not know how long it would take her to come past her grief, but it would happen, and when it did, he would be there. Abraham sat up and pulled his knees to his chest. The sun was going down beyond the horizon, and there was still a curfew, but at this point he did not care. He just wanted to watch the sun go down and be alone with the night and his thoughts, and since the stricter ban allowed no one outside, alone he would be. Not even the Wits' End Tavern was allowed open after dark during these times, so there would be no one to stop him. His parents would wonder where he was, but he would not be out that late. David leaned against the wall of the main cave where hundreds of Alewo had gathered throughout the day. The crystalline structures on the ceiling reflected considerably less light than they had done when they arrived, meaning that night was approaching. The primary source of light was turning to the lighting system that Zechariah had introduced him to a few days ago. Some of the Alewo were resting on more cots spread throughout the large chamber, and in other small caves off the chamber such as the one he and his companions had been in, while others were simply talking amongst themselves. The Rastem he had come with had long since disappeared in the tumult of the Alewo after they had made their plans, and Zechariah instructed him to remain near their sleeping area. No one took notice of him, the only one not dressed in the dark colors of either Rastem or Alewo, as he stared at the warriors preparing for battle. Gone was the modern dress of Erim that he was used to. All these Fempiror were wearing black, their dark ancestral color of war to blend them into the darkness. Bored, he decided to walk along the wall to the right of the cave they slept in. After a short distance, he found a considerably larger cave that contained the levicarts he and the others had left in the cave outside. Recalling what Ulrich had said about the interconnectivity of the caves inside and outside, he guessed that this was actually the inside of the cave they'd originally stopped in and opened to allow the carts or anyone else to leave from this point, instead of finding their way out through the Urufdiam labyrinth. He entered the chamber and recognized the carts of Vladimir and Tiberius, and finally ran across Zechariah's that still had the chaser lashed to the rear of it. He touched the small, thin variation of the larger carts, and remembered how quickly it had caught up to Zechariah outside of Erim. He glanced up at the wall, and saw a small handle to one side, and a hinge assembly on the other, and he grasped quickly how it operated. It was nothing more than a big door. They were not too far from Hauginstown, and he remembered roughly the way to get back there. He wondered how far he would get on this chaser before they discovered he was gone and tried to come after him. The chaser was faster than Zechariah's levicart, but he did not know how fast the others were. They might be faster than Zechariah's, meaning they would catch him quickly. If they chased him immediately, they would be on him once he got to his destination without his being able to do anything. He looked at the chaser closely. The chaser was set up so that a Fempiror would straddle its body and keep himself up by holding a pair of handles that rested horizontally at about chest level. The controls were laid out very similarly to Zechariah's cart, and David was able to find the switch to start the levitating. It appeared that the forward handles were the control levers, one on each handle, allowing the driver to twist the entire handle forward to gain speed, and adjust them forward or backward to turn or slow down. He reached out and twisted one of the handles to confirm his idea. "David?" a voice sounded from behind him. David jumped back away from the chaser and twisted around to face Zechariah, whose voice he recognized when his senses came to him. Zechariah crossed the cave to stand near David. He looked at the chaser briefly, and then back to David. "What are you doing in here?" Zechariah asked. David shrugged. He certainly could not tell Zechariah his thoughts, or Zechariah would only lose his temper. Again. David began before thinking it through, and then came to his excuse. "Walking around. I won't have much to do for a while." Zechariah nodded. "This is true," he agreed. David looked at the levicart, formulating his thoughts. "A lot has changed since I first saw this machine," he said, now touching the back of the levicart. "Since I first saw you. Please forgive me. It's hard. I guess you know that." Zechariah smiled warmly, making David almost regret his idea of leaving. "You may be assured that anything you have said, I understand," Zechariah said. "Your goal will be to assimilate yourself to your new life, and to make the most of these circumstances." David nodded. "Thank you," he said. Zechariah placed his hand on David's shoulder and smiled. "Take care of yourself," David said, truly meaning it. "Don't get into too much trouble," Zechariah replied. "I won't," David lied, formulating the final details of his plan as they turned and walked back to the main chamber. Once back in the chamber, he found that in the short time he had been in the chamber with the levicarts, the Alewo had assembled into a rough formation fitting to the contours of the crystal cave, all dressed in dark clothing with hoods attached, but hanging down on their backs. Yori and Kaltesh stood at the head of the formation facing Ulrich and Tiberius, who stood side by side facing the assembly. Zechariah pointed to the wall next to the cave they had exited, telling David to stay near where they had entered as he walked to the assembly and stood next to Kaltesh, facing the leaders. The group was already quiet, and waited for Ulrich to speak. "Fempiror of the Alewo Order," Ulrich said loud and clear, his low voice reaching to the very ends of the cavern. "Today, the Tepish Order has broken their promise to us. They have raided our home and done wrong to our guests. After centuries of living in silence, the time has come again to show that we are not as docile or sedentary as they believe, to show the true strength of the Alewo. Our Rastem brothers and sister stand with us and bring their own experience to help us. In exchange for their goodwill, we will help them in their battle to prevent the Tepish from practicing their slow genocide on the human populace of our world. We will no longer hide. We will no longer be a mystery to outsiders. We will adopt the code the Rastem have held for centuries. We vow not to allow the Tepish to enact their revenge. With great solemnity, we vow to be the last Fempiror. There need be no more. At this declaration, the Alewo beat their chests in unison twice in rapid succession. Ulrich continued, You have your assignments. Gus klug din Jehovah bato sufumor. As one, the Alewo lifted their hoods from their resting places on their backs and covered their faces. Like a few hundred shadows, they all disappeared out the various exits afforded by the passage-riddled caverns. Ulrich led a dozen Alewo, along with Tiberius, Zechariah, Kaltesh, and Yori, through another tunnel. David guessed it only took perhaps 30 seconds from the end of Ulrich's speech for the cavern to completely clear. He had never seen the small population of Hauginstown move in such unity, and the cave held many more, so he was very impressed with the Alewo level of discipline. He waited a few minutes for the extra Alewo whose job it was to keep this cavern safe and ready for the warriors to return, to disperse to their various duties before he moved as well. He turned back to the cave holding the levicarts, knowing that this would be his only chance. If he were lucky, he might even be able to return before they noticed he was gone. He walked quickly to Zechariah's levicart and switched on the chaser. He heard it hum to life and saw it tug on the rear of the levicart as it struggled to hold itself up against the bonds of the cart resting on the ground. He untied the ropes, and the chaser rested freely about a foot off the ground between the rear of Zechariah's cart and the outer wall. The light coming in through the crystal cave showed that there was still some sun out, so David opened the hold of Zechariah's cart and retrieved a day travel cloak. He did not know how much sun remained, but since it was summer, it could still be light for some time, and he could not look at the sun to gauge the time. He walked to the handle on the outside wall that he had found earlier, and pulled it. Despite the mountain rock construction of the door, it moved very easily on the hinges. He would not have the time to close it behind him, but the light that was coming in was indirect, and they would see it from the other chamber, so someone would close the door behind him soon. He ran to the chaser and sat on the seat behind the levers. He checked his cloak quickly to ensure that he had securely attached it. Suddenly he heard footfalls behind him. "Hey, what are you doing?" a voice called out. David turned to see one of the Alewo medics standing at the entrance. He looked back to the open exit and twisted the handles forward. The chaser blasted out of the cave, faster than David had anticipated. He was grateful for the coverage provided by the cloak, or the wind would have whipped it right off his back. Even the hood stayed in place. He steered the chaser to the east, to where he remembered seeing Hauginstown on the way to Urufdiam. The grass fields flew by underneath the chaser at speeds David never dreamed he would reach in his life. As the initial thrill wore off, David looked forward and could just make out the speck of a little town many miles off, resting in the setting sun. Ulrich led the small quartet of Rastem ahead of his own Alewo through the halls he had helped to carve over the past 400 years. The idea of a coup against the Tepish had never occurred to him, since such impulse was against his nature. However, as the Tepish had openly violated their friendship and suddenly decided to take over, they left him with little choice. It was this or leave. He had sent his Alewo to every corner of the plateau in the hope that his people would serve to divide the Tepish forces enough that they had a chance. The goal of his own group was Nikolai and the throne room. Nikolai made him a promise 25 years ago that the Tepish would keep to themselves and not interfere with the Dark West way of life. But slowly, Nikolai had moved into Ulrich's own hall and set himself up as some kind of personal advisor, a position that Ulrich had neither offered nor approved. As Nikolai seemed to be positioning himself to take Ulrich's position, Ulrich believed he would set himself up in the Hall of the Deldral as the leader of the Dark West, while attempting to remove all the remaining Alewo from their home. It did not take long for them to work their way through the passages to the Deldral Hall, as they encountered minimal resistance. In fact, Zechariah's comment as they reached the door echoed his own thoughts. "That was too easy," Zechariah said worriedly. "It is possible we took them by surprise," Ulrich replied. "The Alewo are not known for their rash actions. That's more of a Rastem trait." Zechariah smiled at the light jab at his sensibilities, though it was true that Alewo kept a cooler head than the sword-wielding Rastem. They tried the door, but it was locked. Ulrich took a step back and closed his eyes. He visualized the door in pieces and passing into the room behind it. He gathered his strength. Though the door was solidly made, the locks would not stand to his might. He reeled back his arms and shot his fists forward, smashing the locks and flinging the doors wide open. But the room was empty. Everything from the tapestries to the rock throne that had rested in this room for hundreds of years was just where it had been. He studied the various ways out of the room if Nikolai had indeed been here to begin with. "Thoughts, Ulrich?" Tiberius asked. "There are many passages from this room," Ulrich said, "but I would take this one." He walked to the rear of the room, where the builders had hidden a passage behind the tapestry that hung behind the throne. The door rested between some wooden posts that the tapestry hung on. Between the posts and the door there was a great deal of space, almost like a small hall. The door behind the tapestry, however, was another hallway to nowhere. The actual escape from the hall of the Deldral was to the right, where there was a door hidden in the molding that led into a passage into the inner workings of the cave network. Ulrich opened the door to the surprise of his Rastem companions. "This also used to lead to the crystal caves," Ulrich explained, "but we blocked that passage as soon as Nikolai discovered this escape on his own. It does lead to our power center, however, and provides a good place to either make your escape or, as likely as not in this situation, to ambush someone." They passed through the door, and the trailing Alewo closed the door behind them. They walked a short distance down this bare hall, but Ulrich sensed something was wrong. This hall had never been long before. Tiberius opened his mouth to say something, but Ulrich held up his hand to stop him. He looked around cautiously and could hear footfalls very near. It sounded like they were behind the walls. "They're here," Ulrich said. As if on cue, paper-thin walls collapsed to reveal the large room that Ulrich had expected to see filled with young Tepish warriors, swords out and ready. Nikolai stood among them watching his prey. The Rastem drew their swords, and the Alewo assumed a ready position, waiting for the strike. "So predictable, Ulrich," Nikolai said, stepping out of the throng of Tepish. "I knew you would look here." "We have nothing to say, Nikolai," Ulrich said. Never before had he longed to take someone's throat so completely. "Then I bid you farewell," Nikolai said with more than a hint of superciliousness. Nikolai walked away from them, and the warriors swarmed. Despite the overwhelming numbers and their obvious training, Ulrich was able to defend himself easily against their blows. Knowing how brainwashed they had been by the Tepish, he had no desire to kill them, but he had to incapacitate them, so they would not hurt any of his people. With blinding speed that not even his victims saw, Ulrich moved around them, throwing punches hard enough to break bones, but not kill them. The recipients of his blows ended up on the floor, writhing in pain, but alive. He glanced at the others and found that the Rastem and his other Alewo were easily holding their own against the apparent onslaught. Nikolai was a fool to set such a rebellion against them with such a young force, and he felt the fool for allowing it. Ulrich broke the line easily, and followed Nikolai through a door at the far end of the large room. The door led to the Urufdiam Plateau's enormous water power chamber. A thick stone walkway without curb or rail spanned the 100-foot diameter of the cylindrical chamber over an underground lake dozens of feet below. Churning pools had always been the hallmark of the Fempiror power supply, powering everything from their lights to their leva carts, and the sparks that flowed under the water in this chamber lent an eerie glow to the dim lighting in the room. Power lines ran up from the bottom of the lake against the walls and out various holes, feeding the power to the lights throughout the caves of the plateau. Ulrich walked slowly into the chamber, wondering where in this featureless room that Nikolai could have disappeared. He walked towards the door at the far end of the room, but a sound behind him drew his attention. He turned to find Nikolai leaping down from above the entry door, where he had perched himself on the wall, using a line exit hole as a handhold. Without time to react, Nikolai kicked the old Alewo back, causing him to slip off the edge of the walkway. Ulrich recovered quickly, though, and while Nikolai was drawing his sword, Ulrich grabbed the edge of the walkway, kicked off its rocky side, and flipped back to the top of the walkway in enough time to block Nikolai's first sword blow. Ulrich had often been curious as to Nikolai's skill as a swordsman, since he had only ever seen him face off with new recruits in the large gathering chamber. Now forced to defend himself against Nikolai's onslaught of blows, Ulrich found him to be as simple as his own crew. Nikolai seemed to be working desperately to get through Ulrich's defenses, yet Ulrich had done little more than block him without attempting a hit of any kind. Clinks of the sword fainting off of Ulrich's gauntlets rang through the large chamber, echoing off the walls and ceiling, but still Nikolai's blade could not find its mark. His desperation was clearly mounting as his blows were losing their focus. He brought down his final blow to Ulrich's gauntlet again, but this time Ulrich swept Nikolai's sword to one side, surprising him. Ulrich reeled back in an instant and hit Nikolai square in the face. A sickening crack sounded through the emptiness of the room as Nikolai's head swung straight back, breaking his neck as well. His body went limp and fell straight back, thudding on the stone walkway. Ulrich stood beside the corpse and looked at it sadly. The door opened, and the Rastem and Alewo he had left in the other room stormed in. Tiberius left the company at the entryway and walked to Ulrich. He looked at Nikolai's body and back to Ulrich. "Is everything all right?" he asked. "It is such a waste to spend one's life in the hatred of others," Ulrich said. He looked at Tiberius. "Tell me, Tiberius, do you fight because you love man, or hate the Tepish?" Tiberius looked at him for a moment silently. He glanced back to Nikolai, considering the answer carefully, and then looked back at Ulrich. "It is for the love of mankind that we have always fought. But to love man is to hate the Tepish." Ulrich nodded solemnly. "Well said," Ulrich said. "Then we have much to finish." He looked at Tiberius, who appeared ready to head back to the battle. "Shall we go?" Tiberius asked. Ulrich nodded, and they ran out of the chamber to face the rest of the Tepish forces. Chapter 20. Homecoming. The sun was well below the horizon by the time David reached Hauginstown on the chaser. He looked at the town as he passed, hoping this task was something he could actually do, and he hoped that it would help Beth to move on as well. He rode toward the old mill in the east, where all this had truly begun for him. He rode around the mill to the cave where he had found Ben that night. He was not sure how many people in Hauginstown knew about this cave, but since it was coming on tonight, he doubted anyone would disturb the chaser if he left it there for a little while. Then again, even if they did find it, they would have no idea what to do with it. He stopped easily inside the cave and turned off the chaser. It lowered to the ground, setting itself on small legs permanently attached to the bottom of the vehicle. David removed his day-travel cloak and laid it on the seat of the chaser, as the small vehicle had no place to stow even this item. David looked into the darkness at the back of the cave, where Ben and his captor rested not so long ago, and wondered if Ben was still there. He knew that Zechariah had killed the Fempiror who had changed him, and that this person's declaration of being a member of the Tepish order had placed Zechariah's own quest into motion. He was short on time, however. That Alewo had seen him leave, and would be telling Ulrich and Zechariah about it as soon as their fight was done, so he had to move. He walked out of the cave onto familiar ground again, and for the first time in several days, he knew exactly where he was. Familiar air blew against his face, although it felt hotter now that he was colder. He jogged across the fields towards the place he had dreamed of leaving not so long ago, and now that his new life forced him to leave it, he wanted nothing more than to return. His mind raced with what he would say, how he would explain this to her. He slowed to a walk, and passing around the shops on the south end of town, his feet touched the road that led past his father's store and the Wit's End Tavern, now resting dark in the moonlight. He had considered approaching Beth's house without ever going through town, but since he would never see Hauginstown again, he felt the need to walk through it one last time. He looked around and saw no one stirring in the town, though several windows showed light behind the curtains. He figured they must have done a total lockdown at night when he disappeared. This was a welcome sight, though, since it would allow him to get to Beth's house unnoticed. He was unsure how he would explain himself to anyone else he ran into. He knew they would be worried about him, but he was not going to be able to stay here very long, so he would not have the time to explain his situation to everyone who might need to know. Beth would have to deliver the message if she chose to tomorrow. He crossed the grassy square around the statue of Gerald Hoggins. He recalled vividly the face of the Tepish stopping him, and the searing pain of the Neorof as it forced the poisonous blood into his veins. This was his birthplace into this new life, where at another time he had disobeyed a directive, and it had gone ill for him. He considered with a certain irony that he was disobeying another directive, and had ended up at this same place. But this time it would not end with anyone's life being lost. "David?" a voice said from beside the statue. David froze and looked to the source of the voice, which he recognized at once. Abraham Barber stood in the rising moonlight, staring at David through shocked eyes. Abraham looked frightened, more than any other expression, which surprised David, since his reappearance after having simply disappeared should have elicited a more positive response. David smiled at the sight of his friend, though, since this allowed him to see both of his dearest friends before he would leave them forever. "Abraham," David said. They ran towards each other and embraced, laughing with joy at seeing each other again. Abraham broke first and took a step back, suddenly concerned. "My God, you are cold," he said. The observation came as no surprise to David, but he did not know how he felt to other people. He knew he was colder, and he felt how warm Abraham was compared to him. David finally just nodded. "It's a long story," he said. "What happened to you?" Abraham asked excitedly. "Where have you been?" "I've been changed," David replied. "I can't explain everything. It's too much." Abraham looked confused. "Changed?" he said. "I don't understand." David did not want to spend a lot of time explaining this to Abraham when his time was so limited. "Physically, I'm different," he said, and hastily added when Abraham continued to look concerned. "But I'm still the same person you've always known." "Physically different?" Abraham asked, locking on to the point of David's change. David saw no point in hiding the bottom line from his friend. "I'm a Fempiror," David said, knowing Abraham would never have heard the word before, and would not know what it meant either. "We're stronger, faster, and live much longer than regular humans." He considered that he should not have referenced to non-Fempiror as regular humans, since that really separated him from Abraham and the rest of the town, and Abraham would not understand this at all. Yet maybe it would help his imminent departure if he emphasized how different he was. "Regular humans? You mean me?" Abraham clarified, hitting the point dead on. "Yes," David said. "I'm not like you. Not anymore." Abraham's stance changed noticeably. He no longer had the openness he had shown when he had first seen David. Now he looked like someone confronting a stranger. "What are you doing here?" he asked, and again David had no reason to hide his purpose. "I want to talk to Beth," he said. "Why?" Abraham asked as he moved to block David's path toward Beth's house. David considered that this might be more difficult than he originally thought, but he also did not plan on meeting anyone, especially Abraham. "It's personal," David said. David saw that Abraham was not going to be receptive to him, just as Zechariah had said. He had told the truth to his closest friend, and Abraham's reaction proved that Zechariah was right. He needed to talk to Beth and leave Hauginstown forever. "You need to tell me why," Abraham insisted. "It doesn't concern you," David replied. "Pardon me, David," Abraham said, "but we buried you yesterday, and I would like to know why you want to see Beth, especially if you're no longer like me. What are your intentions?" David blinked. "Buried him yesterday?" That would explain Abraham's surprise at his return, but whom did they bury? There was only one explanation: the tapish. They had found what remained of the tapish at sunrise, and assumed it was David. He looked back at Abraham. "I know this is a surprise, and I'm not going to stay. I just want to talk to her." "You don't belong here anymore," Abraham clarified. "You are now what this town has been hunting for to atone for your death and that of old Ben, aren't you? Who is buried in your grave?" "The one who changed me, I suppose," David said with a shrug. "How do I know you didn't kill him?" Abraham asked. This was a confusing point. After all, Zechariah had killed that tapish because of him, but now Abraham was going to try David for the punishment of a capital crime in another society? It was all too much to consider at the moment, especially when he was bound to have some angry Fempiror on his tail at any moment. "I have killed no one. Why would I?" David said. "But I can't trust you," Abraham declared. "Abraham," David pleaded, "I am the same David you've known all your life." "No, you're not," Abraham insisted. "You're cold. You disappeared, and now you come back and say you're different. How can you be the same and different?" "I don't have time for this right now," David said, and walked around Abraham towards Beth's house. Abraham reached out and grabbed David by the arm. David stopped and looked at him. "I'm not letting you get close to her," Abraham said. David looked at Abraham with as much compassion as he had within him. "I don't want to hurt you," David said. Abraham tried to throw a punch at David, but David dodged the blow more easily than he ever thought possible. He pushed Abraham down. David walked toward Beth's house again, but Abraham jumped in his way, trying to hold him back. David lifted Abraham off the ground and tossed him against the base of the statue. Abraham remained unmoving where he had landed. David never intended that. He ran to his friend's side and knelt beside him. Abraham was still breathing, so David did not kill him. He saw a tear run down Abraham's face to the ground. David touched his face gently, a great sadness filling him from within. "Forgive me, old friend," David said softly. He rose to his feet and walked swiftly towards Beth's house again, hoping the rest of the night would go more smoothly. He approached her house and walked around to the north side where her room was. The house was dark, but her window was open. He considered whether he should knock first, but his appearance would be enough of a shock, especially since they think he is dead and buried. He climbed in through her window. He looked around her bedroom to the collection of family items she had, from clothes to the painting she had started earlier this year. She said she had to leave his face off until they announced themselves, and at the time they had not made any plans. He had only been here once before, and had also entered through the window, since a boy's presence in a girl's bedroom was very much frowned upon. Looking at the painting again, she had finished it with his face. Had she done it that night? Perhaps she had done it after he died, to make sure she remembered him. It was perfect. He looked to her bed, and saw her sleeping on her side on top of the bedclothes. She was not dressed in nightclothes, however, and he wondered if that was part of her mourning. She wore the dress that she had worn the night he was changed. It was a simple work of her own design for the summer, in soft shades of blue and white. She had shown it off to his father and mother, and they declared that she had all the skills of a tailor. It was to be ironic she was going to join their family one day, but those dreams were now in the past. He looked at her sleeping face in the dim light coming in through the window. Her eyes were red and puffy. It looked like she had cried herself to sleep. He touched her pillow, and it was wet to the touch, proving his idea correctly. It broke his heart to see her this way, and he almost left immediately. Would this meeting really help her, or would it set her back again? Perhaps it would be a comfort to her that he was alive, he thought. That thought was enough to drive him forward to what he came here to do. "Beth," he said softly, maintaining his stance near her. Her eyes shot open and looked up at him. She looked frightened. "Who are you?" she said in a whisper more of fright than secrecy. He leaned in closer to her. She studied his face. Recognition slowly came into her eyes. She touched his face with her hands. Her breathing quickened. Tears came to her eyes. A smile broke on her face. "David?" she said softly. With a joyful gasp, she leaped out of bed into his arms. He held her weight easily as she buried her face into his. They kissed more passionately than they had ever done before. All the fears he had harbored were gone in an instant, and all the words and cautions of Zechariah melted away in the gentle moonlight and the warmth of her lips against his. "David," she said before kissing him again, "my dear David, what happened to you?" Then concern pierced her brow as she noticed she was still off the ground in his arms, and he was not struggling at all. She lowered her feet, and he released her gently to the floor. "Why are you so cold?" she asked. "It's a long story," David said. A snore echoed through the house from her parents' bedroom. "Will you come with me?" he asked. "We can talk elsewhere." She looked at him sidelong. "Is it safe?" she asked. And David said the one thing he knew he could promise. "I'll protect you." Chapter 21. Discoveries. Zechariah moved through the halls of the Urufdiam Plateau with the other Rastem, Ulrich, and the Alewo, clearing the last remaining Tepish after they had gotten rid of Nikolai. Most of the Tepish fled freely before their onslaught, and since they were victims more than they were fighters, the Alewo allowed them to go. Some surrendered, and the Alewo accepted their surrender. Most of the Tepish they encountered after the power chamber had been changed so recently, they did not even wish to fight. It served to prove their fears of a fierce battle groundless. They learned that surrender was a common theme once the young Tepish found out what kind of force they were up against, and that Nikolai had lied to them about the evil of their home's current inhabitants. Their stories were all very similar. Like David, they had all been out at night, and someone had attacked them. Their attackers had removed them from their home and forced into the Tepish way for a few days until they got homesick. At that time, the Tepish allowed them to return home. This was a variation on the Tepish way, as historically they just left their victims where they were, or placed them in a safe place to allow their own people to find them. It was only after their people rejected them that the Tepish had taken them, for it was common among humans to despise what they do not understand. This time they had given them a place to return to, and the majority of them returned angry for being misunderstood. The Tepish cared little for those that failed to return, but some of the new Fempiror had seen them die in the sunlight, or killed by their own town who felt they were demons or similar. With those images to go on, the new Fempiror were angry, and willing to help the Tepish in whatever they wished to do. After all, they were outcasts, with nothing else to live for but this new way of life. However, since they were so new, they were more than willing to listen to the Alewo, and wished to change sides to something more peaceable. To the Alewo, it was encouraging to hear how unfounded their fears turned out to be, though they did hear reports of some Alewo being killed. After their arrival back in the Crystal Caves, the Alewo assembled again, as they had done before with Kaltesh, Yori, and Zechariah standing before the only slightly diminished Alewo warriors. Joining them were a large number of Fempiror still in Tepish gear who had pledged their allegiance to the ideals of peace and creation. Ulrich again stood before the assembly with Tiberius at his side. His voice was clear and loud. "My fellow Alewo, Rastem, and new Fempiror, we have fought a great battle today, and have taken back our home. However, the Tepish are still out there. This leader is gone, and their numbers are damaged, but others will follow. We must finally choose sides in a war we don't want. To be the last Fempiror, we must adopt the pledge of our Rastem brothers, to protect humanity against the Tepish threat. You have always trusted me to lead you in the paths we should go, and should you desire not to follow this, and retain the solitude that we have always enjoyed, that is your decision. To those who were formerly our enemies, you are free to stay or to go. You are under no compulsion to do either. But I encourage you all to join me now, to be the last of the Fempiror." The Alewo army responded as one. The last Fempiror. They beat their chest twice in quick succession. Even the former Tepish followed their lead as they discovered freedom from their own oppressors. The meeting broke with a cheer from the assembly as they celebrated their victory. A group of Alewo drew Ulrich away, and Kaltesh, Yori, and Zechariah walked to Tiberius. Tiberius was smiling at their approach. "Before anyone says anything else," Tiberius said, "I just want to say, yes, you are right. Which one of us? Kaltesh asked. It was your idea, Kaltesh, Zechariah said. I just backed you up on it. Yes, said Tiberius, but it could have gone poorly if we weren't dealing with Fempiror changed within the last few years. They all but surrendered to us. Only Nikolai put up any kind of fight. So I guess all of our fights won't be like this one? Yori asked. Tiberius shook his head. That would be a comfort if it were true, he said, but I fear this was only the light drizzle before the true storm. There are Tepish older than Nikolai, who could give the best of us a test of our abilities. Gasta, the medic who had helped Yori, approached them. Excuse me, he said, but your missing friend has turned up. Tiberius nodded, and Gasta led them through the mix, until they came upon Vladimir, lying on a cot in one of the caves that contained other injured warriors. The Alewal medics had removed his tunic, and the bruises on his face and arms showed he had taken quite a beating. Tiberius knelt beside him and took his hand. Vladimir, he said, what happened? When the rest of you had gone to your rooms, Vladimir said, I decided to have a look around anyway. I walked through several halls, making sure I kept track of the way I'd come, but didn't find anything of consequence. I heard some voices just off of one of the junctions, so I thought I'd check it out, since we hadn't heard anyone since we'd arrived. My mistake was not assuming the worst and moving silently. I passed around a couple turns, and when I walked around that last corner, about 20 of them attacked me. When I woke up, these Alewa were carrying me here. Tiberius nodded solemnly. Ulrich had walked up behind them during Vladimir's story, and stood silently while Vladimir had finished. Ulrich clearly wanted to speak to Zechariah, but Zechariah was curious as to Tiberius' take on Vladimir. Rest, old friend, Tiberius said to Vladimir, placing his hand gently on his head. Vladimir nodded and closed his eyes. Tiberius stood and led Zechariah away from Vladimir. Ulrich stayed with them. Do you believe him? Tiberius asked. Considering how easily we beat their forces, Zechariah replied, it seems strange he would lose. Tiberius stole a glance back at Vladimir, lying peacefully on the cot. He looked back at Zechariah. In an overwhelming number, though, he asked. It's possible, Zechariah said. He's one of my oldest friends, though. I don't have a reason to distrust him. Tiberius nodded, but something nagged in the back of Zechariah's mind. Vladimir said they had attacked him, but they did not kill him. He was hurt, there was no disputing that, but there was something about it that did not fully add up. Maybe the Tepish had just left him for dead when the battle began, and did not have the chance to finish the job. Like he said, he had no reason to distrust Vladimir, but there was a piece of his story that was missing. He had little time to consider this further, though, as Ulrich was waiting for his attention. Zechariah turned to him. Zechariah, Ulrich said, I have just received a rather disturbing message about your protege. Zechariah was suddenly very attentive. Is something wrong with David? Zechariah asked. Had he decided to join the battle and gotten himself hurt? Unknown, Ulrich said. He left. Left? Zechariah asked in surprise. Ulrich nodded in that cool demeanor he always seemed to keep in place. A medic advised me that he took the chaser from your levicart, along with the day travel cloak, and left right after we went into battle. Zechariah was incensed. Vladimir's tale would have to wait. The fool! He cried in anger and disgust. In truth, he was more than a little hurt by David's clear betrayal of the trust he had placed in him as of late. He thought David had begun to understand. He thought that he was becoming a part of the team, but in reality, he was simply biding his time waiting for a chance to run. He found his chance, and he took it. Where is he going? Tiberius asked as Zechariah took off in a fast-paced walk toward the levicart chamber. Hauginstown, Zechariah replied. There was no question about it. He had talked about the question of returning non-stop since he was changed. It was understandable. He had forgiven every harsh word David had spoken since they had met, because David had every right to be angry about his circumstances. David also had every reason to want to go back, but he did not understand what he was getting into. Open the door, Zechariah said coldly to Tiberius, who was still following him. Tiberius ran to the door. Be understanding, Zechariah, Tiberius said. It depends on what I find when I get there, Zechariah said. Tiberius nodded and opened the door. Night had fallen some time ago, so it was quite dark, but that was no matter to him. He knew exactly where Hauginstown was from here, and he knew David would have remembered it as well. He switched the levicart on. It hovered off its landing legs, which Zechariah immediately retracted into the base of the cart. "Good luck," Tiberius said. "Be careful." Zechariah nodded, and pushed the cart to its immediate full speed. The wake would ruffle Tiberius on the way out, but he was in a hurry to make sure David did not do anything foolish. As he raced across the plains as fast as his cart could carry him, he thought about how much of a head start David would have on him, and what David would do with the time he had. David had to know they would find out, and that they would come after him. On a chaser, David would have made Hauginstown in less than an hour, but whom would he see, and where would they go? He had to place that chaser somewhere out of sight, and it had to be close enough to walk to Hauginstown. His mind raced with everywhere that he knew, and everywhere that David had told him about where he could leave the chaser unnoticed, and provide a place he could talk with someone out of the ears of anyone else in town. He prayed that David would be smart enough to stay out of sight, but at the same time this was assuming the best of David in that he only returned to say goodbye, and then leave. If that is all that happens, David's actions would be more forgivable. However, he remembered David's continual talk about a girl he loved, and if he returned to see her, Zechariah feared where such a discussion would lead. People in love do things that a rational thinking person would not consider. Add to that the factor of never seeing each other again, and Zechariah was easily able to put together a scenario that would not end well. He hoped for the best again in that David would leave after a few words, but God help him if anything else happens. Vladimir was not resting. His eyes were closed, but he listened intently to the conversations around him. Most were congratulatory regarding the battle where the enemy had all but surrendered. Some were concerned over his injuries, which were superficial. The bruises looked much worse than they felt. The most interesting to begin with was between Tiberius and Zechariah. It began with their discussion over how injured Vladimir really was. He let that go, as it was in their nature to be suspicious of everything. It was actually one of their greater strengths. Throughout the years, the intuitive suspicions of Tiberius, and especially Zechariah, had uncovered all manner of potential problems for the Fempiror. That intuitiveness was one of the greatest losses for the council when it came to Zechariah's discharge, but it was necessary for the future. Then Ulrich delivered the news that David, Zechariah's new Fempiror, had left the caves. Vladimir saw this coming from the moment he met David. The boy was ripe with unrest, and it was only a matter of time before he found a few minutes alone to swipe a levicart and return home. And of all things the boy took a chaser. He was smart in that regard anyway, though he doubtless had no idea what he was getting himself into. Zechariah performed true to his fashion when he left in a hurry to follow David to Hauginstown. That was remarkably lucky for Vladimir, who had a mission of his own outside of the Rastem's goal to determine the truth of the Urufdiam Plateau. Zechariah's departure gave him what he needed. He listened to the levicart chamber for Tiberius to close the door and walk back into the main cave. Tiberius stood for a long moment at the door before he finally decided to close it. Vladimir turned over and watched the room. Tiberius walked to Yori and Kaltesh to let them know what transpired with Zechariah. They turned and walked away. Vladimir stood up and walked to a nearby table that held his tunic, coat, and sword. He dressed quickly, keeping half an eye on the cave in case the other three Rastem returned. "Where are you going?" Gasta asked, coming up behind him. "I'm feeling much better, thank you," Vladimir said without turning to him. Vladimir lashed his sword, which was the same design as Zechariah's, to his back and walked out of the small area. Looking across the crowd, he made his way to the levicart chamber. He glanced back to the medic's cave, and Gasta was already moving on to other duties, not paying attention to him. He smiled and entered the chamber. His levicart rested on its landing gear. It was newer and faster than Zechariah's, so the worst he would have to deal with would be Zechariah to see him passing in the night. But now, Zechariah was not his first goal. He wanted to reach Hauginstown to see if David had really created any problems. He opened the door to the outside, ran to his cart, started it, and blasted out the door. It did not matter to him that the door was standing open. Someone would see it, and maybe they would investigate and find another Levicart gone, but in the end they could do nothing. They would await the return of whoever returned from Hauginstown. Shortly before reaching Hauginstown, he saw Zechariah veering towards the mound he called his home on the distant western Hauginstown outskirts. Vladimir steered well around Zechariah to approach the town proper from the north. There he would find out what he needed to know. Beth stared at the floor of the old mill. Her hands were folded on her lap. Her expression was frozen in an unreadable look. David looked at her and wondered what she was thinking about all this. He had just finished explaining everything to her that had happened since he left her on her doorstep 4 nights ago. He had covered every detail he could remember, from Zechariah's nearby house to the Levicarts, to the council meeting, to the Urufdiam Plateau. He was beginning to wonder if he had not perhaps explained too much at once. He also considered how much time that explanation had cost him. Was the battle over yet? Was Zechariah on his way? Beth had paid attention to him through the whole story. He was uncertain if she believed him or not, because she only looked at him for the first part of the story, her expression only faltering at a few points of things, such as the concept of carts that not only moved without horses, but also floated off the ground. He had considered whether he should take her down to the cave to see the chaser, but since she had not moved since he stopped speaking, it was probably a bad idea. He had had 4 days to let all of this sink in, but he had condensed it for her into barely 30 minutes. He figured she probably had trouble believing him, but he had told her he could prove it if she had any doubts. She had only shaken her head at that. He glanced back at her, and she was looking at him again, her expression still blank. Behind her eyes there appeared to be a combination of anger and sadness, but he could not pick out which was stronger. "So that night we found Ben. You got changed into a," Beth said, trailing off, wanting the word he had used to describe himself. "Fempiror," David answered. Beth nodded slightly, staring at the floor again. She opened her mouth to speak again, but apparently her words were failing her. "And," she began, "there is no way to reverse it." David looked at her, fighting back the emotion that was trying to bring itself forward. He shook his head. She nodded and stared back at the floor. He knelt at her feet to where she could see him. "But I don't want to leave you," he said, looking into her eyes that had shifted to his. "And I don't want to lose you again. But," she started, but her voice broke on the last word, and she was unable to continue. He was able to finish this sentence for her. It was what he wanted least from this conversation, but was the entire point he had come for. "But there isn't a choice," he said. "Abraham proved that to me when he tried to stop me from seeing you." "I know," she said, wiping a tear away. "I don't want to accept it." "I don't want to either," he said. "But we must." She was looking away from him again. He touched her face, turning her eyes back to his. "I just wanted to say goodbye." Beth stood up in front of him. He stood before her and she looked into his eyes again. "I don't want to say goodbye," she said. "But we cannot be together," David said, forcing his voice to stay level as he spoke. She touched his face gently, running her warm fingers down his cold cheek. It pained him to never feel that touch again. "Then let me remember you as my husband," she said. "Let us have the wedding night we never will." He looked at her without a twinge of surprise or fear. He knew she had given herself to him in heart and mind already, and it was only in body that they had never been together. Under any other circumstances, his upbringing would never have considered it, but this would be the last time he would ever see her, and the idea of remembering her in every way possible had not occurred to him. Now it seemed perfect, and even logical. He took her in his arms, carefully holding her close. The heat of her body so close to his melted through him. "Me and you, right?" he said. "For all eternity. No matter what." Her warm lips pressed against his, and nothing else in the world existed. Chapter 22. Choices. Abraham shook off the fog that clouded his mind. He tried to remember what had happened, and with a shock he remembered David. But it was not David anymore. David was dead. David had said he was changed, but changed into what? He needed to see Beth. He needed to make sure she was all right. Abraham pushed himself up onto his hands and knees, his head still swimming from what David had done to him. He heard footfalls approaching from the west. He turned to look, lost his balance, and ended up sitting on the grass staring at a tall, clean-cut old man dressed in black. Abraham squinted to make out his moonlight-shadowed form. "Who are you?" Abraham asked. The man knelt down. "My name is Vladimir, and I'm a friend," Vladimir said. "What happened to you?" Abraham shook his head. "I don't know if you'd believe me," he said. "I don't even know if I believe me." David's story still ran through his head about being something else, and what was that word he used? Vladimir put his hand on Abraham's shoulder in comfort. Abraham looked up into his sharp, piercing eyes, eyes that seemed to hold a lot of wisdom behind them. Abraham sighed and decided he would be no worse off if this stranger thought he had lost his mind. "We buried my friend David 3 days ago," Abraham said. "But tonight I saw him." He looked at the stranger's face. Vladimir was nodding thoughtfully. Abraham continued, "He was going to see Beth. That's the girl he loved. And I didn't think that was a good idea. But he attacked me and left me here. I don't think he's the same. He said he had changed, and he was cold to the touch." "Did he say what he was called?" Vladimir asked. Abraham thought very hard about this. He knew the word, but he was unable to place it. It sounded familiar, though. It sounded like vampire, Abraham said. Vladimir's eyes raised in surprise. He leaned forward. "You're certain of this?" Vladimir asked. Abraham shrugged. "Not fully," he admitted. "I know that wasn't it exactly, but it sounded that way." "No, that's enough," Vladimir said, standing. Abraham climbed to his feet. "Did he seem stronger to you?" Vladimir asked. Abraham nodded. "He threw me against the statue," he said. Vladimir gave a and tapped his mouth with one finger, thinking. Abraham watched and wondered what was going through Vladimir's head. He turned back to Abraham. "There is only one explanation, and it is what I feared. It is why I came." "Have there been unexplained deaths here?" Vladimir asked. Abraham nodded. Vladimir nodded as well. "Then here is your answer," Vladimir said. "Your David has been changed into a Nosferatu, the walking dead. His corpse lay in the ground for 3 days, and he rose again to seek among the living for blood to satisfy his insatiable thirst. He is no longer your friend, and the girl is probably gone. If she's lucky, she's already dead." Abraham stared at the stranger. "Beth is dead? David killed her?" But it was not David anymore, was it? It was something inhuman. The stories were true. David was no longer normal. "Wait a minute," Abraham said. "David was burned to death, like the other man in town who died. We buried—" Abraham swallowed hard as he recalled the description of what they had found east of town that morning. "His charred remains. How is he whole again?" "Who can know how the dead work? Who can know how he can be unrecognizable one day, and then whole the next? But you did bury him, right?" Abraham nodded. "And you knew it was him tonight, right?" Vladimir continued. Abraham nodded again. "Then what is there left to ask?" Abraham did not know what to believe. What this Vladimir said made no rational sense. But then what David said made no sense either, and what he knew to be true outside of these two failed to work out with it as well. He saw no other choice but to find out where this led, and he would assess the truth for himself when he could. "What do we do?" Abraham asked. Vladimir gave him a grim look. Abraham had moved quickly to awaken the town and gather them all together. Vladimir told him that if they could face the creature in a vast number, then they had a chance of defeating him. He cautioned Abraham, though, that they had to move quickly, or the creature would move on past the town and terrorize other places, and they could not allow that. Abraham had trouble convincing some of the people to come, but once the crowd started gathering, he had the support he needed to move against David. Vladimir had also asked him where David might have taken Beth, since the mind does retain some memory of safe places, especially if he were seducing her. Abraham had explained the old mill to him, since David had let slip once that he and Beth had gone there before, and Vladimir agreed that it made sense as a location. The town gathered quickly with torches to light the way. Since the creature feared light, according to Vladimir, the torches would help protect them. When Abraham returned to the town square, Vladimir stood calmly within a wide circle of townspeople waiting for him. Vladimir looked at him when he returned to Vladimir's side, and then glanced to the standing crowd, who all waited for them to speak. "Well," Vladimir said to Abraham, "you should introduce me before I speak. It helps to set them at ease if one of their own starts." Abraham nodded. He looked at the frightened and curious eyes of the town. Everyone," he began nervously, "this is Vladimir. He's a hunter of the type of creature that has terrorized our town and killed our people. He's here to help." He looked at Vladimir, who nodded. "It was as soon as I heard the horrific stories of this town," Vladimir said dramatically, "that I came as fast as I could, because I knew the cause." The town was already muttering amongst themselves. Some of them were clearly skeptical. "He's telling the truth," Abraham said. "Only tonight I saw David Taylor." He glanced at the Taylors, who watched the assembly intently. Their faces were inscrutable. Did they believe him? Did they hope for David to be back? Would they help or hinder the deed Abraham and the rest of the town needed to do? He was alive, and claimed to be something else. He was going after Beth. Abraham looked at Beth's parents. Patrick Carpenter held his wife, and they both looked frightened. "And she's gone, isn't she, Mr. Carpenter?" Patrick nodded. His wife buried her face in his shirt, sobbing. "This person is not your David," Vladimir declared. "Not the one you remember. He is now a possessed follower of Satan, bound to do his will. His soul cannot be saved. Tell us, Abraham Barber, where would they be?" "There's only one place they would be," Abraham declared. "It was their secret place in life, and now I believe he would take her there again. The old mill." "My friends," Vladimir called out, "do you want to free yourselves from this menace?" The people nodded all around. He was getting to them. Abraham was caught in the moment. "He's going to take Beth away from us. Do you want that?" Abraham shouted. Shouts of no emanated from the mob gathered around them. "Follow me, then," Vladimir declared. "I will rid your town of this pestilence forever." They had done it. The townspeople cheered, and were ready to do whatever it took. They knew as well as he did what had happened to David, and that his presence was impossible, unless it was something beyond the ordinary. Abraham led Vladimir and the rest of the town out east towards the mill. Before they got too far away, Abraham glanced back. The Taylors had not moved. Jonathan held his wife, and their other 2 sons watched the crowd solemnly as they marched away. He did not think they would come. When they saw David, they would not be able to act against him. He was too real. He looked too normal. But Abraham would be able to act. David was different, and he had Beth. That was enough. David was euphoric. He and Beth stood in the mill, their lips locked in a long kiss before they had to depart the mill for the last time. Part of him struggled with the idea that he could not return, and planned to find another moment to return to Beth when he could. He knew Zechariah would not let him out of his sight for some time after this, but Zechariah could not watch him forever. The feel of Beth's warm body against his was too much to pass up forever. He did not realize it would be this hard to go, but he would never forget her beautiful and perfect form before she dressed. He would always want to see her again. Now, more than ever, they were one soul in 2 pieces, separated by circumstances. The kiss broke finally, and they gazed at each other one more time. She smiled, and he studied every line of her face. "I love you," she said softly. "I love you too," he replied. They kissed once more. She stepped back and looked down. "I should get back," she said. David nodded. "I know." He took a step towards the door and held out his hand to her. She took it and took a step before she collapsed, hyperventilating. David knelt beside her. Sweat beaded on her forehead as she sat on the floor, leaning on her arms for support. Her breathing quickened. "What's happening?" she said, trying to force the question out, but failing. Tears fell from her eyes as she looked at David, confused. She lost her balance entirely and landed on the floor on her back, still hyperventilating and moving her body as if in pain. "Beth?" David said in a panic, leaning over her. "Beth!" Suddenly, a hand grabbed David by the collar and swung him clean off the floor. He slammed hard against the wall of the mill, cracking the interior wall and knocking the wind out of him. The hand maintained an iron grip on his shirt and held him in place off the floor against the wall. David looked up to see the furious face of Zechariah boring a hole through him with his eyes. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" Zechariah yelled at him. David had never seen this side of Zechariah before. He remembered the anger he had touched on in Erim, but this was beyond anything he had ever seen. Zechariah was now truly frightening. Zechariah pulled David away from the wall and smashed him into it again. "Answer me," he shouted. "What did you do to her?" David did not know how to say it. One did not discuss such things in civilized society, and given their status, it was not something they were supposed to have done to begin with. "We, sort of consummated," he began, but Beth reacted again. She arched her back hard on the floor. A scream broke from within her to peel paint or shatter glass. David cringed. Zechariah just watched her. For a moment, Zechariah's expression changed to that of pity. Beth passed out on the floor. David did not understand this. Zechariah had said it took blood to change someone, and he had not given her anything. "What's happening to her?" he asked desperately. Zechariah's expression resumed his hard anger and threw David across the room, cracking the opposite wall where he hit, and crashed to the ground. Zechariah walked toward him. "What do you think is happening to her?" he said. "The serum to turn one into a Fempiror is in your bloodstream. Coition would also give her the serum. It worked slower, but it is still effective." David stumbled to his feet, winded again. This was impossible. How could this have happened? "Forgive me," David said through his heavy breathing. "I didn't mean to." Zechariah charged across the room and took David's shirt in his hand again. "If you didn't mean to, you would have done as I asked and not come back." At the word back, Zechariah threw David across the room again towards the floor, where David landed near Beth, cracking the floorboards beneath him. David coughed, the wind completely knocked out of him. He tried to roll over, but he could not breathe. Zechariah moved quickly toward him and knelt on top of him, his knee resting on David's chest. David could only look into Zechariah's face. "Give me one good reason not to kill you," Zechariah said, staring unblinkingly into David's eyes. David did not know what to say. He had broken the rule that Zechariah held dearer to him than any other. It was the one thing he told David not to do upon pain of death. David recalled Zechariah's exact words in almost this same position. "If you go back to Hauginstown and deliberately change Beth into a Fempiror, I will kill you." And he had done it. He did not mean to do it, but without trying to, he had done the one thing that, according to the Rastem code, deserved death. Zechariah snapped him out of his thoughts with a sharp pull of his collar, causing his head to rap on the floor. "Well?" Zechariah asked. David looked at him with all the honesty he had within him. "Forgive me," he said. "I didn't know." Zechariah spoke evenly through his teeth. It looked like Zechariah was trying to keep his temper in place. "If you are to survive, you must follow our rules. You are but a child to us, and it will be a long time before you will be a man." The two continued to stare at each other. David was scared. Would Zechariah kill him right here? Was this the end for him? After a long moment, Zechariah stood up and walked across the room, his back to David. David propped himself on his elbows, looking at Zechariah for a moment. Zechariah did not move. David turned to Beth and looked at her face. She looked peaceful. She had never asked for this. She did not agree to it. He touched her face. It was already growing cold. He remembered the pain he had felt before the scream, and it hurt him that he had put her through that. Perhaps she could stay here in the care of her family, though. They would take care of her. Maybe she would not have to endure the same separation he had now. She could still be happy if she could stay. "Get ready," Zechariah said, his voice still level. "It looks like we have another passenger." David looked at him surprised. "What? If it was your wish to have her come," Zechariah said, turning to him, "then you have it. She cannot stay here." "But why not?" David asked. "I always wanted to get away, but she never did. Taking her away from her family would kill her." Zechariah sighed with irritation and closed his eyes for a moment. He reopened them and looked at David. "You will study the Rastem code and learn it like your Bible. You have cursed her, so we have no choice. It's part of the code, remember? If you had followed it to begin with, you wouldn't be in this position." David's head raced. She had given herself to him, and he had taken her life away. He had never intended this, but she would not know that. Even if she did know, it would not matter. He will have had a hand in removing her from her family and the life she had. Would she have stayed alone for him, or would she have married another and had the family she desired more than anything else in the world? A family she would never have now, because of him. "She'll hate me," he said softly. Zechariah's grim expression remained unchanged, though David could detect a note of satisfaction that David finally understood him. Undoubtedly. The soft sound of voices rolled in from outside the mill. It sounded like a lot of them. The change in Zechariah's expression showed he had heard them as well. He ran to the door and opened it a crack. It was only a second before he closed the door and turned to David. "We have a problem," he said. "What is it?" "I think your loved ones have come to see you off." The statement confused David. He walked to the door and looked out as Zechariah had done. Without light in the mill, there was no fear of the people seeing them from the outside. Outside the mill, a large number of people quickly approached that David recognized as being from Hauginstown. One of the people in the front of the crowd was Abraham. Why had he led them here? It did not take long to put it together. Abraham would have been upset that David had attacked him, and he would have known where David would have taken Beth to talk to be away from town. Only Abraham knew of the existence of the mill as a rendezvous for the two of them, and, more to the point, it was a secret he carried. It appeared that the secret was no longer sacred to him. David had to talk to him. David pulled the door open wider, but Zechariah stopped him, closing the door again. "Wait," Zechariah said. "Vladimir is there." David thought for a moment and recalled that next to Abraham was a tall man dressed in black that did look like Vladimir. Of course, Zechariah would have recognized him at once. "I saw him," David said. "Yes," Zechariah said, "but why did he come? And why is he leading the town here?" Zechariah looked away, his face deeply lined in thought. "This changes things considerably. We were going to just escape through your hole there." He pointed to the place in the floor that had gotten them into the Tepish's hideout before, "and leave before they could find us. But with Vladimir here—" He trailed off again, clearly trying to work out why Vladimir was within the approaching mob from Hauginstown. "I assume that hole goes down to the cave where you parked the chaser," he said. David nodded in reply and then stopped. "How did you know that?" he asked. "The hole was only made a few days ago when Beth had broken through it, and Zechariah himself was unaware of the cave before David had told him and Tiberius about it." "I parked the levicart next to it and heard you up here," he said, as simply as possible. David averted his eyes, quickly realizing exactly what Zechariah would have heard. He could feel the heat rising even in his cold cheeks as the blood flowed in. Yet Zechariah did not seem to take any notice of it. "Take Beth and escape that way," he said. "I will deal with Vladimir and the crowd." David was immediately concerned for the well-being of everyone out there against Zechariah's formidable strength and skill. "What are you going to do?" David asked. "Nothing to your people, I assure you," he said, as if reading David's concern. "I just need to find out why Vladimir is here." "Do you want me to wait?" David asked. "I'll take the chaser," he said. "Just take Beth in the levicart and go." David nodded. "Very well," he said, and easily lifted Beth's form from the floor. He looked at the hole, and knew this time he would be able to leap down holding her, and not hurt either one of them. Zechariah walked toward the door. David turned to him. "Zechariah," he said. Zechariah looked at him. "Thank you for everything." Zechariah smiled again, becoming the Fempiror he had met only a few days before. "You have begun a long road, David," he said. "Follow it to the best of your ability, and you'll find this is not such a hard life. Good luck." David nodded. "You too." David stepped toward the hole. He stared down into the darkness of the cave below. He moved Beth until she was upright in his arms and dropped into the darkness. Zechariah watched David disappear down the hole. The boy was young and foolish, but the transmutation had been an accident. A preventable accident he knew all too well, but an accident all the same. A mistake David would never make again. The price of this mistake was too high in David's head. Zechariah turned to the door and stepped out into the night air. The crowd was almost upon the mill now. Vladimir walked in front of the mob with David's friend Abraham, who stood to Vladimir's right. Upon seeing Zechariah emerge from the mill, the crowd roared, and Vladimir smiled broadly. Zechariah wondered what secrets he was keeping behind that smile. "There he is," Vladimir declared to the mob behind him, pointing at Zechariah, "the murderer who has been plaguing your city. He took David from you, changed him into the inhuman beast that now seeks to destroy your beloved daughter Beth." He had the crowd in the palm of his hand. They grunted and howled in lust for Zechariah's blood. They screamed obscenities at him, and others pleaded for him to give Beth back to them. While they reacted, Vladimir had spoken something quietly to Abraham. Zechariah watched the exchange carefully, trying to discern what they were saying. Abraham pointed at the mill, and Vladimir had nodded off in another direction. Abraham broke away from the group, running to the east. No one even seemed to notice him go, focused as they were on Zechariah. Based on the direction Abraham was taking, however, Zechariah guessed that David would have his own confrontation to deal with before he left. He prayed that the boy would handle it well, and not hurt his well-meaning friend to escape. Vladimir roused them again before Abraham had gotten far. "He has killed before, and will kill again," Vladimir declared almost melodramatically. "You know what he is. The walking dead, the spawn of Satan, a bloodthirsty criminal who has been left bereft of a soul by God." Zechariah watched Vladimir's performance unimpressed. He was playing the part of the classic vampire hunter, the type of person who claimed to have some kind of sacred, holy knowledge of a supernatural creature that did not exist. They were always more like witch hunters in Zechariah's eyes, since every time they appeared, some poor innocent ended up dead for sins they never committed. He was not aware of any of these hunters ever catching an actual Fempiror. Zechariah took a step towards Vladimir, causing the crowd to gasp and take a step back. As amusing as Zechariah found it, he knew he was in a dangerous situation, since unlike fighting Tepish, these people were completely innocent, and he had to ensure he avoided killing any of them, regardless of how bad the situation got. He looked at Vladimir. "Tell me, old friend," Zechariah said, "when did the Tepish buy your loyalty?" "Evil dead," Vladimir declared, still playing his part. "I am a master vampire hunter who will have your head." Zechariah did not respond to the game. "Really?" Zechariah asked. "And these have fallen for this charade?" Vladimir stepped out of the crowd, who gasped as their newfound friend approached a dreaded vampire. Various cautionary statements drifted out of the crowd. "Fear not," Vladimir shouted. "I will slay this villain." He leaned closer to Zechariah. "Of course," Vladimir said softly. "They have 2 deaths with no closure and no one to blame. And then your precious little friend showed up and took a 3rd. They will believe anyone who will give them something." "Why are you doing this?" Zechariah asked. "Because you are trouble, and the council wants your head." "The council is afraid of the truth." "No, my friend, the council is the truth." Zechariah stared at Vladimir, searching his face for any other meaning than the most obvious. His expression dropped as the pieces all fell together. The new laws, the mysterious deaths, His removal, the sudden tapish buildup. Yes, you figured it out, Vladimir said with a smile. Your warnings came too late. 25 years ago, when you found the massing of a mere portion of the Tapish army, most of the council had already changed their allegiance. They ousted you because they knew you would not follow the Tapish way. Issachar considered it for some time before he refused, and was done away with too. The council did not want your words because they have been ordering the transmutations. Council head Korean is the Elrod Malnak. Zechariah did not want to believe it. He felt as if a part of his life lost all its meaning and died. Everything they had built and worked to keep together was shattered. The Tapish way of slowly biding their time had paid off for them, for now the truth could be revealed, and no one could do anything about it. Then it is over, Zechariah said in a hollow voice. The Fempiror way of life is dead. Only the Rastem way, dear friend, the Tapish way, the way of truth, is the new way. The Tapish way is vengeance. That's no way to live. It makes no difference. The Council of Erim is ours. The only task that remains is to stamp out the only opposition that poses any threat, the Rastem. You are first. Zechariah drew his sword and held it before him. He knew how it would appear to the crowd, but he did not care. Vladimir had broken the code, and wanted to further the Tapish way with his corrupt council. Vladimir had violated the belief he had helped to build. If I die, Zechariah said, may I be your easiest battle. Let the Rastem live forever, and may your threat always remain unresolved. Vladimir smiled and drew his sword. More cautionary shouts rose from the crowd, but they kept their distance from the old friends, a circle of flame around the combatants. If you die, your order will fall, Vladimir said confidently. Never, screamed Zechariah, and he made the first swing. Vladimir blocked it and came around with his own attack. Zechariah blocked it as well, and the two engaged in a fast and fierce battle of skills such as the crowd around them had never seen, nor would they ever see again in their short lives. The crowd did not appear to know what to make of their hunter crossing swords with the dreaded vampire. The two appeared on level ground, so who was to say that the hunter was not just one of them too? 400 years each of skill, training, and battle culminated between the two as neither backed down nor gained a foothold on the other. Zechariah's fighting style was swift and direct, with each blow having a defined target, and each block knowledgeable, quick, and on the mark. Vladimir retained the cockiness Zechariah had seen earlier, twirling his sword around his fingers before making a strike, a style that tested the very extent of Zechariah's skills. Vladimir continued his directed onslaught, and Zechariah realized Vladimir had turned him around, to where his back was to the mob. Vladimir was beginning to strike more fiercely from the front, driving Zechariah backward, which would most likely encourage the mob to attempt to attack him from behind. He glanced to the mill door just beyond Vladimir. He bent his knees and sprang into the air, flipping over Vladimir's head, neither of them missing a blow or block. Landing deftly on his feet, Zechariah gave Vladimir a swift kick, throwing off his balance enough for Zechariah to back through the mill door and close it behind him. He had hoped to reach the hole in the floor before Vladimir had a chance to notice what he was doing, and entice Vladimir to follow, allowing him the upper hand from below. He took a step towards the hole, but Vladimir kicked in the door and ran towards him, preventing Zechariah's escape. While they continued their battle, with neither gaining nor losing ground, Zechariah became aware of the crowd talking again outside through the open door. They were growing restless and talking amongst themselves. Suddenly a chant rose within them. Between the strikes, Zechariah strained to listen to it. The chant slowly merged into 3 clear words: "Burn it down." Then Zechariah became aware of Vladimir backing him into a corner. His mind had wandered too far from the battle, and he could not allow himself to be beaten. Then he noticed the roof burning above them. This time even Vladimir paused to look as they held each other in a block. "It looks like your friends abandoned you," Zechariah said. "Ironic, really." Vladimir growled and pulled his sword back from Zechariah and thrust towards him, but Zechariah blocked again. Zechariah found Vladimir easy enough to block, and while his earlier trick of twirling his sword made his defenses difficult to penetrate, Vladimir was becoming more desperate with his blows, and Zechariah knew an opening would present itself soon. Zechariah took a swing, and Vladimir narrowly sidestepped the blow as he blocked Zechariah. He twisted his body around Zechariah's block and brought his sword back around in a single move. It was quick, but Zechariah stopped it as well. The fire had reached the wooden mill workings, causing them to lose their structural integrity. The wooden beams that led from the wheel to the wind blades broke loose and crashed down around them. Zechariah narrowly sidestepped the collapsing structure and then felt the steel pierce his gut. He cursed himself. The debris had caused him to lose his focus, and Vladimir had taken advantage of the moment. He looked at Vladimir, who had a triumphant look on his face as he held his sword in Zechariah. Zechariah's blood seeped out around the wound. He still had strength within him. He tried to raise his sword, but his strength failed too quickly. The sword dropped. Vladimir leaned in close. "The Tepish will rule forever," Vladimir declared. Zechariah breathed in and spat into Vladimir's face. Vladimir snarled, pushed the sword in further, and gave it a twist. Zechariah cringed in pain. Vladimir withdrew his sword. Zechariah collapsed to the ground. Chapter 23. The Final Beginning. David landed softly on the ground under the mill, holding Beth's unconscious body in his arms. He looked around the cave to where he had left the chaser, the day travel cloak still on its seat. Zechariah's levicart rested next to the chaser on its short landing legs facing the exit. David carried Beth to the levicart and gently laid her in the rear seat. He looked at her for a long moment, wishing that he had listened to Zechariah and stayed away. She would have moved on and aged normally from this point forward without him. She would have enjoyed her life with anyone she chose. Now she lay before him, her body growing cold and changing into the thing that he was. He regretted coming here. He regretted seeing her. He regretted what they had done. No, he did not regret what they had done, but he regretted the consequences. He reflected on the bad decisions that led him here, and he found that he laid his own path by not listening to those around him. The elders of the town told him not to go out after dark. He did anyway. Beth begged him not to go into the cave. He did anyway. Zechariah commanded him not to return to Hauginstown. He did anyway. No one dragged him to this end. He led himself to it. He glanced to one side of Beth and spotted the sword that Zechariah had tried to give him back at Urufdiam. It was a broadsword previously owned by a guard of Erim, who had given his life in the service of another. He probably did not choose this life any more than David did, and David wondered if that guard had chosen the service he was in, the service that led to his death. David now had a choice before him. He picked up the sheath containing the sword and looked at it for a long moment. The sheath was unadorned, produced by someone other than its bearer, no doubt, and perhaps even given to this guard when he arrived to perform his duty that day. David saw his fate before him. He had chosen this path before he had known it, when he defied those around him and went his own way. Now his way led into the service of humanity, to protect them from his fate. Beth would be his only victim, and his greatest regret. He strapped the sword to his back, and tightened the belt to hold it in place. He reached behind him as he had seen the other Rastem do before him, and pulled the sword from its home. The other Rastem, he thought. They were others, because this day he would put his tailor life behind him, and become a Rastem as well. He was as rejected as any Tepish, but he would not choose that path. His choices led him here, but from here he would make the right choice, though he knew it would come with a burden. He stared at the sword he now held before him in a sign of commitment to his new life. It had come awkwardly from its sheath, as if the two were not quite made for each other, but Zechariah could show him how to fix that. The sword appeared well worn, but he would ask how to correct that too, and if he could not correct it, he would do as Zechariah said they used to do, and make his own. He had time, and only time before him. A shape moved at the entrance to the cave. David turned to find Abraham walking toward him across the 30 yards or so that spanned the distance from the hole under the mill to the cave entrance. "What are you doing?" Abraham asked. David looked at him long and hard. Abraham had tried to stop him from seeing Beth, and that was yet another poorly handled choice. He should have listened and gone, but he had attacked Abraham, and now Abraham would see he was right. This would not go well. David resheathed the sword. Abraham was close enough to look into the cart and see Beth. "You think you own her?" Abraham asked. "You think you can just show back up after being dead and take what you want?" David shook his head. "Abraham, it's not like that." "Then what is it?" "She has to come with me." "Why? What did you do to her?" David looked at Abraham for another long moment. Abraham was waiting for his answer, and David had little choice but to tell him the truth. "It was an accident. She got changed into a Fempiror like me." He paused as he looked at her and just said it. "I changed her." Abraham stared at David. His eyes grew wide as he comprehended what David told him. His mouth dropped open just a little, and he dropped his eyes. His breathing quickened as the anger welled up inside of him. "I didn't mean for it to happen," David tried to explain, though he knew it would not help. I really messed up." David looked at Beth. She looked peaceful, like she was just asleep, and when she woke up, everything would be back to normal. Maybe all this was a dream, and tomorrow they would all wake up and wonder about it all. David looked back at Abraham in time to see Abraham's fist connect with his face. David flew back several feet from Abraham's blow. Strong as he was, he could still take an injury like any human, and he was in pain. He looked back at Abraham, whose eyes were bulging, and even in the dark, David could see how red his face was, and just how heavily he was breathing. He reminded David of Zechariah not so long ago, but then he saw that Abraham had tears running down his face. "You bastard!" screamed Abraham. "How could you do this to her? She did nothing but love you." He paused as he took a breath and raised his voice a little more. "And you ruined her life." Abraham's strength gave out on him. He collapsed to his knees, the tears flowing freely as he cried openly. David climbed to his feet and walked over to Abraham, stopping next to him. Abraham whipped his head up. He jumped up and pushed David away. "Get away from me," he yelled, stumbling in the other direction towards the cave entrance. "Don't touch me." David could not blame Abraham for his reaction. David would have done the same. David wanted to do the same. "Forgive me," David said. "Don't talk to me," Abraham replied. David looked at Abraham for a long moment, and he could see that this friendship would never heal. David knew it was time for him to leave and take his unfortunate passenger with him. If Beth were not with him, he might have let Abraham kill him, so they both felt better about it. However, Zechariah had asked David to take Beth and go, since Zechariah was not sure how his own fight would end, and David was finally committed to doing what he was told. He stood next to the levicart and glanced back to Abraham. Abraham was standing at the entrance to the cave. The cave was very narrow, and it would take almost the entire width of the passage for the levicart to fly out. He noted grimly that Abraham had not even cared about the strange vehicle that David had placed Beth in, but there were more important matters for the moment. "Abraham," David called out, "stand aside." Abraham did not move or respond. He only stood there, staring at the ground. Was Abraham going to make David force his way out? Surely he knew he would not win, but perhaps he also knew David would not hurt him. "Abraham," he said again, "stand aside." "No," Abraham said. David took a step toward him. "We need to go," David insisted. "I have decided you do not need to go," Abraham responded. "You don't need to go anywhere." Abraham looked up, his eyes filled with blind anger and tears. "You need to die." David looked at Abraham with shock and surprise. Did he really intend to kill David? David stepped back to the levicart. Abraham ran at him full speed across the passage. He pulled his arm back to strike David again, but David was ready this time. He sidestepped Abraham's run and pushed him to the ground. Abraham was not going to stay down, however, so David quickly jumped into the lever cart, switched it on, and pressed the levers forward as quickly as possible. The cart faltered for a moment as it powered up, apparently not ready to move forward just yet. David heard Abraham grab the back of the cart as it fully powered and shot out of the cave. David glanced back and saw Abraham holding on with both hands, his legs trailing out behind the cart. He was not giving up so easily. Vladimir had heard much of the conversation between Abraham and David under the mill, which continued to burn around him but was in no danger of collapsing just yet. At least the fire would keep the idiots outside away from him while he listened. He caught the sound of a lever cart powering up and moving away. He dropped through the hole and landed on the cave floor. He spotted the chaser, sitting idly on the ground, but nothing and no one else. He looked out across the landscape outside the cave and spotted the lever cart flying swiftly away with Abraham clinging to the rear of it. The kid was good. He might be useful. He walked over to the waiting chaser and pressed a small panel on the side of it. He smiled as he saw a clean Nilrof untouched in its small storage compartment. He doubted anyone would have found it, as none of the Rastem had mentioned it. He closed the compartment, tossed the day travel cloak to one side, and powered up the chaser. Abraham held onto the back of the flying machine for dear life. He did not know what this strange thing was that David was using, but it moved so fast, his body stretched out over the ground rushing by beneath him. He had to get onto it, though, and tried to prevent David from taking Beth away. He spotted some straps further in on the back of the machine, and took hold of them. They were far enough in that he was able to pull himself onto the machine and face David. The wind was blowing so hard against him that it was difficult to hold his balance, so he remained on his knees. "I can't allow you to poison the world," he said. David had turned around a couple of times to see him as he was climbing up. The machine slowed down perceptibly, but still moved at more than a run. David finally turned fully to him. "She was an accident," he insisted. Abraham doubted this very much. David had come back for only one reason, and that was to take her away. He had her when he was alive, and now that he was dead, he wanted to take her with him. It was wrong, and if it was an accident, then all the more reason to end it. "No more accidents, then," Abraham said. He leaned over and grappled for David's neck. David reached out and held Abraham's arms in place. He never remembered his friend having such an iron grip, but that Vladimir fellow had said that David would be stronger. He found this to be no understatement. David held Abraham off the machine and carried him to its brink, the ground racing below him. Abraham looked into David's eyes with all the hate he could muster. Whatever their friendship was, it dissolved now. David, however, did not appear to hold anything against Abraham, but he was not going to bring Abraham with them. "Forgive me, old friend," David said. "I am not your friend," Abraham said. "I will hunt you till the day I die." "I know," David said. "Take care." With that, David tossed Abraham off the machine. Abraham crashed to the ground, rolling several times before coming to a stop face down in the grass. He raised his head to see the strange machine race off into the distance. It suddenly picked up speed and nearly disappeared. David had resumed his previous breakneck pace. His joints aching, Abraham rose to his feet. "No," Abraham muttered, discouragement racing through him as David raced away. "No, no, no." He raised his voice to as loud as he could shout, praying it would carry to David, now a speck across the field, turning towards the north. "No! Damn you! Run, David, but I will follow you. Wherever you go, I will find you." He dropped to his knees, unable to stand again, the tears returning to his eyes. His voice dropped. "Damn you. Beth, how could he do this to you?" The tears came freely now, mingling with the dirt on his face and creating dark, muddy streaks down his cheeks. A soft hum grew from behind him. It was very similar to the hum of David's machine. It stopped, and footfalls walked toward him. He knew it could not be David, since David had run, and would know better than to return. Abraham whipped around to see Vladimir walking towards him. He must have triumphed over the other whatever you call them, but now he was here. Why? Abraham reflexively backed away from him. "What do you want?" he asked. "Idle words, I heard, my friend," Vladimir said. "You cannot follow him." "Leave me alone," Abraham said. He was not interested in anything Vladimir would have to say, and he wanted to start looking for David. He walked after he had last seen the machine fly. "But you'll never be able to compete with him as you are," Vladimir insisted. "Why?" Abraham asked. He had laid one good punch on David, which showed that he did, in fact, stand a chance if he were able to get an advantage on David. "He is stronger, faster, and will live 10 times longer," Vladimir said. "You need my help." Abraham considered this as he walked. While the old man could certainly be useful, he wanted to do this on his own. No one would truly understand why he needed to find David. "I'll be fine," Abraham said. "I insist." Abraham felt something cold stab into his neck. Suddenly the blood in his neck felt cold, and then hot, burning. He turned and saw Vladimir holding something in his hand that looked like a silver tube with 2 fangs on the end of it. The burning sensation moved through his arms and legs. He dropped to his knees. It was painful. He shook all over. His head dropped back, and he saw the moon shining overhead as a scream broke from his lips and echoed across the night. The Fempiror Chronicles continues in Mutation Genesis. This has been The Awakening from the Fempiror Chronicles, written and narrated by George Willson. Copyright 2009, production copyright 2024 by George Willson.